Hello coders, I hope you are coding well. Welcome to our e-commerce adventure. In this project, we used top-notch tech like Spring Boot, Spring Security, Angular Material UI, and a strong MySQL database. Admins can take charge with secure logins, easy category and project management, order tracking, detailed analytics, FAQs, and coupon perks. And users enjoy hassle free shopping with secure logins, easy product browsing, simple ordering, sweet discounts, reviews, wishlist, and all the info you need about the products. We have condensed our 44-part project into one video for your convenience. So let's get started with the overview video.
So this is the login page for our application, and we can enter the details and we can click login button to log in our application. So I will use the credentials for admin account, and we created an admin account by default, and the normal users can register through this sign up page. So let's go and enter the details for our admin. The email is admin@test.com and the password is admin. After the login of admin, we will redirect him to an admin dashboard where he can see already added products. Admin can click on this category button and he can add the name for the category and description as well. And after adding these details, he can click on add category button. And after successful API call, we will show him a message that category posted successfully. After the creation of the category, an admin can click on this product button and here he can input the details for the new product. So let's select the image for our product and let's select the category as fitness and let's name it as a treadmill and let's put price as 300 and at the end let's put some description and click on add product. So here you can see we have a newly created product here and an admin can click on update button and he can update any of the details from here. Let's say I want to increase the price from 300 to 400 and I will click on update product button and you can see the price got updated. After this, an admin can delete the product as well. So let's click on delete button and as you can see that product got deleted successfully. After this, we have another button for FAQs. Admin can click on this button and he can add the questions and answers for a particular product. Okay, so let's add one question here and let's add answer as well. And let's click on this post FAQ. As you can see, FAQ got posted successfully. After adding FAQs, an admin can click on this orders page and here he will view all the orders. After this, an admin can click on this coupons button and he can view all the coupons he created. And then to create a new coupon, he can click on this post coupon and he can write the name of the coupon. So let's write it as first and let's give code as first 50 and let's put discount as 50% and the expiration date we can give as 30 and he can click on this add button and as you can see we got the message that coupon posted successfully. Let's go to coupons and here you can see we can see our newly created coupon. After this let's log out from this admin section and we will get back to this admin section soon. So let's create on sign up and let's create a user account. So we can name this as user and the email should be user@gmail.com. Let's give password as user and after adding the details we can click on sign up button. Sign up is successful. Now we can enter the details again and log in. Okay, let's click on login and you can see here now we are on the customer side and we can see all of the products on our dashboard. We have a search bar here so we can search any product with the name and let's say I wrote the workout and let's click on the search button and you can see we got the product who has workout in his name. After this we can click on the name of any product and we will be redirected to the product details page and here we have the section to show the frequently asked question to the user and we have a heart button here to add this product in the wish list. So let's click on this heart button and this says that product added to wish list successfully. Now let's go to wish list and we can see the same product here. Now let's go back to the dashboard and add some products to the cart. So I added two products to the cart, and to view our cart we can click on this cart button, and here we can see all the products plus the total amount and an input for the coupon. We can click on this plus icon to increase the quantity of the product, and our price will be updated accordingly. So let's try to apply a coupon, and for this we can write our code in this text box, and we can click on apply coupon. And as you can see, we got a message that coupon not found. This means that we don't have any coupon with this name, and we will get the same kind of error if the coupon is expired. So let's go and correct this name. So we'll write as RST, and let's click on apply coupon. And as you can see, this says coupon applied successfully, and we got 50% discount, and we have the name of the coupon as well. After applying the coupon, we can still increase the quantity of the products, and our discount will get updated accordingly. So now let's click on this place order, and here it will ask us for the address and any special instruction which we want to give. We can give this in description section. After that we can select the payment method. For now we just added the cash on delivery method, and after adding these details we can click on this order button to place the order. And as you can see, the order got placed, and we are redirected to another page where we can see the details of our order. After this, the user can click on this profile button, and he can view his email details and name here, and he can update his profile as well. So I'm giving the picture as example. Let's add this picture and click on save button, and we got the message that profile updated successfully. And we have another button to change the password, and here we have the input for our old password, and we can give our new password. We can confirm our password and click on change, and this says that password changed successfully. Now we can go back to our dashboard, and now let's log out from our user section and let's log in as admin. In the admin side we have a page for the basic analytics. We can click on this button, and here we have the information about the placed orders, about shipped orders, and about the delivered orders. We have another two small graphics to show the orders for a current month and a previous month, and earnings of the current month and a previous month. Now let's click on this orders tab, and here an admin can view all the orders which he received, and he can click on this action button to change the status of the order. And let's change the status to delivered, and as you can see the status got updated. Now we can go to the analytics, and in analytics we can see that our earnings and order tab got updated because our order got delivered. After this, let's log out from this admin section, and without login we have another page here to track the order. We can give here the tracking ID, and we can click on search, and we will get the details of the order, and we can get the status of that order as well. Now let's go to login and log back in as user to review the product. After logging in as user, we can click on this order button, and now here we have a button to review our order, and we will show only this button when the order got delivered to the customer. So let's click on this review button. On this page we can see the details of the products and the total amount of the order, and for each product we have a button to review, and we can click on this give review button, and it will redirect us to a new page where we can select the file or a picture of the product, and here we can select the rating. So let's say I'm selecting 4 stars, and for the description I can write this was a good product. After writing my review I can click on submit, and this is that the review posted successfully. Now let's go back to our dashboard and let's click on the product, and here you can see the review got posted. To create the project you can go to start.spring.io, and here we need to select the Maven, and for Spring Boot version we can go with 3.0.10, and make sure you have selected Java as language. In the group we can write here code with projects, and we can name this project as ecom. After this, you can keep the packaging as jar, and you can select the Java version according to your requirement. I'm going with the Java 17. After this, let's add the dependencies now. First of all, we need MySQL to connect with MySQL DB. Then we need web because we want to create the REST APIs. After Spring Web, we can add Lombok to create the getters and setters and other boilerplate code. Next one, we need Spring Security, and we need JPA as well. That's it for now. If we need any more dependencies, we will add them in the POM file. Now let's click on this generate button. As you can see, our project is downloaded. Let's extract this project and open this in IntelliJ. As you can see, I opened our project in IntelliJ, and now you can wait for the project sync. While our project is syncing in IntelliJ, let's go to MySQL Workbench and let's create the database for our project. To do that, we can click on this icon and it will ask us for the name of the schema, and we can give ecom underscore code underscore with underscore projects. After giving the name, you can click on apply and click on apply again and finish. As you can see, our schema got created. Let's go to IntelliJ and add the properties to connect with this database. To add the properties, let's open this src folder and then main and then resources and then open application.properties. In application.properties, first of all, we need the URL for our database. And for the URL, we can write spring.datasource.url, then JDBC, MySQL, your localhost address and your port. And then after that, you need to mention your schema name. And in our case, the schema name is ecom underscore code underscore with underscore projects. After the URL of our schema, we need to give the username. And to do that, you can write string.datasource.username. And for me, the username is root, so I gave root here. After username, we need to give the password, and you can write spring.datasource.password, and then you can mention your password. After the password, we need to give the driver class URL, and you can mention spring.datasource.driver class name is equals to com.mysql cj jdbc.driver. After the driver class name, let's give the DLL auto as update and show SQL queries is equal to true. So we can see the MySQL queries got executed. With that, our project sync is completed as well. Now let's go in the Java folder, and in our main folder, let's right click and click on new package and name this package as entity. In this package, right click and click on new Java class and name this class as user. So let's add some annotations, and to start with, we need to mention entity, and then to create the getters and setters, we can write here data, and the last one is at the rate table, and let's give a table name as users. In this user class, first of all, we need ID, so we can write private long ID, and we need to add some annotations for this ID. So the first one is at the rate ID, and the second one we need to give the generation logic, so we can write generation value, and then we can mention strategy is equals to generation type identity, so it can increment the IDs while creating a new user. After ID, we need email and we need password as well. After password, we need username and we need user role. After that, we need to store the user image, so we can write private byte array and then we can name it as image. Let's annotate this as at the rate log, so we can store the large data. And let's change the column definition as well to column definition is equals to long blob. Now we need to create an enum of username, so let's do that. Let's copy the name and let's create another package here, enums, and let's create a new Java class that will be enum, and let's name this as user role. In this user role, the first user role will be admin and the second one will be customer. Now let's go to our user class and let's import this enum. That's it for the user and user role. Now let's go to our main class and try to run our application. So we can click on this button and then run ecom application. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to MySQL Workbench and let's refresh our schema and confirm if our user table got created or not. So let's expand these tables now. And as you can see, our users table got created. And we have all the fields which we mentioned in the entity. I am in one of my folder. Let's open our terminal here. And to create a new Angular project, we need to write ng new and then our project name. For project name, I am giving e-commerce and then web. After entering this command, you can click on enter and this will create a new Angular project. First of all, it is asking that if I need Angular routing, so I will choose yes here because we need to create different pages and different routes in our application. After this, it is asking for style sheet format, so I will choose SCSS. Now it will install the required npm packages. I will get back to you after the installation. As you can see, our npm packages installed successfully. Now let's close this terminal and we got a new project folder here. Let's open this in VS Code. So as you can see, I opened the project in VS Code. Now let's click on terminal and then new terminal and write ng serve to run our Angular application. As you can see, our project is up on 4200. Let's copy this URL and let's go to any browser and try to hit this URL. Upon hitting this URL, you will see the basic screen of Angular and this means that our project is working fine. Now let's install the Angular Material UI library. To install the Angular Material, you can go to material.angular.io and here you can find the command to install the Angular Material. Let's copy this and let's go back to our project and let's click on this terminal and new terminal and paste the command and hit enter. Now this is asking one question that it found 15.2.9 version of the Angular material and it is asking for the permission to proceed. So we can just type here yes and we can hit enter. Now this will install the required packages. Now as you can see, our packages got installed successfully and this is asking us to pick a theme. So we will go with Indigo Pink. To choose a theme, you can hit enter. And the next question is about typography style and we can choose yes here. And for Angular animations module, we can choose include and enable animations. Now this is updating our package.json and you can see our Angular material installation is completed. Let's close this terminal and let's open the source folder and then app folder and then copy paste one file here. So this file is demo angular material module.ts and here I imported all the modules which we will use in our project. Now let's copy the name of the file and let's import this in our app.module.ts. After importing, let's save this file. After importing the Angular material module, let's test if our Angular material is working fine or not. For that, you can go to app.component.html and you can paste some element code of the material. In my case, I am adding the code for the mat toolbar. Let's save and let's go to our browser. And as you can see, we got the mat toolbar. So this means that our Angular material is working fine. After the installation of Angular material, let's create the required modules. And for the creation of the required modules, we need a query and you can get this query from angular.io/guide. You can copy this command and let's go to our application and click on new terminal and paste that query. Let's remove s from the end And this query will basically create a new module, and it will automatically set up the routing for the module as well. Now let's hit enter. And as you can see, we got the customer module in our app folder. And when you open this customer package, and you can see some important files required for the module. Now let's copy this command and create the admin module. So instead of customer, we'll replace this with admin. And as you can see, we got our admin module as well. Now let's create login and sign up components as well. To create the login component, we can give the command ng, g for generate, c for component, and then after this we need to give the name for the component. And in our case, the component name is login. Let's click on enter. And as you can see, we got our login component as well. Now let's copy this command and replace the login with sign up. We got our sign up component as well. Now let's go to app.routing.module.ts and let's mention the paths for these two components. So we'll write path, and here we'll mention login, and we'll write if the path is login, then the Angular should load the login component. Let's duplicate this and let's update the path to sign up, and let's update the component to sign up as well. Let's now save. After adding the paths, let's go to our application.component.html and paste the code for our router outlet. Router outlet will allow the Angular to show the required component. And as you can see, when I pasted the toolbar code, I already added a router outlet for our login and our signup component. So let's save this and verify the output in the browser. And in the browser, let's click on login. And as you can see, we got login works. And this means that our routing is working fine. Now let's click on register, and this changes to sign up works. First of all, we need to add the JWT util in our project so we can perform operations related to JWT. So let's go here and create a new package. The package name should be utils. And in this package, let's create a new Java class with the name of JWT util. Let's annotate this class as component. In this class, let's add our JWT secret. After this, let's add the method to create the JWT token. So the method name is generate token, and in the params we should get the username, and we will return a string. In this generate token method, let's initialize our claims as empty hash map, and then let's call a method to build that JWT token. Now let's write this create token method that will accept claims and username in the params. Now before writing the logic to create the JWT token, let's add the required dependencies in our POM file. To create the JWT and perform other operations, we need these three dependencies. The group ID for these is io.json web token, and then we need JWT API, JWT implementation, and JWT Jackson. Now let's refresh our Maven. Now let's go back in our JWT util and let's return here jwts.builder, and here we will set our claims, and after claims we need to set the subject as username, and after subject we need to set the issued date. For that we can use new date, and in the params let's give system.current mails. Let's import this date, and after issue date we need to set the expiration date, and for expiration date let's get the current time, and then add 10,000 multiplied by 6 and multiplied by 30, which is equal to 30 minutes from now. After expiration key we need to sign this token, so we will use sign with, and in this method let's call a new method to get the sign in key, and let's give algorithm as hs256, and at the end let's call the compact method. After this, let's write the method get sign in key, which will return a key. And in this method, let's create a byte array and let's name it as key bytes. And let's use decoders dot base 64 dot decode, and let's pass here our secret. After getting the key bytes, let's format this key and return from here. After this get sign in key, let's create a method to extract the username from our token. In this method, we will call another method to extract the claims, and in the params we will give the token, and we will give that specific claim which we want to get. Now let's write this extract claim method, and here in this method we will call another extract all claims method, and then we will filter that specific claims from all claims, and then we will return. Now let's write here extract claims. Now let's write the implementation for extract all claims, and in this method we will return JWTs dot parser builder dot set sign in key, and here we will call our method get sign in key, and then we will build dot parse claims JWS, and here we will pass our token, and then we will get the body. After this extract all claims method, let's write a method to check the expiration of our JWT. So we'll write is token expired, and this method will return a boolean. And in this method we will call another method to get the expiration, and then we will write before and then the current date. Now let's write the implementation for extract expiration, and in this method we will call our extract claim method, and we will pass the token, and in claims we will mention the get expiration. After this method, let's write the last method for this JWT util, and that method is validate our token. And in this method, we will get token and user details, and we will return a boolean. In the body of this method, we need to get the username, so we'll create a variable here, and we will use that extract username method, and we will pass here token. After getting username, we need to check this username is equals to the username in the user details or not. So we'll write user details dot get username, and then we need to check the expiration date of our token as well. So we'll call is token expired, and we'll pass token. That's it for this JWT util. Now let's create our request filter that will be responsible to validate the token. To do that, let's create a new package here, and the package name should be filters. And in this package, let's create a class JWT request filter. And in this class, we should extend this with once per request filter. Let's annotate this class as component, and let's add annotations for required arguments constructor. After this, let's implement the methods, and this is asking us to implement the do internal method. Before going into the implementation of do filter internal, let's create the object for user details service and our JWT util. Let's import this, and we will create user details service after some time. Now in this do filter internal method, let's get the auth header from our request. To get the auth header, we can write request.getHeader, and then we can pass authorization. After auth header, let's create the variables to store our token and username. After this, let's add a validation here to check our auth header if it is not null, and if it is starting with the word bearer. And in this if condition, we will get the token from our auth header, and we will save that token in this token variable. After this, we need to get the username. For that, we can use our JWT util dot extract username, and let's pass a token. After this if condition, let's validate that our username is not null and our security context holder is equals to null. After validating this, we need to get the user details from our user details service. And after getting the user details, let's validate our token. For that, we can write an if condition here, and we will call jwt.validate token method. And let's pass here token and user details. In this if condition, we are sure that our token is valid. So let's create the user password authentication token. And after this, let's set the details of the request in our auth token. And then we need to update our security context holder with the latest auth token. And at the end, let's call filter chain dot do filter so we can proceed with other validations. And in the params, we will give request and response. And our JWT request filter is completed. Before creating the login API, let's create user details service implementation first. To do that, you can right click here and we need to create a new package. The package name should be services, and in this package, create a new package that should be JWT. And in this JWT package, let's create a Java class with the name of user details service implementation. After creating the class, let's annotate this as service and let's implement user detail service. After the implementation, it will ask to implement the methods. So let's go and click on implement methods. And we need to implement this load user by username. So let's click on OK. After this, let's right click and create a new package. And the package name should be repository. In this package, let's create our user repository class. So we'll name this as user repository and this should be an interface. Let's annotate this as @repository and let's extend this as JPA repository. And here let's mention our user class and let's mention long because the primary key data type is long for the user. Let's import this. After creating the user repository, now let's go back to our user details service and create the object for user repository. So we'll use @autowired and we'll write private user repository. Let's import this class. After this, in load user by username method, let's create an optional user. And we can name this as optional user is equal to user repository dot find first by email. And we'll pass the username in the param. Let's import this user class. Now we need to check our optional user. If that is empty, then we need to return a user not found exception. Otherwise, we will return a new user. So let's write here if condition, and in this if condition, let's use optional user dot is empty, and in this case, throw new user name not found exception. And in the message, we can write username not found. And after the message, let's pass here null. And if the user is not empty, then we will return new user of type user details. And here we will pass the email and password of the user. So we will use optional user dot get email, comma optional user dot get password. And at the end, we will pass a new array list. That's it for this load user by username method. Now let's go in user repository and write this find first by email method. So here we will return optional user and the query should be find first by email, and then we will pass a string email. Now let's go back in the JWT request filter and let's import this class. Now to create the login API, first of all, we need to create the authentication request DTO. So we'll right click here and we will create a new package, and the package should be DTO. And in this package, we will create a new Java class and we will name that as authentication request. Let's annotate this class as data so we can get getters and setters. And in this class, we need two properties. The first one is private string username, and the second one is password. After this authentication request DTO, let's right click here and let's create a new package with the name of controllers. And in this package, let's create a class with the name of auth controller. Let's annotate this controller as a REST controller and at the rate required arguments constructor. In this controller, we need the authentication manager. So let's go and create the object for that. We need our user details service as well. And we need our user repository and JWT util as well. So let's import these classes. For the login API call, let's create a method that should be public, void, and let's name this method as create authentication token. After this, let's use @post mapping, and the URL for this method should be authenticate. After this, let's mention the request body, and we'll use authentication request. And for the response, we will return HTTP servlet response. In this method, let's write a try catch block. And in the try block, we will call authentication manager dot authenticate. And in this authenticate method, we will pass new user password authentication token. And in this token, let's set the username and password. So we'll use authentication request dot get username and authentication request dot get password. After this, let's write a catch block, and this catch block will catch the bad credentials exception, which is the wrong email or wrong password. And in this catch block, we will throw new bad credentials exception. And for the message, let's write incorrect username or password. After this check, we know that our user's username and password is correct. And now we can get the user details. So we'll create a variable here for user detail, and we will call our user details service dot load by username method, and we will pass here our username. After this, let's create an optional user, and let's call the user repository dot find first by email, and let's get the email from user details. So we'll use user details dot get username. Let's import this user here. Now, as we have our user details, so we can call our JWT util to generate the token. So we'll create a variable here, final string. Let's name is as JWT, and let's call our JWT util dot generate token, and let's get the email from user details. After this, let's check our optional user if it is present, and if the user is present there, then we can add the details in our response. So we will use response dot get writer dot write method, and in this write method, let's create a new JSON object. And after this, let's call the put method, and in this put method, let's give the key as user ID, and let's get this user ID from optional user dot get ID. After the user ID, we need to set the role. So we'll use again put, and we'll write the key as role, and we can get this role from optional user dot get role. And then at the end, let's convert this to string by using toString. Now to import this JSON object, let's go to our POM file and add one dependency. And the artifact ID for this is Android JSON. Let's refresh our Maven. Let's go back to our auth controller and let's import this class. And this getWriter method can throw IO exception. Let's write the method signature. And let's write the method signature for JSON exception as well. And at the end of the response, let's add the header, and let's pass our header string and our token prefix and the JWT token. Our token prefix is bearer, so let's mention this here. And our auth header string is authorization. To create the Signup API, we need to create the auth service first. So we'll right click here and we will click on new package, and inside services, we need to create an auth package. In this auth package, let's create our auth service, and this should be an interface, and let's create the implementation for this service. And we'll name this as auth service impl, and this should be a class. Let's annotate this class as service, and let's write implements auth service. In this service, we need the object for user repository and bcrypt password encoder to encode the password. Let's import this class. Now let's write a method here, public, and this will return user DTO. And the method name we can write create user. And in the param, this should accept sign up request. Before writing the code for this method, let's create this sign up request here. So we'll choose the Java class and we'll name this as sign up request. Let's annotate this class with the data annotation. In this class, we need three properties. First one is email. Second one is password. And the last one is name. Now let's create the user DTO as well. We will annotate this with the data annotation. And here we need private long ID, then private string email. After email, we need name, user role. That's it for this user DTO. Now let's go back to our auth service implementation and import these classes. Let's start the implementation of this method, and we will create a new user. Let's import this user class. After this, let's start putting the details in the user class. First of all, we will set the email, and we can get this from signup request dot get email. Let's duplicate this and update this to set name. After the name, we need to set the password. And to set the password, we will encode the password first. So we need to use the bcrypt password encoder, and we will use .encode method. And here we need to give our raw password. After the password, we need to set the role. And by this API, we will only create the customers. So let's assign a customer role. And after this, let's call the user repositories.save method to save our user in the DB. After this, let's create a new user DTO. And in this user DTO, we will set the ID for the created user. And we will return this user DTO. That's it for this method. Now let's copy this and mention in auth service. Now let's go to our auth controller and write the endpoint for this API. So we'll write public, and this will return a response entity. And the method name can be sign up user. Let's mention the request body as sign up request. And for the endpoint, let's use @post mapping. And the URL should be sign -up. After this, let's create the object for our auth service. So for that, we can write private final auth service. Now let's write here an if condition. And in this if condition, we will call a method has user with email of the auth service, and we will pass the email from the sign up request. And if that is true, then we will return an error. And to do that, we can write here new response entity. And in this response entity, let's pass a message that user already exists. And for the status, we can return https dot not acceptable. After this, let's create a user DTO here, and let's call auth service dot create user method, and let's pass the signup request. And at the end, let's return new response entity, and in the body we can pass the user DTO, and for the status we can use https dot OK or created. Now let's go to our auth service and create this has user with email method. This method will be public, and this will return a boolean, means true or false, and the name of the method is has user with email. And in the params we should mention the string email, and let's return here user repository dot find first by email. Let's pass here email, and then we'll use the is present method. This method will check if we already have a user with the same email, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Now let's copy this and mention in auth service. And as you know, if this method returns true, we are returning an error that user already exists, and the users needs to choose another email in this case to create the account. Our signup API is completed. Now let's create some configurations. So to do that, we can create a new package, and the package name we can write as config. And in this package, we need a class with the name of web security configuration. Let's add some annotations for this class. First of all, we need @configuration, then @enable web security, and we need required args constructor as well. In this class, we need our JWT request filter, so we can create the object for that. And let's import this class. In this class, let's create a bean that will be public, and this will return a security filter chain, and the name can be security filter chain. In the params, we can mention HTTP security, and in the body of this method, let's return HTTP. Let's write here .csrf, and let's call the disable method to disable the CSRF. After this, we need to mention the authorize request .request matches, and here we need to mention the endpoints which we don't want to protect, and in our case we don't want to protect authenticate, sign up, and order API. To do that, we need to write here dot permit all, and then let's write the endpoints which we need to authorize. So we will write here dot request matches, and for the endpoint let's pass here slash API slash static static. So if any API contains slash API in the endpoint, it will authenticate that API. After this, let's set the session policy. To do that, we can use session management dot session creation policy, and here we need to give session creation policy dot stateless. After this, let's add filter before, and here we will call our JWT request filter, and we will give user name password authentication filter. And at the end, let's build this one. Let's add the method signature for this, and we are done with this security filter chain. And after this security filter chain, we need the bean for our password encoder, and we need a bean for our authentication manager. For the password encoder, we will just return a new bcrypt password encoder, and for the authentication manager, we will get the authentication manager from config and return. After this web security configuration, we need a class for the cores so we can call our APIs from our Angular application. So let's right click here and create a new class with the name of simple cores filter. Let's annotate this class as component and let's assign it highest order. We need to implement this class with filter. Now let's paste the code for this class and let's write this app.client URL in our properties file. This simple course filter class you can copy as it is, and in this class we are just allow all the API calls from our front-end application. Now let's try to run our application by clicking on this run button. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. Now let's go to our auth service implementation and let's create a method to create the admin account. So this method will be public void and let's name this as create admin account. And in this method, first of all, we need to create a new user and let's name this as admin account. And let's call our user repository dot find by role method. And let's pass here user role dot admin. After this, let's check this admin account. If this is equal to null, then only we will create a new admin account. Otherwise, we will skip this process because we already have an admin account in our DB. Let's create a new user here. Let's set the email for the admin. You can give any name here. I am writing here admin@test.com. After this, let's set the name. So we will use dot set name. And for name, I am keeping this as admin. After the name, let's set the role and we will set user role.admin. After user role, let's set the password. And to set the password, we need to call the bcrypt password encoder dot encode. And here we need to pass our raw password and I am passing this as admin. At the end, let's call our user repository and save this user. Now let's go to our user repository and create this find by role method. This method will return a user and in the params we should get the user role. After this, let's go to our auth service implementation and let's annotate this method as @post construct so it can get automatically called after the constructor. Now let's run our application again. And as you can see in the logs, one user got created automatically. As you know, we already created a mat toolbar component where we have the links for register and login page. Let's go to the CSS file and add some styling to the navbar. You can pause this video and copy this styling. I just pasted this styling to save some time so we can focus on the implementation of pages and APIs. Now let's save this file and you can see the result of the latest styling. Now let's go and write the HTML code for our signup component. In this signup component, let's create a div here with the class of container. In this div, we need a mat card. And in this mat card, let's give it a title of sign up. And after the title, let's write the tag for mat card content. And in this mat card content, we can start our reactive form. So let's create a form tag and let's name this form as sign up form. And let's close this tag as well. In this form, let's start writing the code for our inputs. So first of all, to create an input, we need the tag for mat form field and I am choosing appearance as outline. In this form field, let's create a mat label and write the label as name because we want to get input for username. After this label, let's write the tag for the input
and I am writing form control name as name and the placeholder should be name. After this input tag, we need to show the error if our form field is empty. To do that, we can write the mat error and we can write ng if condition here, and we will check if the name form control is invalid and it should be touched as well. And in this case, we will show an error and we'll say please enter a valid name. Now let's copy this mat form field and let's paste here one time and let's change the name to email. We need to update the form control name to email, and we need to update the placeholder as well. And let's update the form control name here in the mat error tag. Let's update the error message as well. After the email, we need to input the user's password. So let's copy and paste it again, and let's update this label to password. And let's update the form control name to password as well, and the placeholder should be password. After this, let's update the mat error tag. After this, we need to give the option to the user so he can hide his password or he can view his password by clicking one button. To do that, we can write here a type is equals to hide password, and if that is true, then the type should be password, otherwise it should be text. Now let's write the code for the button that user can click to hide the password or view the password. For that, you can use the mat icon button, and we will call a method toggle password visibility. We will write the implementation of this method shortly. Now, after the password, we need to duplicate this input and we need to update this password field to confirm password. Let's update the form control name to confirm password, and let's update the error message as well. After the confirm password, let's write the code for the button, and on the click of button we will call a method in our TS file in which we will call our backend API to create a new user, and we will disable this button if our sign up form is invalid. Our HTML code is completed. Now let's go to the TS file, and here let's create the object for our sign up form. After this, we need a variable to store the value for hide password, and by default we will set the value as true. Let's import this form group. After this, let's create a constructor here for this component, and in this constructor let's inject the form builder. After this form builder, we need objects for mat snack bar to show the messages to the user, and we need the object for auth service and router. We will create this auth service in some time. After the constructor, let's create the ng-on-init method, and in this ng-on-init method, let's mention controls for our signup form. So we will use this dot signup form is equals to this dot form builder dot group, and then here we can mention our form controls. So first control is name, and the by default value for this control should be null, and after the by default value we need to give the validators, and for the name we only need validators dot required. Now let's duplicate this line and update the name to email, and for email we need another validator, so we can write here validators dot email. After the email, let's create the form control for password. After this password form control, let's mention the confirm password. Our ng-on-init method is completed. Now let's write the implementation for this toggle password visibility. In this method, we will update the value of hide password property, and we will just toggle the existing value. For that, we can write not and then this dot password. After this, let's write the implementation for on submit. In this on submit method, let's create a variable with the name of password, and let's set this password value by getting the value from our password control. Let's duplicate this, update the name to confirm password, and update the control to confirm password. After this, let's write if condition here and check if our password is not equal to confirm password. And if it is true, then we will show the snack bar and we will show the message as password do not match, and the duration for the snack bar should be 5000 milliseconds,
and then we will write the return statement here. After this, let's call our auth service dot register method, and in the params, let's pass the value for our signup form. So we can write signup form dot value and then subscribe the response. And in the case of success, let's name the variable as response, and let's write arrow function for the implementation. And in the case of error, let's name the response as error, and in this arrow function we will write the implementation for the error. If our response is successful, then we will open a snack bar and we will show a message that sign up is successful, and we will navigate the users to our login page. And in case of any error, we will open a snack bar and we will show sign up failed and please try again. After this, let's right click on the app folder and let's create a new folder, and let's name this folder as services. And in this services folder, let's create another folder with the name of auth, and let's open this auth folder in a new terminal, and let's write the command to create a new service. So we can write ng g for generate, s for service, and let's name this service as auth. Now let's open this auth service and let's create a variable of basic URL, and that should be localhost 8080, which is the address of our backend application. And in this auth service, let's create a method register, and this method will accept the sign up request, and the type we can give as any. And this method will return an observable with the type of any. Let's import this observable from rxjx. After this, let's inject the HTTP client in our constructor, and let's import this from angular/commons/http. And in the body of this register method, let's write return, and let's use this .http post method to make a post call. And in the params, we should give the basic URL and the URL for this particular API, which is sign dash up. And after the URL, let's pass the sign up request in the body. Our register API in auth service is completed. Let's save this and let's go to the signup.component.ts and let's import this auth service here. And as you can see, all the errors are gone now. Let's save the TS file and let's save the HTML file as well. After this, let's open our app.module.ts and let's import the forms module and reactive forms module. After the forms module and reactive forms module, we need another module, and that is HTTP client module, which helps us to call the backend APIs. Let's import this. After this, let's paste the CSS code, and you can copy this code. This is just a basic CSS, and I pasted this to save some time. After this, let's open our tsconfig.json and let's update this string to false and let's save the file. Now let's create a new terminal and write the command to run our application. And as you can see, our application is up on 4200 without any errors. Let's go to the browser now. Now in the browser, let's click on this register button and you can see the sign up form here. Let's write the data for a test user. After entering the data, let's click on this sign up button. This should give an error of password and confirm password is not equal. And as you can see, it is giving an error that password is not matching. So let's write a matching confirm password and let's click on this sign up button. And as you can see, we got a message that sign up successful. Now let's go to the MySQL workbench and let's check our users table. And as you can see here, we got a new user with the name of test. To create the storage service, we can right click on our services folder, and here we need to click on new folder, and let's name this folder as storage, and let's open this folder in new integrated terminal. Here we can write command to create the service, which is ng g for generate, s for service, and let's name this service as user storage. After this, let's open the user storage service class,
and let's create a variable with the name of token, and let's give a value of ecom slash token. Now let's duplicate this variable and rename this to user and update the value from ecom token to ecom user. After this, let's create a public method and let's name this method as save token, and in the params this should accept a token of type string, and the return type of this method should be void. And in this method, first of all, we will remove the existing token if we have in the local storage. To do that, we can call here window.localstorage.remove item, and here we need to give the name of the item which we want to remove. In this case, we want to remove the token, so we will give the name as token. After this, we need to store a new token, so we can call window.localstorage.setItem, and here we need to pass the name which is token and then the value which we are getting from our params. Our save token method is completed. Now let's copy this and paste this method one time and rename the method name to save user, and this time we will get user in the params. And after this, let's remove the existing user if we have, and then to set the user we need to stringify the user object, so we can use json dot stringify, and here we can pass our user, and our user storage service is completed for now. In the future we will add more methods to get the token or to get the user details. Let's save the file. Now let's go to our login component, and in the HTML file we need to create a div with the class of container, and then we can start a mat tag. Let's close these tags as well, and in this mat card let's give a mat card title as login, and then we can start our mat card content. And in this mat card content we can start the form tag, and let's name this form as login form. In this form tag, we need to add controls for our form, and the first control is email. Here I got one mat form field and the appearance is outline. Then I mentioned the mat label as email, and then I got an input with the form control name is equals to email and placeholder is equals to email. After this, we need to give the tag for our mat error, and in this tag we are just checking if our form control is invalid, then we are showing an error message by mentioning please enter a valid email address. After email form control, we need to get the password, and to get the password we can create a new form field, and I changed the form control name to password and placeholder to password as well. After this, let's add a button to switch the visibility of our input to text or to password. Now we need to add the mat error tag for the password as well. After this, let's create a button with the text of login, and on the click I am calling a method in our TS file, and the method name is on submit, and this button will be disabled if our login form is invalid. After this, at the end we can add a button to navigate to sign up page, so if user don't have an account he can click on this button and we will redirect him to sign up page to create a new account. Our login HTML is done. Now let's go to login.component.ts and create here two variables for login form and hide password. I am setting the hide password value is equals to true, so by default our password should be in the dots. After this, let's add the constructor for this component, and in this constructor I am creating the object for form building, auth service, mat snackbar and router. Let's import these by clicking on add all missing imports. After the constructor, let's create ng on init method, and in this method let's call this dot login form is equals to this dot form builder dot group, and here we can mention our form controls. First form control is email, and by default value for this control is null, and for the validators we can mention here validator dot required. Let's duplicate this form control and update the name to password. After ng on init, let's write the implementation for the method toggle password visibility, and in this method we are just toggling the value of hide password. So if it is true, we are updating it to false, and if it is false, then we are updating it to true. After this method, let's start writing the onSubmit method, and in this method, let's create a constant with the name of username. And now let's get the value from our form. So we can use login form dot get, and in this get we need to mention the control name. I am mentioning here email because we want to get the value from email, and then let's call the value to get the value. Now let's duplicate this and update the constant name to password and update the control name to password as well. After this, let's call our auth service dot login method, and let's pass username and password in the params, and then let's subscribe the response. And in case of success, let's name it as res, and in case of error, let's name it as error. And in this error section, let's open a snack bar with the message of bad credentials. And in the case of success, let's open a snack bar with the message of login success. We will update this success section, and we will redirect the user to the user's dashboard by checking the role of the user in the next video. Now let's go to the auth service and let's write the implementation for this login method. In the auth service, we need to create a method with the name of login that should accept username and password in the params. In this method, first of all, we need to create the headers. For that, we can write new http headers dot set, and then in the content type, we need to set application/json. Let's import this http headers, and after headers, let's create a constant with the name of body, and let's set the username and password in this body. After this, let's use the HTTP client to make a post call. So we can write this.http.post, and here we need to give the basic URL plus the endpoint for this API is equals to authenticate. After this, we need to pass the body, and then we need to pass the headers. After this API call, let's use the pipe method to perform some operations. After this, let's use the map, and let's get the response in the res, and here let's write an arrow function and import this map from rxjx. Now let's create a constant with the name of token, and we need to get response dot headers, and from headers we need to get the authorization, and then we need to call the substring method, and let's give the value as 7 so we can get only token without the starting string, which is bearer. After the token, let's create another constant with the name of user, and let's get the body from the response by writing res.body. After this, let's write a condition here, and in this condition, let's check if we got the token and user, and if we don't have token or user, then we need to return false. After this, let's inject our user storage service, and here in this if condition, we need to call our user storage service dot save token, and let's pass the token, and let's duplicate this, and instead of token, let's give user this time, and let's change the method from save token to save user. After saving token and user in the storage, let's return true from here. Now let's save this auth service.ts. Let's save the login.component.ts, and let's save the HTML file. As you can see, our application is working fine without any errors. Now let's write the code for the CSS. You can copy the CSS code from here. Let's save this file. Now, before going to the browser, as you can see, we are trying to get the authorization from our headers. But to do that, we need to expose the headers first from our backend. So let's go in the backend and add the lines of code to expose the authorization headers. In the authenticate API call, we need to add these two lines to expose the headers. Now let's rerun our application. Our backend application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to the browser, and I opened the application tab here so we can view if we got our token and user stored in the storage. Let's enter the details for our admin account, which is admin@test.com. and let's add the password as admin and let's click on login. As you can see, we got our message as login success. And here you can see we only got one record for ecom token, and the value for this is basically user, which is wrong. Now let's go to our front-end application and fix this issue. As you can see, I am in our user storage service, and here we need to replace this with the user. Now let's save the file and test this again. Now, as you can see, we got our token and user separately.
So after this save user method, we need to write another static get token method that will return a string. And in this method, we will return local storage dot get item. And here we will pass the token. So this method will get the token from our local storage and return as string. After this, let's create a method to get the user. And in this method, we will return local storage dot get item, and here we will pass our user. Before returning this user, we need to pass this one, and we can use json.parse. After this get user method, we need to write the method to get the user ID. And in this method, first of all, we will create a constant user, and we will set the value in this user by calling the method this dot get user. After this, we need to check this user. If it is equal to null, then we will return an empty string. If our user is not null, then we will return user dot user ID. After this, we need to write the method to get the user role. So we can copy the existing get user ID method. And first of all, we need to update the name of the method. So we can write here get user role instead of get user ID. And in the return statement, instead of user ID, we can return just user.role. After this, we need to write a method to check if our logged in user is admin or not. And this method will return a boolean. And in this method, first of all, we need to check if we have a token or not. For that, we can use get token method. And here we need to check if it is equals to null. Then we will return false. And if our token is not null, then we can create a constant variable here with the name of role, and the type of this variable should be string, and this should be equal to this dot get user role. We got our role here, and at the end we will return by checking if the role is equals to admin. This will check the role, and if the role is equals to admin, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. After this, we need to check that if the logged in user is customer, and for that we can copy this method and we can update the method name to is customer logged in. And in the return statement, instead of checking the role is equals to admin, we need to check the role if it is equal to customer. And after this, we need to write the last method for this user storage service, which is sign out method. And in this method, we will call our local storage, and we will remove item, and we can give key as token. After this, we need to duplicate this method, and this time we need to remove the token as well. So we can pass the key as user. That's it for this user storage service. Now let's save this file and let's write the toolbar code in our app.component.html. Before writing the HTML code, let's create two Boolean variables here to check if the logged in user is customer or admin. So first of all, we can create the variable as is customer logged in, and the type of this variable should be Boolean. And we can set the value in this variable by calling user storage service dot is customer logged in. Now let's duplicate this line, and instead of is customer logged in, we can name the variable as is admin logged in, and let's update the method to is admin logged in as well. After this, let's create the constructor, and in this constructor we need to inject our router. Now let's create the ng-on-init method, and in this method we need to subscribe the router events, so we can check whenever the route gets changed, we need to update these variables. And here we can just update the value of is customer logged in by calling again user storage service dot is customer logged in. Let's duplicate this and update the is admin logged in variable as well. And at the end, we need to write the method to sign out the user. And in this method, we can call the user storage service dot sign out. And at the end, we need to redirect the user to the login page by using the method navigate by URL. That's it for this app.component.ts. Let's save this file. And here in this app.component.html, let's wrap this my toolbar inside a div. And in this div, we need to write the ng if condition. And in this if condition, we will check our variables inside app.component.ts, and we will check if the customer is not logged in and the admin is not logged in, then only we will show this navigation bar. After this, let's duplicate this div, and here we will check if the admin user is logged in, then we will show this div. Let's duplicate this toolbar again, and this time we need to check if the customer is logged in, then we will show this div. Now let's update the buttons for is admin logged in, and we can replace these buttons with the dashboard component, and we can give the URL as /admin/dashboard for the router link of the admin dashboard. After the dashboard, we need to give the buttons for our analytics and category page. And for analytics, we are giving the router link as admin/analytics, and for category, we are giving admin/category. We don't have these components right now, but we will create them down the line. After this, we need to give the buttons for products page, for orders page, for coupons page, and at the end, we need to give the button for logout. And on the click of this button, I am calling a logout method inside our app.component.ts. After this, let's update this is customer logged in div. And instead of these buttons, we will give the buttons for dashboard, cart, orders, wishlist, profile, and logout. Now let's save this app.component.html. After this, let's go to login.component.ts. And here in the case of success, we will redirect the user according to its role. So we can replace this snack bar by an if condition. And in this if condition, first of all, we will call our user storage service, and we will call the method is admin logged in. And if this method returns true, then we will redirect the user to admin dashboard by using navigate by URL method. And in the URL, we will pass admin/dashboard. After this, we will write else statement here. And in this statement, we will again call user storage service dot is customer logged in. And if this method returns true, we will redirect the user to customer/dashboard. Now let's save this file and let's create the dashboards for admin and customer. To create the dashboard component for the admin, we can go to the admin module, and here we need to create a new folder, and the folder name should be components. And let's open this component folder in a new integrated terminal. And in this integrated terminal, we can write the command to create the component, which is ng, g for generate, c for component, and the component name should be dashboard. After the admin dashboard component, let's repeat the same thing for the customer. So inside customer module, we will create a new folder, and we will name this folder as components. And now we will open this component in new integrated terminal, and we will write the command to create the new dashboard component, which is ng, g for generate, c for component, and the component name is dashboard. And after this, let's go to admin routing.module.ts, and let's mention the path for our dashboard component of admin. So we can duplicate this line, and in the path we need to pass the dashboard, and for the component we can write here dashboard, and here we need to choose the dashboard which is in admin module, which is the first one in this case. Let's save this file. Now let's go to the customer routing module.ts and repeat the same thing. And here we need to choose the dashboard component which is inside the components but not inside the admin/components. Let's save this file as well. And as you can see, our application compiled successfully without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and validate the functionality. On the login page, let's write the email for our admin and password, and let's click on this login button. As you can see, upon login, the navbar got updated, and now we can see the pages for admin, and we got redirected to admin/dashboard. Now let's click on logout button, and as you can see, we got redirected to the login page. Now let's write the email for our customer, which is test@gmail.com. Let's write the password as well and click on login button. And as you can see, we got redirected to customer/dashboard, and we can see a new navbar which is for customer. So to create the category entity, we need to right click on this entity package, and here we need to choose new Java class, and we need to name this category. After this, we need to annotate this class as entity. And after this, let's give the table name as a category, and let's write the data annotations to get the getters and setters from Lombok. In this class, first of all, we need an ID, so we can write private long ID, and we need to annotate this as @ID. And after that, we need to give annotation for the generated value, and for strategy we can choose generation type dot identity. After ID, we need a private string name, and after name we need a private string description. We need to annotate this description as @lob because we want to store the large data. That's it for our category entity. Now let's copy the name and let's create the repository for this category entity. So we can right click on our repositories package, and here we need to choose the Java class, and we need to name this as category repository. And here we need to select the interface. Here we need to annotate this class as @repository, and after that we need to extend this class from JPA repository. And here we need to mention our entity, which is a category, and then we need to mention the data type for our primary key, which is long. Let's import this class here. After the repository class, let's create the service for our category, and to do that we can right click on this services package, and here we need to create another package which is admin. And in this admin package, now we can create another package for category. And in this category package, now we can create a Java class as interface, and let's name this as category service. After this, right click on the category package and click on new Java class, and this time we need to name this as category service implementation. Let's add the annotation as service, and here we need to mention implements category service. Let's add another annotation which is required orgs constructor, and let's create the object for our category repository here. After this, we need to create the DTO for our category, so we can right click on our DTO package, and here we can create a new class with the name of category DTO. In this DTO, first of all, let's mention private long ID, and now let's duplicate this and rename this to name, and the data type for this should be string. The last property which we need is description, and at the end let's annotate this class with the data annotation so we can get getters and setters. After this, let's go to the category service implementation class, and let's write the method to create a category. The method will be public, and this will return a category, and let's name this as create category. In the params, we should accept the category DTO, and here we need to create a new category. Now let's set the properties for the category. So first of all, we need to set the name, so we can use dot set name, and we need to get this name from category DTO, so we can write category DTO dot get name. Let's duplicate this line, and we need to update the name to description, and we need to update the DTO method from get name to get description. After this, we can write return here, and we need to call the category repository dot save method, and let's pass the category here. And that's it for our category service implementation. Now let's copy this and mention this in category service.
After this, we need to write the controller for our category. So let's right click on the controller package and create another package. And let's name this package as admin. And in this package, we will basically create all the controllers related to admin. After this, let's right click on the admin package and let's click on Java class and let's name this as admin category controller. Let's annotate this admin category controller with the annotation REST controller because we want to create the REST APIs. After this, we need another annotation which is @request mapping, and for the path we can write /API/admin. The last annotation we need is @required args constructor. After this, let's create the object for our category service and let's import the class. And here we can write our API which will start from public and this will return a response entity of type category. Let's name this method as create category and let's use here request body as category DTO. After this, let's annotate this method as post mapping, and for the URL let's write here category. In this method, let's create a category variable and let's call our category service dot create category method and let's pass our category DTO. After this, let's return response entity dot status should be http status dot created, and in the body we need to send the category. That's it for the post category API. Now let's create the entity for our product. And to create the product entity, we can right click on the entity package and here we need to choose the Java class and let's name this as product. And we need to annotate this class as entity and let's write the data annotation to get the getters and setters. And after this, let's add the table annotation and the name should be product. In this product class, we need private long ID and let's annotate this as @ID and let's annotate with generated value as well, and the strategy should be generation type dot identity. After ID we need to store the name of the product and for that we can write here private string name, and after name we need to store the product price, so for that we can write private long price. After this we need to store the description of the product, so we can write here private string description and let's annotate this as @lob. After this we need to store the picture of our product and for that we can write here private and we need to write the data type as byte array and let's name this as image, and for the image we need the annotation @lob. And after this we need to write the column annotation and for the column definition we need to write long below because we need to store the large images. After this we need to create the relation of this product with the category and for that we can write here private category, and here we need a relation many to one because we want many products in one category. And for the fetch type, let's give this fetch type dot lazy and let's set this optional as false. After this we need to write the annotation for join column and let's name this as category underscore id, and for nullable let's give this as false. After this we need to give the annotation for on delete, and for the action we can choose here on delete action dot cascade, and at the end let's annotate this as JSON ignore. And that's it for our product entity. Now let's run our application and see if we got the tables for category and product. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors, and we can see in the logs that it created two tables, category and product, and our application is working fine. First of all, in the admin component, we need to create a folder which will hold the services for our admin module. So we can right click here and here we need to choose new folder and let's name this folder as service After this, let's right click on this service folder and open it in integrated terminal. And here we need to write the command to create the service, which is ng g for generate, s for service, and let's name this as admin. Our admin service is ready. Now let's open this service and write the URL for our backend application, which is http localhost 8080. After this, let's inject the HTTP client, and here we need to import this from angular/common/http. Let's save this file, and after this let's go to admin.module.ts and let's import the HTTP client module, reactive forms module, and the module for our UI library. Let's save this file and let's get back to admin.service.ts, and here we need to write a method, and let's name this method as addCategory, and in the params this should accept category DTO, and this will return an observable of type any. And after this let's write a return statement here, and here we will call our http dot post method, and first of all we need to pass our basic URL, and then we need to concatenate with the endpoint, which is API/admin/category, and then we need to pass our category DTO, and after this we need to pass the headers, and to build the headers we can call a method create authorization header. After this let's create this create authorization header here, so we need to write private create authorization header, and for the return type it will return HTTP headers, and here we need to write the return statement, and after that we can write new HTTP headers, and let's call the set method, and in this set method we need to pass the authorization, and then we need to pass the bearer following with our token, which we can get from our user storage service dot get token. That's it for this create authorization header. Now let's write this keyword here, and our add category API is completed. Let's save this file, and after this we need to create a component inside our components folder, so we can right click on the components folder and we can open this in integrated terminal, and here we need to write the command, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and component name should be post category. Our component got created. Now let's go to admin routing file, and here we need to mention our category route, so we can duplicate this line, and the path for this component should be category, and let's update the component to post category. That's it for the admin routing. Let's save this file and let's open our post category component. In this component let's create a div with the class of container, and after this let's add one heading with the text of add category, and after the heading let's open the form tag, and for the form group I am naming this as category form, and for ng submit I am calling the add category method, which we will write soon. In this form we need the form controls, so we can write the mat form field. I am setting the appearance as outline, and after this we need to give a label to this control, which can be done by giving mat label, and I am giving name as text because we want to get the category name from this control. After the label let's write the input tag, and let's give form control name as name and placeholder as name, and at the end we need to write the mat error tag to show the validation errors. Now let's copy this control and let's paste this down here, and let's update the label to description, and let's update the placeholder from name to description. After this we need to update the form control name, and after these two controls let's write the tag for the button, and that's it for our HTML file. Let's save this file, and now we can go to our CSS file and let's post the CSS. As usual, you can stop the video and you can copy the CSS, or you can style this component as you required. After this, let's go to the post category component, and here we need to write the form group and the constructor where I injected the form builder, the router, the mat snack bar, and admin server. Let's click on this quick fix and add all missing imports. After the constructor, let's write the ng-on-init method. And in this method, we can mention the controls for our category form. And we can do this by writing this.fp, which is form group. And then we need to call the group method. And in this method, we can mention our controls. Our first control is name. Let's set the default value as null. And let's set the validators dot required. Now let's duplicate this line and update the control name to description. After this ng-on-init method, let's write the add category method. And here in this method, first of all, we need to write one if condition. And in this if condition, we will check our category form. If it is valid, then only we will perform other operations. And in the else case, we need to mark all the controls as touched so we can show the error messages to the user. In the if block, let's call our admin service dot add category. And here we need to pass the value of our form. So we can write this dot category form dot value. And after this, we need to subscribe this, and let's save the response in rest variable. And after this, let's write the arrow function. And in this function, first of all, we need to check the ID from our response. And if it is not null, then we can show the success message. And for that, we can use our snack bar, and we will open it for 5000 milliseconds, and we will show the message as category posted successfully. After this, we will use our router, and we will call the navigate by URL method, and we will redirect our users to admin dashboard. In else case, we will show an error message by opening the snack bar, and we will use the response.message to show the error. That's it for this post category component. Let's save this file and let's run our application. As you can see, our application is up on port 4200. Now let's go to the browser and let's log in as our admin user. After login, let's click on this category button and you can see the form here. Let's write the category name, which can be fitness. And let's copy the name in the description and let's click on add category. As you can see, we got the message that category posted successfully. Now let's check our database if we got the category in our DB. And as you can see, we got one category with the ID 1 and the name as fitness. Now let's go to our backend application and create the API to get all the categories. Here in the category service implementation, we need to write one public method, and that will return a list of category. And let's name this method as get all categories. Let's import this list. And in this method, we need to write the return statement. And after this, we need to call the category repository dot find all method. Now let's copy this and mention in the category service. Now let's go to our admin category controller and let's write one get API here. And this will be a public method, and this will return one response entity of type list of category. And let's name this method as get all categories. And here we can return response entity dot OK. And here we can call our category service dot get all categories. Let's import this list here. And our get all category API is completed.
Before start, we need to create the product DTO so we can get the product DTO as request body in our post product API. And to create that, we can right click on this DTO package, and here we need to choose new Java class, and we can name this class as product DTO. Now we can open our product entity, and from here we can copy these fields and we can paste here in our product DTO. After that, we need to remove these annotations, And after this, we need to mention another property which is private and the data type is long and the property name is category ID. We need this category ID to link our product with the category. After this, we need another property. The data type for this property is multipart and let's name it as image. And let's name this image as byte image. We want to get the image in multipart from our frontend application and then we will return the image in the byte array. At the end, we need to annotate this DTO with @data annotation. And that's it for this product DTO. Now let's create the product service and product service implementation. And for that, we can right click on our admin package and here we need to create another package and the package should be inside the admin package. Let's name this package as admin product. And now in this package, we can create our admin product service and this should be an interface. After this, let's create the service implementation as well. And here let's mention implements admin product service and we need to annotate this class as @service. After this, we need to create the repository for our product. So we can right click on our repository package and here we need to choose Java class and let's name this class as product repository and this should be an interface. We need to annotate this class as @repository. And after this, we need to extend this class from JPA repository. And here we need to mention the entity, which is product. And after entity, we need to mention the data type for our ID, which is long. After the product repository, let's go in the controller package and let's create the admin product controller. We need to annotate this controller with the annotation, which is @rest controller. And the next annotation we want is @request mapping. And for the path, I am giving /API/admin. The last API which we need is @required orgs constructor. After this, let's create the object for our admin product service. And let's import the class. After this, let's go to our admin product service implementation. And here we need the objects for our product repository and for our category repository. After this, let's add the annotation for @required orgs constructor. And here we can start writing our add product method and this will return product DTO. And let's name this method as add product. And in the params, this should accept product DTO. And here we need to create a new product. And after this, let's set the data in this product and we will start with the name and we can get this name from our product DTO dot get name. Then let's duplicate this method and replace the name with description. After description, we need to set the data for the price. So we can use the set price method and here we need to use the get price and let's replace this product with the product DTO. After the price, we need to set the image and we can get this image from getImage.getBytes. And to use this getBytes method, we need to add exception to the method signature. After this, let's create a variable for the category, which we can get from our category repository dot find by ID. And here we need to pass the ID for the category, which we can get from our product DTO by using .get category ID method. Let's import this category here. And after this, let's use here or else throw. We have our category now. Now we can set this category in our product by calling the set category method. And here we will pass our category. At the end, we need to write the return statement. And here we can call our product repository dot save method to save the data in the database. And we can pass our product entity. After this, we need to convert our product into product DTO. And for that, we can call a method get DTO, which we need to create in the product. So let's go in the product and in the bottom, we can start writing this method and this method should be public, and this method will return the product DTO. And let's name this method as get DTO. And in this method we need to create a new product DTO, and here we can set the data in the product DTO. So first of all we will set the ID. After ID we need to set the name. After the product name, let's set the product price. After the product price, we need to set the description. After description, we need to set the product image. After image, we need to set the ID for the category. And at the end, we can return our product DTO. Now let's go back in the admin product service implementation, and let's copy and mention this in the admin product service. After this, let's go to our admin product controller, and here we can start writing the code for our endpoint, which will be a public one, and this will return one response entity of product DTO. And let's name this method as add product, and let's import this response entity here. And here we need to mention @model attribute, and then we will write here product DTO, because we want to accept the multi-part file which is image in this product DTO. So we need to use the model attribute annotation instead of request body. And here we need a product DTO, and we need to call our admin product service dot add product, and here we can pass our product DTO. And we need to update this method so we can throw our IO exception. And at the end we will return a response entity, and here we will use dot status method, and we will pass http status dot created. And then we need to use the body method, and here we can pass our product DTO. That's it for our add product API. Now we need to go to admin product service implementation, and we need to start writing the method for get all products. And this method will be public as well, and this will return a list of product DTO. And let's name this method as get all products, and let's import this list here. So here we need to create a list of product which we can get from our product repository dot find all method. After this we need to write the return statement, and we can write here products dot stream method, so we can map this list of product into list of product DTO. And after stream we can use dot map method, and here we need to use get DTO for the conversion, and then we can collect this and we can convert this to list. Now we can copy this and mention in our admin product service. And after this we can go to our admin product controller, and here we can start writing the endpoint which will be public, and this will return a response entity of type list of product DTO. And let's name this method as get all products, and let's import this list class. And in this method we need to create a list of product DTOs, and let's call this as product DTOs. And we can call our admin product service dot get all products method. After this we will return a response entity dot OK, and in the body we can pass our product DTOs. And at the end let's annotate this method with the get mapping, and the URL will be /products. And we need to annotate our add product method as well with the annotation of post mapping, and the URL for that will be /product. Now let's run our application. And as you can see here, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. As you can see, I am in the admin service, and first of all we need to create the API to get all the categories, so we can show them in the drop down and user can select any category from it. So to create that API, let's just duplicate this add category API, and let's rename this from add category to get all categories.
And we need to remove this category DTO param because we don't need it in this API. And we need to change this method from post to get. And we need to remove this request body as well. And the path for this API is categories instead of category. After this, we need to call the API to post the product. So we can again copy this add category API and paste here. And we need to change the method from add category to add product. And in the params, this time we will get the product DTO instead of category DTO, and we will pass in the request body. After this, we need to change the endpoint from admin/category to admin/product. That's it for this admin service. Let's save this file. And now we need to create the post product component. So we need to right click on our components folder and we can open this in integrated terminal. And in the terminal, we need to write the command, which is ng, g for generate, c for component. And then we need to give the name for the component, which is post product. As you can see, we got our post product component. Now let's go to admin routing module and we need to create route for this component. So for the path, we can choose product. And when the path is product, we need to load post product component. And that's it for our admin routing file. Let's save this one as well. After this, let's open the HTML file of our post product component. And here we need a div with the class container. So let's create that. And in this div, let's add one h2 tag and let's write add product in this tag. After this h2 tag, let's start the tag for our form group. And I named this form group as product form. And on ng submit, I am calling one method, which is add product. In this form, first of all, we need to create the container to get our image. And for that, we can create a div with the class of file upload container. And in this div, let's add one label with the span. And in the span, we will show select a file. Let's close this tag as well. And after this, we need to write the tag for the input. And on the change event, I am calling one function on file selected. So we can update our image variable and we can show the preview of the image. And then I used one attach file tag at the end of this label. After this label, we need to show the preview of the image. And for that, we can write a div. And I added one ng if condition and I used a variable with the name of selected file, and we will show only this div when we have something in our selected file. After this, let's add one tag for the div and let's give it a class circle image. In this div, we need one image tag, and in the source, I am attaching a image preview variable. We will update this image preview variable in onFileSelected method. That's it for our file upload container. After this container, we need one form field to get the input for the category. So we can write the tag for that. And in the label, I wrote select a category. In this form field, let's add mat select, and for form control name, I gave it as category ID. And in the mat option, I wrote one for loop. And with the help of this for loop, we are showing all the categories in the option. After this mat select, let's write the mat error tag to show the validation messages. After the form field of category, let's create another form field to get the name of the product from the user. In this form field, we need to write the tag for the input. After the input tag, let's write the tag for the mat error. After the form field for the name, we need to get the price of the product from user. So we can duplicate this name form field. And here we need to update the label from name to price. And we need to change the type from text to number. And let's update the placeholder as price. And let's update the form control name as well to price. After the price form field, we need to get the description of the product from the user. So for that, we can create another form field. And in this form, we need to use text area tag. And in the form control name, I wrote the name as description. After this, let's add the mat error tag as well. And at the end, we need to add the button. And in the label, I wrote add product. Let's format this code and let's save this file. After this, let's go to the CSS file and paste the styling code. You can pause the video and you can copy the styling or you can write your own code. Let's save this file as well. Now let's go to the post product component.ts file, and here we need to create a variable for our product form of type form group, and then we need a variable to store the list of categories that we are getting from our backend. And after this we need to store the selected file, and the last variable which we need is image preview. After this variable, let's create the constructor for this class, and in this constructor we need to inject the form builder. After form builder we need router. After router we need to inject the mat snack bar and admin service. Let's quick fix this and select add all missing imports. We need to move these brackets from here to here. After our constructor, let's write the implementation for on file selected method. And in this method, we will update our this dot selected file variable, and we will get the first selected file from our event. And to do that, we can call event dot target dot files, and then we need to pass the index as 0 because we want to get only the first file. After this, we will call another function which is preview image, and let's create this function here. In this function, we will format our selected file so we can show a preview of the selected image. To do that, first of all, we need to create the file reader object, and then we need to call the onload method of this file reader, and we need to update our variable this dot image preview, and we need to call reader dot result, and at the end we need to call reader dot read as data URL, and here we need to pass our file which is stored in selected file. After this we need to create the ng on init method, and in this method we will mention the controls for our product form. So we can write this dot product form is equals to, and here we need to use the form builder dot group, and here we can mention our controls. Our first control is category ID, and I am setting the by default value as null, and I am adding one validator which is validator dot required. Let's import this. The second form control is name, and after name we want to get the price, and the last form control name is description. After this product form, in the ng on init method we need to call another method which is get all categories, which will call our backend API to get all the categories, and we will show them in the drop down. Let's create this method here. In this method, let's use our admin service, and we need to call get all categories method, and then let's subscribe this, and here we need to update our this dot list of categories, and we can set the value of the response. The last method for this post product component we need is add product, and in this product we will collect the data from our form and we will call our backend API. Let's save this file, and as you can see our application compiled successfully. Before going to the browser, let's open our get all categories API, and I realized that here we added the wrong path for our get all categories API. We need to remove this categories. Now let's save this, and as you can see we are on our login page. Let's add the credentials for the admin account, which is admin@test.com, and let's give the password as admin, and let's click on login. After successful login, let's click on this product button, and you can see here our add product form. We can click on the select category drop down, and you can see we are getting all the categories from our backend. After this, let's go back to the post product component and let's write the code for the add product. In this add product method, first of all we need to write one if condition, and in this if condition we will check our product form if it is valid or not, and for that we can use product form dot valid, and here we need to write the else condition, and in the else condition we need to loop all the controls of our product form, and in this loop we will mark all the controls as dirty, and we will update the form control value and validity so we can show the error messages to the user. After this, in the body of if condition, let's create form data, and in this form data first of all we need to append the image, so we can use this dot selected file, and after the image we need to append the category ID,
And to do that, we can get the form control value by writing this dot product form dot get, and then we need to write the name for the control, which is category ID, and then we need to write dot value. After this, let's duplicate this and let's update the category ID to name. And let's duplicate this again, and this time we need to append the description. After this, let's duplicate this one last time, and we need to update the description to price. Our form data is ready. Now let's call the admin service, and this time we need to call the add product, and in the params we need to pass the form data, and then we can subscribe our API response. And in this method, first of all, we need to check our response, and if response.id is not equal to null, this means our product got created. And we can show a message by using the snack bar, and we will show the message as product posted successfully. And after this, we need to redirect our user to the dashboard, and to do that we can use router.navigate by URL, and then we need to pass the route as /admin/dashboard. After this, let's write the body for our else statement, and here we will show the snack bar, and we will get the message from our response, and we will show this as error. That's it for our post product component. Let's save this file, and let's go to the browser and test the functionality of our post product API and page. As you can see, we are on our post product page. Let's click on this button and select the image for the product. As you can see, we got our preview, and from the category drop down, let's say I want to select fitness, and in the name, let's say I want to write the fitness. I am writing just random data, and for the price we can write $100, and for the description let's write fitness. After this, let's click on our add product button, and as you can see, we got the message product posted successfully. Now let's go to our MySQL workbench and let's verify if we got the product there. To view the data in the product table, we can click on this icon, and as you can see, we got one record and the name of the product is fitness. To start, we need to go to this admin service, and here we need to copy this get all categories API, and we can paste this here, and we need to change the name of this method, and instead of categories we need to write products. And as you know, in the backend we gave the endpoint as products, so after /API/admin we need to give the endpoint as products. So in the URL we can write admin / and then product, and then our API call is completed. So we can save this file. Now let's go to the admin dashboard, and here we need to create a variable to store the products, and we can initialize this variable with an empty array. After this, we can write the method which will call our API, and let's name this method as get all products. And in this method, first of all, we need to set the products is equals to an empty array, and after this let's create the constructor for this class, and in this constructor we need to inject our admin service, so we can write private admin service, and then we need to import this here. Now we can call this service by writing this dot admin service, and then we need to call our get all products API, and after this we need to subscribe the response. And after getting the response, we need to apply for each loop to our response. And in this for loop, we need to attach a string to our byte image, which we are returning from our backend, so we can show it in the HTML file. And to do that, we need to write element dot processed image is equals to, and then here we need to paste the string which we want to concatenate with the byte image. And after this we can use the plus icon, and then we can call element dot byte image. After this we need to push this element to our main products array, so we can use this dot products dot push, and then here we need to pass the element. That's it for our API call method. Now we need to create the ng on init method, so we can call this method from ng on init, and we can get all the products when the page gets loaded. So in this ng-on-init method, we can call our getAllProducts method. Let's save the file. After this, let's go to the HTML file and design the component. And here, first of all, let's create a div which will contain the product list. And in this div, we need to write the tag for mat card, and I am giving a class of product card to this mat card. And on this card, we need to write the loop code so we can iterate through the products and show the details. And to do that, we can write static ng for, and here we can use the let keyword, and we can name a single product as product. And after this, we need to mention the list of the products, which is equal to products in our TS file. In this mat card, first of all, we need to show the image of the product, and to do that, we can write a div tag, and I am giving a product image class to this div tag. In this div tag, we need to write a tag of image, and in the source, we need to bind with product.processedImage. After this, we need to create another div to show the product details, and we can give a class to this div as product details. In product details, first of all, we need to show the image of the product, and I am using h2 tag to do that. After the product name, we need to show the description of the product, and for that I am using a p tag. After this, let's write the mat divider tag so we can get a separation, and then we need to show the other details of the product, and I am writing another div tag to show the product info like the price and the category. Now let's write the tags to show the product of the price, and after this we need to show the category of the product, which we can get by writing product.category name. After this, let's go to the CSS file and paste the code for the CSS. You can pause the video and you can copy the CSS code if you want, otherwise you can write your own CSS. Let's save this file and let's go to the browser to see the output. As you can see, we are getting the product image, product name, product description, and product price here. And as you can see, we are not getting the category name in this response. So let's go to our backend application and let's set the category name in the DTO. In the product DTO class, let's duplicate this and rename this to category name, and we need to change the data type to string. After this, we can go to our product class, and here we need to update the code to set the category name. And to do that, we can write product DTO dot set, and here we need to choose category name, and we can get this from category dot get name. Let's rerun our backend application. Our backend application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to the front-end application. And here we need to add some buttons on the bottom of our mat card. And to do that, first of all, we need to add another mat divider. And after this, we can create a div with the class of actions. And in this div, first of all, we need to give the button for FAQs. And for the router link, I am giving as /admin/FAQ, and then I am passing the product ID. We will create this router and page in the future. After the FAQ button, we need to give the button to update the product. And for this update button, I am giving router link as /admin/product, and then I am passing again the product ID. After the update product button, we need to give the button to delete the products. And that's it for the buttons. Let's format this file and let's save it. Now let's go to the browser and check the output. As you can see, we are getting now the category of the product, and I updated description from the backend so we can get more text. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create an API to search the products from the name of the product. And to create this API, first of all, we need to go to the product repository, and here we need to write one custom method to find the products by the name, and this method will return a list of products. And let's import this list here, and the query for this method should be find all by name, and then we need to add a keyword of containing, and then we need to pass our title in the param.
I added the keyword containing because if we want to search by just one keyword, then it should return all the products even if that keyword is on the end of the title or in the middle of the title. Now let's go to our admin product service implementation and let's write the service method for this. In this service implementation, we can copy this get all products method, and here we need to rename the method name from get all products to get all products by name. And here we need to mention the parameter as string, and let's name this as name. And now we need to update this method from find all to find all by name containing, and then we need to pass our param which is name. Now let's copy this and mention in admin product service. And after this, let's go to the admin product controller and let's write the endpoint for this API. To write the endpoint, we can still copy this method get all products, and we need to update the endpoint from products to search slash, and here we need to mention the path variable and let's name this as name. And after this, let's rename the method name, and here we need to mention the path variable by giving path variable annotation, and the data type for this is a string, and let's name this as name. Now we need to update the method call from get all products to get all products by name, and then we need to pass here the name. That's it for this API. Now let's rerun our application. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. First of all, we need to create the endpoint call in our admin service. So we can go to the admin service, and here we can copy this get all products API call, and we can paste this here, and let's rename the method name from get all products to get all products by name. And in the params, we should get the name of the product. And after this, let's replace these two backticks so we can pass our variables inside this string. And the endpoint for this API is API/admin/search. And after search, we can inject our variable by writing dollar and then bracket. And that's it for our API call in the admin service. Now let's go to the admin dashboard and call this method. To call the search products by the name, we need to create a form group so we can get the search term from the input. And I am naming this form as search product form. And let's import this form group. And after this, we need to inject the form builder in our constructor. So let's do that and import this. After this, let's initialize this form in the ng-on-init method. And to do that, we can write here this dot search product form is equals to, and here we need to use our form builder dot group method. And here we can mention our controls. For now, we only have one control, and we can name this control as title. And for the by default value, I am setting this as null. And then we need a validator, which is validators dot required. After this, let's create a submit form method, which we will call on the submission of this search product form. And in this method, we can copy the functionality of our get all products method. And in this method, first of all, let's create a constant variable with the name of title. And then let's set the value by calling our search product form dot get method. And in this get method, we need to mention the control name, which is title. And after this, we need to update this method call, which is get all products by name. And in the params, we can pass our title. That's it for our dashboard.component.ts. Let's save this file and go to the dashboard.component.html. Here in this file, we can start writing our form tag. And for the name of the form group, I gave as search product form, which we just created in our TS file. And then on submit, I am calling our submit form method. In this form, let's create one mat form field and let's add one mat label as well. And in the mat label, I wrote enter keyword to search. After this mat label, we need to add the input tag, and in the form control name, I gave it as title. After this, let's add one button tag as well. And I disabled this button if our search product form is invalid. Now let's save this file. And as you can see, our project got compiled successfully without any errors. Before going to the browser to view the output, we need to move this form tag from inside of this product list div. So let's do that and save the file, and let's format this file as well. Now let's go to the browser and see the output. And as you can see, we got one search box here, and we can see the 4 products which we are returning in the get all products API. Now let's copy this keyword and paste here in the input box, and let's click on this search box. And as you can see, now we are getting 3 products, and all of these 3 products contains this keyword in their title. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create this delete API. As you can see, I am in the admin product service implementation, and here we can start writing the method to delete the product. And this method will be a public one, and this will return boolean. And let's name this method as delete product. And in the params, we should accept one ID of type long. And here we need to create a variable of type optional of product, and let's assign it a name of optional product. And let's initialize this by calling product repository dot find by id, and here we can pass our id from the params. After this, we need to write one if condition, and in this if condition we will check if we got something in our optional product, then we will call the product repository dot delete by id method, and here we will pass our id, and we will return true from this if block. Otherwise, we will return false because we don't have any product with this ID. Now let's copy this and let's mention in the admin product service. Now let's go to the admin product controller and let's write the code for the endpoint. The endpoint method will be a public one, and this will return a response entity of type void. And let's name this method as delete product, and let's add the annotation of delete mapping for this method, and the endpoint URL should be /product/product ID. And let's mention the path variable annotation, and we need one product ID of type long, and let's name this as product ID. In the body of this method, let's create a boolean variable here, and let's name this as deleted. And now let's call our admin service dot delete product, and let's pass the product ID. After this, we need to check our deleted variable, and if it is true, then we will return response entity dot no content dot build, and in the else case we will return response entity dot not found dot build. That's it for the delete API from our backend application. Now let's rerun our application. As you can see, our backend application is up without any errors. Now let's go to our frontend application and call this API. In the frontend application, let's go to the admin service, and here we can copy this add product API, and we need to rename this to delete product, and here we will get the product ID, and we need to change the API type from post to delete. And after this, we can remove this, and we need to replace these with the backticks, and here we can pass our ID, which is product ID. Let's save this file. After this, let's go to the dashboard.component.ts, and here we need to write method, and we need to name this as delete product, and in the params we need to mention the product ID. And in this method, we can straight away call our admin service API, which is delete product, and we can pass the product ID in the params. And after this, we need to subscribe the response, and here we need to write if condition, and we need to check if response dot body is equals to null. Then we will show the snack bar and we will show the message as product deleted successfully. In the else case, we will show again the snack bar, and this time we will pass the message by getting the message from the response. Now let's inject this mat snack bar in our constructor and let's import this as well. And after this success message, we need to call again our get all products method so we can refresh the page view. After this, let's save the file and let's go to dashboard.component.html. And here, as you can see, we already have a button which we created in the previous video. And on the click event of this button, we need to call the method which is delete product. And in the params, we need to pass the product ID, which we can get by mentioning product.id. Let's save this file as well. And let's go to the browser and test this functionality. As you can see, I am on the admin dashboard, and here let's try clicking this delete button to delete this product. And as you can see, we got the message that product deleted successfully and our page got refreshed with the new response. To start, we need to create the order status enum so we can store different type of statuses in our order. And we can right click on this enum package, and here we need to choose new Java class, and we can name this as order status, and this should be an enum. In this order status enum, the first status we want is pending, which will represent the active cart, and after that we want a status of placed, and after placed we want a status for shipped, and after the status of shipped the last status will be delivered. That's it for our order status enum. Now let's right click on this entity package, and here we need to create another Java class, and let's name this class as order. We need to annotate this class with @entity annotation. After entity we need the annotation for data, and after data we need the annotation for table, and let's name this table as orders. In this order entity, first of all we need to mention private long id, and let's annotate with the annotation of @id, and after the id annotation we need to give the annotation for generated value, and let's set the strategy, and generation type should be identity. After the order id we need to store the description for the order, so we can write a property of type string, and let's name this as order description. After order description we need to store the date, and for that we can create a property of type date, and let's name this as date. Let's import the date class. After date we need to store the total amount of the order, and for this we can store along, and let's name this as amount. After amount we need to store the address of the user, and for that we can write a private string address. After address we need to store the payment details of the user, and after payment we need to store the order status, and we can use here our enum. After order status we need to store the total amount of the order, and for this we can write private long total amount. In this property we will store the total amount of the order, and in this property we will store the amount after applying the coupon code and discount. After the total amount of the order we need to store the amount of discount, and for this we can write private long discount. After discount we need to store private UUID, and let's name this as tracking ID. We will generate an automatic ID to track the order. After this we need to store the user details in this order, and for that we can create a relation of this order with the user, and this will be a one-to-one relation, and for cascade I am choosing cascade type dot merge. And after this we need to give the annotation for join column, and for the name I will write user underscore id, and for a referenced column name we will write id. After the relationship with the user we need to store private and list of cart items, and let's name these as cart items, and the relationship type for these cart items will be one to many.
because one order can have many cart items in it. After this, let's create this cart item entity in the entities package. And for this class, we need to annotate this with entity and data annotations. For cart items, we need to store long ID, and let's annotate this with @ID and @generated value. After ID, we will store the price of the item, and we will store the quantity. And after quantity, we need to build a relationship of this cart item with the product. And for that, we can write private product, and the relationship type will be many to one. And after this, we will add annotation for join column, and in the name, we need to write product underscore ID. After join column annotation, we need to add the annotation for on delete, and I am choosing on delete action dot cascade. After the product relation, we need to create the relation with the user, and we can copy these annotations from product and we can paste here. And we need to update this from product underscore ID to user underscore ID. After this, we need one reverse relation to the order, and for that we can write private order, and the relationship type will be one to one, and for the fetch type I am giving lazy. After this, we need to give the join column annotation, and in the name we need to write order underscore ID. That's it for our cart items and order entity. Now let's go to the repositories and let's create the order repository. Here we need to choose the Java class, and let's name this as order repository, and this should be an interface. Let's add the annotation of @repository, and let's extend this class from JPA repository, and let's mention the entity here, which is order. And after entity, we need to mention the primary key data type, which is long. Let's import this. Now let's copy the name of order repository, and let's create the object of this order repository here in the auth service implementation. And we will use the auto void annotation. And here in the auth service implementation, while we are creating a new user, we need to create the cart for the new user. So in this create user method, we need to create a new order. Let's name this as order. And in this order, we need to set the amount to 0. And after amount, we need to set the total amount. And after total amount, we need to set the discount to 0. After discount, we need to set user. So we can call dot set user method, and here we can pass our created user. And after user, we need to set the status of the cart. That should be order status dot pending. So we can add the items in this cart. And after this, we need to call order repository dot save, and we will pass our order here. So whenever we are creating a new user, one cart will be automatically created for that particular user with the status of pending. Let's run our application. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080, and in the logs we can see that two tables got created. One is orders and the other one is cart underscore items.
To create the APIs for the customer dashboard, first of all, we need to create a new folder here in the services package. And we need to name this package as customer. And in this package, we need to create the service, and let's name it as customer product service. And this should be an interface. And after this, we need to create another class here, and we need to name this class as customer product service implementation. And let's annotate this class as @service. And the second annotation which we need is @required args constructor. Now let's go to admin product service implementation. And here we need to copy these two methods to get all products and to get all products by name. So let's copy them and let's paste here in this class. And after this, we need to inject the product repository, and let's import this class. Now let's go to customer product service and mention these methods here and import the product DTO. After this, let's go to the controllers package, and here we need to create another package, and we need to name this package as customer. And in this package, we need to create a new class and we need to name this class as customer product controller. We need to annotate this controller as @REST controller. And after this, we need to add annotation for request mapping. And we need to set the path as /API/customer. After this, we need to give annotation for required augs constructor. And here we need to inject our customer product service. Now let's go to admin product controller. And here we need to copy these two endpoints. And we need to paste the code here in customer product controller. And we need to change the admin product service to customer product service. And here let's call the correct method, which is search product by title. Now let's run our backend application. As you can see, we got one error, which is consider defining a bean for our customer product service. Now let's go to our customer product service implementation and let's write the statement for implements. And here we need to write customer product service. And after this, we need to rename this method as well. Now let's run our application again. As you can see, our backend application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to the Angular project and let's create the dashboard component for our customer. In our Angular application, here we need to create a new folder and let's name this folder as services. And now we need to open this folder in the integrated terminal. And here we need to give the command to create the services, which is ng g for generate, s for service, and let's name this service as customer. Now let's close this terminal. Now let's open our customer service.ts, and here we can go to the admin service and we can copy the APIs to get all products and get all products by name. And after this, we need to inject the HTTP client. And we need to mention the path for our backend application. And after this, we need to copy this create authorization header, which we can get from here and we can paste here. Let's import these HTTP headers. And after this, in the endpoints, we need to replace the admin and we need to paste here the string, which is customer. Now let's save this file. After this, let's go to the dashboard component.ts of our admin. And here we need to copy all the methods and we need to leave the delete product. And we need to paste this code here in the dashboard component of the customer. Let's import these. And here, instead of admin service, we need to inject our customer service. And we need to replace here. Now let's copy the HTML code and paste in the file of customer dashboard. And let's copy the CSS code as well. From the HTML code, let's comment these buttons and let's save this file and let's save dashboard.component.ts as well. After this, we need to import the forms module, reactive forms module and HTTP client module in our customer.module.ts. So we can copy this code as well and we can paste here and we can select here add all missing imports. Now let's save this file and let's write the command to run our application. As you can see, our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser and let's create another user. I am giving the name as CS and email as cs@gmail.com. And let's give the password and confirm password. And let's click on sign up. As you can see, we got the message sign up successful. Now let's add the details for the login. As you can see, after the login, we got redirected to the dashboard. Now let's add the button here to add the item in the cart. In this dashboard component, we need to replace the code of existing buttons and we need to add another button. And on the click, we need to call a method which is add to cart. And in the params, we need to pass product.id. Let's copy the name of the method and let's write the method here. And let's save this file and save dashboard.component.html file as well. And as you can see, we got the button to add the product in the cart. Before creating the API, we need to create a DTO, and we can right click on this DTO package, and here we need to choose new Java class, and we can name this DTO as add product in cart DTO, and we will add @data annotation on this class. And here we need two properties. First one is private long user ID, and then we can duplicate this line and we can replace the name with product ID. After this, we need to create the repository for our cart items entity, and we can right click on this repository package, and here we need to create a new Java class, and we can name this repository as cart item repository. And here we need to choose interface, and here we will add the annotation of @repository, and we need to extend this repository from JPA repository, and here we need to mention the entity, and after this we need to mention the data type of our primary key. After this, let's go to the services package, and here we need to create a new package, and let's name this package as cart. And in this package we need to create a Java class, and we need to name this as cart service, and this should be an interface. And after this we will create another class in the same package, and this time we need to name this cart service impl, and we need to annotate this class with the annotation of @service, and we need to write here implements statement, and then we need to write cart service. In this cart service implementation, we need to inject the order repository, and we need to inject the user repository as well, and at the end we need to inject the cart items repository. Let's import these. And here we can start writing our method, which will be a public method, and this will return a response entity. And let's name this method as add product to cart, and in the params we should accept add product in cart DTO. Here in this method, first of all, we need to get the current active order of our user, and for that we can create a new variable, and let's name this as active order. And here we can call the order repository dot find by user ID and status, and we need to pass the user ID, which we can get from add product cart DTO. And after that we need to pass the order status, and we know that the active cart should have a status of pending. After this we will create a variable, and let's pass here cart items, and let's name this as optional cart items, and we will call our cart items repository dot find by product ID and order ID and user ID, and we will pass add product in cart DTO dot get product ID, and then we need to pass the order ID, and we can get this from order ID dot get ID. Let's import this order, and after order ID we need to pass the user ID, which we can get from add product in cart DTO dot get user ID. Now let's go to the order repository and create this find by user ID and status method. The return type of this method will be an order, and the query should be find by user ID and status, and in the params we need to mention long user ID and then order status. Now let's go back to the cart service implementation, and we need to create this method in our cart item repository. So let's open our cart item repository, and here this method will return one optional cart items, and the query should be find by product ID and order ID and user ID. And in the params we need to mention long product ID, long order ID, and then long user ID. Let's update this to capital L. Now let's go back to the cart service implementation, and here we need to add the if condition, and we need to check optional cart items dot is present, and if this is true then we need to return one error because we already have this product in our cart. So we will write a return statement, and we will return a response entity, dot status, and we need to return http status dot conflict, and then in the body we can return null. After this we will write else statement, and here we need to create one optional variable of type product, and let's name this as optional product, and we will call our product repository dot find by id, and here we need to pass add product in cart dto dot get product id. Now let's inject product repository as well and import this class, and after this let's duplicate this line and update the type to user, and let's name this as optional user, and here we need to call user repository dot find by id, and we need to pass user id. Now we will add one if condition, and we will check if optional product dot is present, and if optional user dot is present, then we will write the next implementation. Otherwise we will return a response entity, and in the status we will return not found, and in the body we will return user or product not found. In this if condition we will create one new cart item, and let's name this as cart, and let's initialize with the new cart items, and now we can start putting the details of our cart, and we need to set the product first in the cart, and we can get this product from optional product dot get. After this we need to set the price, so we can call cart dot set price, and we can get this price from optional product dot get price. After the price we need to set the quantity, and as you know by default quantity will be 1 when user is adding the item in the cart first time. After this in the cart we need to set the user, and we can get this user from optional user dot get, and at the end in the cart we need to set the order, and we can pass here our active order. After this let's create new cart item, and let's name this as updated cart, and here we need to call the cart repository dot save, and we need to pass our cart. After this we need to update the details of the order, and to do that we can call active order dot set amount, and here we need to get the amount first from the active order, and then we need to sum it with cart dot get price. Now let's duplicate this line, and let's update the setter to set amount, and here we need to update this to get total amount, and after this in the active order we need to set the cart items, and to do that we can call active order dot get cart items, and then we need to call the add method, and we need to pass here our cart. Now let's call the order repository dot save method, and let's pass our active order, and here we will write the return statement, and we will return a response entity dot status, and here we will pass http status dot created, and then we need to call the body method, and in the body we will pass the cart. Now let's copy this and mention in the cart service, and after this we need to create the controller for the cart, and for that we can right click on this customer package, and we can choose new Java class, and here we need to name this controller as cart controller, and we need to annotate this controller with @rest controller, and then we need to add the annotation for request mapping, and the path for this controller will be /API/customer, and the last annotation we need is @required args constructor. After this let's inject our cart service, and here we can start writing our endpoint, which will be a public method, and this will return response entity, and let's name this as add product to cart, and then we need to mention @request body, which should be add product in cart dto. After this let's annotate this method with the annotation of post mapping, and the path should be /cart. Now let's write a return statement, and here we need to call the cart service dot add product to cart, and we need to pass here add product in cart dto. Now let's run our application. As you can see we got one error, no property status found in the type order, and to fix this error we need to go to the order repository, and here we need to replace this status with order status. because the property name is order status in our order entity. Now let's go to the cart service implementation and let's update the method call. And let's run our application again. And now, as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors.
So to call the API, let's go to the customer service, and here we can copy this method, and let's replace the method name to add to cart. And in the params, we should accept product ID. And after this, let's create a constant for the request body, and let's name this as cart DTO. And here, first of all, we need to pass the product ID, which we can get from our param. And after this, we need to pass user ID, which we can get from our user storage service dot get user ID method. After this, we need to update this get method to post. And the endpoint for this API is /customer/cart. And let's remove this from here. And now let's pass the cart DTO here. Now let's save this file. And as you can see, on the click of add to cart button, we are already calling one method add to cart, and we need to call this API in this method. Now let's write this dot customer service, and here we need to call add to cart method, and in the params we will pass the ID, and then we will subscribe our response, and after that we will write the arrow function. And here we need to show a message to the user, so we can use the snack bar, and we will show product added to cart successfully. Now let's save this file and go to the browser. Here on the login page, we need to write the email of the user, which is cs@gmail.com, and then we will write the password and we will click on the login. And after the login, we can click on this add to cart button to add this item in our cart. And as you can see, we got the message product added to cart successfully. And as you can see in the MySQL workbench, the amount of the order got updated. And in this cart underscore items, we have a new record, and we can see the user ID, and we can see the other details as well. Now let's go to our workbench and let's create the API to get the cart details by user. Here in our backend application, we need to create the DTO for this cart items entity. So we will right click on this DTO package and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as cart items DTO. And let's annotate this class with the data annotation. And now let's go back to the cart items, and we need to copy these fields and let's paste these fields here. And after ID, price and quantity, we need to mention the product ID, and after the product ID we need to mention the order ID, and after order ID we need to mention the product name, and let's update this long to string. And after the name of the product, we need to return the image for the product, and for this we can write byte array and then return image. And after the image we need to return the user ID, and with that our cart items DTO is completed. And after this cart items DTO, we need to create the DTO for our order. So let's create another class and let's name this as order DTO, and let's annotate with @data annotation. And now let's go to the order entity, and we need to copy all these fields, and let's go to the order DTO and let's paste them here. And after this, let's remove this annotation, and we need to replace this cart items with cart items DTO. And after this, we need to remove these annotations, and instead of the whole user, we need to return the username, and we will use this property to show the orders to the admin. And let's change the data type to string, and our order DTO is completed for now. Now let's go to the cart service implementation, and here we can start writing our method, and our method will be a public method, and this will return order DTO. And let's name this method as get cart by user ID, and in the params we should accept the user ID. And here in this method we need to get the current active order, so we can go to this add product to cart item method, and we can copy this line and we can paste it here. And here we need to update this to user ID from the params. After this, we need to create the order DTO, and let's name this as order DTO. And here we can start putting the details in our order DTO, and we will start with set amount, and we will use active order dot get amount. After this, let's duplicate this, and we need to update this to set ID, and we need to update the getter to set ID as well. After this, let's duplicate this again, and this time we need to set the status, and we can get this status from our active order. And then again we will duplicate this, and this time we will set the order discount, and let's duplicate the line one last time, and this time we need to set the total amount of the order. And at the end we will write the return statement, and we will return our order DTO. And after this we need to set the items in our order DTO, and before that we need to create a method to convert our cart items into the cart items DTO. So let's go to the cart items entity, and here we need to write one method, and it will return cart items DTO, and let's name this method as get cart DTO. Now let's import this cart items DTO here, and in the body of this method we will create the object for cart items, and we need to set the ID, and after ID we will set the price, and after the price we need to set the product ID, which we can get from product dot get ID. And after the product ID we need to set the quantity, and after quantity we need to set the user ID, and after user ID we need to set the product name, and we can get this product name from product dot get name. And after this, let's duplicate this line, and we need to set the image, and we can get this image from product dot get image. And at the end we will return our cart items DTO. Now let's go to our cart service implementation, and here we need to create a variable of cart items DTO, and let's name this as cart item DTO list, and let's import this class. And here we will use our active order dot get cart items method, and then we will apply the stream, and after stream we will use dot map method, and in this method we will use our get cart DTO method which we just created, and then we will convert this to a list. And at the end let's call order DTO dot set cart items, and we will pass our cart items list DTO here. Now let's copy this, and let's go to the cart service, and we need to mention this here. And after this let's go to the cart controller, and here we can copy our existing method, and we need to update the post mapping, and we will use the get mapping here, and the path should be cart slash, and here we will use a path variable, and we will name this as user ID, and we need to update this to @path variable annotation, and we need to mention long user ID. After this we will create one order DTO here, and we will call our cart service dot get cart by user ID, and we will pass the user ID in the params. And in the return statement let's update this, and we will return response entity dot status, and in the status let's pass HTTP status, and we will return OK. And after this let's call the body method, and in the body we will pass this order DTO. And after this let's update the method name to get cart by user ID, and let's run our application. And as you can see our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. So we will start with the creation of one component. So let's right click on the components folder and open it in integrated terminal. Here we need to write the command to create the new component, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and let's name this component as cart. As you can see our cart component is ready. Now let's go to the routing file, and let's mention the route for this component, and to do that we can duplicate this line, and for the path we can pass it as cart, and let's update the component which is cart component. Now let's save this file, and after this let's go to this customer service, and here we need to create the API, and we can copy the code of our existing add to cart API, and let's rename this API from add to cart to get cart by user ID. And here in the params, we need to remove this product ID. And instead of cart DTO, let's create a constant of user ID. And let's set the value by calling user storage service dot get user ID. And after this, we need to update the method, which is get. And after this, we can pass this user ID in our path, and we can use slash, and then we need to pass the variable here, and we can remove this cart DTO. And our get cart by user ID API call is ready. Now let's save this file, and let's go to the components, and here we need to open cart.component.ts. And in this file, we need to create a variable to store the cart items, so we can create an empty array. And after the cart items, we need to create another variable to store the order details. And after this, let's write the constructor for this class. And here I injected the customer service, mat snack bar, form builder, and mat dialog. Now let's import this by clicking on this quick fix, and then we can choose add all missing imports. And after this, let's create a method to call our API, and we can name this method as getCart. And in this method, first of all, we need to set the empty array in the cart items again. So we can write this dot cart items is equals to empty array. And after this, we can call our customer service. And in this service, we need to call getCart by user method. And then we can subscribe the response. And let's name the response as res. And then we need to write the arrow function. And here we need to set the value in our order variable, and we can set the value of response. And after this, we need to access the cart items in our response. And here we need to apply one for each loop, and let's remove the array from here. And in this for loop, let's call the element, and let's set the processed image in this element is equals to, and here we need to concatenate a string with our returned image so we can show the image to the user, which we can do by using the plus sign. And here we need to use our element dot returned image. And at the end, we need to push this element to our cart items array. So we can use this dot cart items dot push. And here we need to pass our element. Our get cart method is ready. Now let's create the ngOnInit method, and let's call this method from our ngOnInit. Now let's save this file, and let's go to cart.component.html, and let's write the HTML code to show the cart items and other details. In the HTML file, we need to create a div, and in this div, let's use ngIf, and in this ngIf, we will check cart items dot length, and if length is greater than 0, then only we will show this div, and if the length is less than 0 or equal to 0, then we will use else case, and we will show empty cart. And after this, we will create one ng template, and here we need to give the value as hash empty cart. And in this ng template, we need to create a div, and we need to give it a class of empty cart. And in this div, we will show one icon, and we will show the message as nothing to see here. Now in our main div, let's create another div, and let's give it a class of cart container. And in this div, we need to create another div, and we need to give it a class of cart item. And here we need to write static ng4, and we need to write let item of cart items. So we can traverse the each item in the cart items, and we can show the details. And after this, in this div, let's create another div and give it a class of product info. And in the product info, first of all, we need to show the image of the product, and for that we can write an image tag, and in the source we need to attach item.processed image. And after the image of the product, we need to show other details of the product, so we can create another div and we can give it a class as product details. And in this div, let's create another div and give it a class of item row. And here we need to show the name of the product, so we can write another div and we can write item.product name to access the name of the product. And after the name of the product, we need to show the price of the product, and for that we can write another div and we can write item.price, and then we can use one pipe which is currency to format this field. After the price of the image, we need to show the buttons to increase and decrease the quantity, so we can create another div and we can give it a class of quantity controls. And in the quantity controls, we need to write the tag for the button, and in this button tag we need to use the disable property,
and we need to check if the quantity of the item is 1, then we will disable this button. And in this button we can show an icon, and we need to show remove circle outline icon. And after this button we need to show the quantity of that item, and to do that we can create another div and we can access item.quantity. And after this we need to show another button to increase the quantity, so we can copy this and we can paste it here, and we need to remove this code, and instead of remove circle outline we need to replace it with add circle outline. Our code is completed to show the details of the items in the cart. Now we need to create a section to show the details of the order. So here in this div we can create another div and we can show the total amount of the order. After this we need another div, and in this div we need to show the amount of the order, and at the end we need to show a button to place the order. Now let's save this file, and after this let's go to cart.component.scs, and here we need to paste the styling code. You can pause the video and you can copy the styling, or you can write your own styling. Now let's save this file, and as you can see we are getting one error in our logs. So let's go to cart.component.html, and here we need to correct the spelling to access the length. And now our application is running without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and verify the functionality of this cart page. After the login of the user, we can click on this cart button, and you can see we are getting picture, name and price of the item, and we are getting the two buttons, and we are getting the quantity between these buttons. After this we can see the details of the order, and we can see the button to place the order. To create the coupon entity, we can right click on our entity package, and here we need to choose new Java class, and we can name this class as coupon. After creating the class, we need to annotate this with the entity annotation, and after the entity annotation we need to annotate this class with @data annotation as well, and at the end we will annotate this class with the annotation of table. And for the name we need to set it as coupons. In this class we need to store the ID of the coupon, and for that we can write private long ID, and we need to annotate this property with @ID annotation. And after this we need to give annotation for generated value, and in the strategy we can pass generation type dot identity. After the ID of the coupon we need to store the name of the coupon, and for that we can write private string name. After the name we can duplicate this line, and we need to rename this to code to store the coupon code. After the code we need to store the value for the discount, and for that we can write it as private long, and we can name this as discount, and this discount will be in percentage. After the discount we need to store the expiration of this coupon, and for that we can write private date, and then we can name it as expiration date. Let's import this class, and after entity we need to create the DTO for this coupon class, and for this we can right click on our DTO package, and we can create a new class, and we need to name this class as coupon DTO. Now we can go back to our coupon entity, and we can copy these fields without the annotations, and we can paste them here in the coupon DTO. And at the end we need to annotate this coupon DTO class with the @data annotation. After the coupon DTO we need to create the repository for our coupon, and for that we can right click on our repository package, and here we can choose a new Java class, and we can name this class as coupon repository, and this should be an interface. After creating this interface we need to annotate with @repository annotation, and then we need to extend this class from JPA repository, and here we need to mention the entity which is coupon, and after that we need to mention the primary key data type which is long. After the repository of the coupon we need to create the service, and to do that we can go to the admin package in the services, and here we need to create another package, and we can name this package as coupon, and in this coupon package we need to create a class, and we can name this class as admin coupon service, and this should be an interface. Now let's right click on the coupon package again, and this time we need to create admin coupon service implementation, and here we need to write implements statement, and then we need to write admin coupon service. After this, we need to annotate this class with the service annotation, and we need to annotate this class with required args constructor annotation. And then we need to create the object for our coupon repository, and we can import this class here. Now let's go to the coupon repository, and here we need to create a method to check if the coupon exists by the code. And this exists by code method will return one boolean, and we need to write the query as exist, and then we need to write by, and then we need to mention the property which is code, and in the params we need to pass string code. Now let's go back to admin coupon service implementation, and here we can start writing method to create the coupon. And here in the return type we need to mention the coupon because this method will return a coupon, and we can name this method as create coupon, and in the params of this method we will accept the coupon. Now in the body of this method, first of all we need to check if the coupon is already exist in our DB, then we will throw one exception, otherwise we will create that coupon. And to do that we can write here one if condition, and we can use our coupon repository, and we can call our exist by code method, and here we need to pass the code which we can get from coupon.getCode. Now if this is true, then we will throw a new validation exception, and in the message we will send coupon code already exists. And in the else case we will write the return statement, and we will call our coupon repository dot save method, and we will pass the coupon. Now we need to write this validation exception, and then we can create a new folder, and we need to name this folder as exceptions. And we can right click on this exceptions folder, and we can create a new class, and we can name this as validation exception. Now we need to extend this validation exception class from runtime exception, and then here we need to write one method which is validation exception, and this will accept a string message, and in the body of this method we can call super, and we can pass our message. Now let's go back to our admin coupon service implementation, and let's import this class. And after this we can copy this, and we need to mention this in our admin coupon service. Now we need to create one controller to handle the coupon related endpoints, and for that we can go to the controller, and then in the admin package we can right click, and we can choose new Java class, and we can name this class as admin coupon controller. We need to annotate this class with @rest controller, and after this annotation we need to give the annotation for request mapping, and in the path we can pass API/admin/coupons. And the last annotation we need for this controller is @required args constructor. And after this we can inject our admin coupon service, and we can import this. Now let's write the endpoint for our create coupon API, and this method will return a response entity, and let's name this method as create coupon. And then we need to mention @request body annotation, and after this we need to mention coupon, and in the body of this method we need to write try catch block, and in the try block we will create the object for coupon, and we can name this coupon as created coupon, and here we can call our admin service dot create coupon, and we can pass the coupon. And then we need to write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot OK, and in the body we will pass the created coupon. After this we need to write the catch block, and in this catch block we will catch the validation exception which we are returning in this create coupon method, and we can name this as ex, and let's import this class here. And in this catch block we will return response entity, and then we need to call the status method, and in the status we will return http status dot bad request, and then we will call dot body method, and in the body method we will pass exception dot message. And at the end we need to annotate this method with @post mapping annotation. Now let's go back to our admin coupon service implementation, and here we need to write the method to get all coupons, so we can show a list of coupons to our admin, and this method will return list of coupons, and we can name this method as get all coupons. Let's import the list class here, and here we need to write the return statement, and we can use our coupon repository dot find all method. Now let's copy this and mention in the admin coupon service. And after this let's go to admin coupon controller, and let's write the endpoint code, and this API will return a response entity, and in this response entity we will return a list of coupons, and then let's name this method as get all coupons. And here we need to write the return statement, and we will return response entity.ok. And in the ok method we can call our admin service, and we can call the method get all coupons. And at the end we need to annotate this endpoint with @get mapping. Now let's run our application. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors, and in the logs we can see that one table of coupons got created. Here in our admin service, we need to create the API to create a coupon, and for this we can copy this add product API call and we can paste it here. And after this we need to update the name of this method from add product to add coupon. And in the params of this method we will accept the coupon DTO, and we will pass the same in the request body. And after this we need to update the URL, which is /admin/coupons. Our add coupon API call is completed. Now we will copy the same method again and we will paste it here, and we will rename this method to get coupons, and we will remove the coupon DTO from the params of this method, and we will remove the request body as well. And after this we need to change the method from post to get, and with that our add coupon and get coupons API is ready from our admin service. Now let's right click on our components folder, and we need to open this in integrated terminal. And here we will write the command to create the component, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and we need to name the new component as post coupon. Our post coupon component is ready. Now we will copy the same command and we will create another component to view the coupons, and we can name this component as coupons. Our coupons component is ready as well. Now let's go to the routing file of the admin module, and here we need to duplicate the existing product route, and for the path we can pass it as post coupon, and we need to update the component to post coupon component as well. And we need to create another route for the coupons component where we will see all the created coupons, and we can duplicate this line again, and in the path we need to pass coupons, and in the component we need to mention the coupons component. Now let's save this routing file, and let's go to the HTML file of our post coupon component. And here in this HTML file we need to write a tag for the div, and we need to give a class of container. And in this container we need to add one h2 tag, and we need to mention add coupon. And after this h2 tag we need to start the form tag, and I named this form as coupon form, and on the ng submit I am calling a method which is add coupon. In this form we need to mention the controls of the coupon form, and the first control we need is the name, and for this we can write mat form field tag, and inside this tag we will add the mat label and input tags, and in the form control name I am passing it as name, and at the end I added the mat error tag to show the errors. After getting the name of the coupon we need to get the code for it, and for this we can duplicate the same mat form field tag, and in this mat form field for the form control name we need to pass it as coupon. After the form field for the code we need to create another form field, and in this form field we will get the discount for the coupon. And the last form field which is required is expiration date, and I used mat date picker for this, and in the form control name I am passing it as expiration date. And at the end of this form we need to add a button. Our HTML file is completed. Now let's save this file, and let's write the TS code for this post coupon component. In the post coupon component, first of all we need to mention the coupon form, and we will import this form group here. And after the coupon form we need to write the constructor for this file, and in this constructor we need to inject the form builder to build this coupon form, and we need to inject the router to redirect the user after the creation of the coupon. After router we need to inject the mat snack bar to show the messages to the user, and after mat snack bar we need to inject our admin service to call the API. Let's import all these by clicking on this quick fix, and then we need to click this add all missing imports. After this let's write the ng on init method, and in this method we will initialize our coupon form by writing this dot coupon form is equals to, and here we need to use the form builder to build our form, and we will call the group method,
And here we need to mention all the controls for our coupon form. The first control we need is name, and for the default value I am passing it as null, and for the validators I am giving it as validator.required. After the name we need to mention a control for the code, and after the code we need to mention the controls for discount and expiration date. Let's import these validators here, and our ng-on-init method is completed. After the ng-on-init method, we will write the implementation for our add-coupon method. And in this method, first of all, we will write one if condition. And in this if condition, we will check our coupon form and we will check the valid property. And if our form is valid, then only we will call our API. And if our form is not valid, then we will show the errors to the user. And to show the errors, we need to use our coupon form and we need to call a method which is mark all as touched. And if our coupon form is valid, then we will call our admin service dot add coupon method, and in the params of this method we will pass the value which we can get from our coupon form dot value, and then we will subscribe the response and we will write the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will add one if condition, and in this if condition we will check if we are getting something in response.id, which means that we need to check if it is not null, and then we will show the message coupon posted successfully with the help of snackbar.open method. And after showing the message we will redirect the user to the admin's dashboard with the help of router.navigate by URL. And if we are not getting the ID in our response, then we will show another message to the user, and this time we will get the message from response.message. Our post coupon ts file is completed. Now let's save this file, and now let's go to the css file of our post coupon component and let's post the css code. You can pause this video and you can copy the css code, or you can write your own. Let's save this file, and now let's run our application. As you can see, our application is up on port 4200. Now let's open the browser and let's log in as admin. As you can see, after the login, I am on the admin's dashboard. Now let's click on this post coupon button, and you can see here the post coupon form. Now let's write the data for our coupon, and for the name I am writing it as first, and for the code I will give it as first 50, and after the code we need to input the discount, and I will give the discount as 50%, and for the expiration date I will set it as 31. And now let's click on this add coupon button, and as you can see we got the message coupon posted successfully. Now let's go back to our Angular application and let's write the code for our coupons component. We need to open our coupons component, and inside the coupons component we need to open the ts file, and here in this ts file we need to declare a variable and we need to name this as coupons. After the variable we need to create the constructor for this file, and we need to inject our admin service so we can call our get all coupons API. And after this constructor let's write the method, and let's name this method as get coupons, and in this method we will call the API and we will use this dot admin service dot get coupons, and then we need to subscribe the response, and then inside this arrow function we can set the value in our coupons variable and we can use the response. Our API call method is completed. Now let's write the ng-on-init method, and inside this ng-on-init method we will call this dot get coupons method so we can get all the coupons whenever our component will get loaded. Let's save this file. Now let's go to the HTML file of this component and let's create a div here, and I am giving it a class of container, and in the style I am giving the padding as 30 pixel. Now inside this div we need to add the tags for mat card and mat card content, and inside this mat card content we need to create the table to show the coupons data, and for that we can use the mat table, and in the data source I am passing the coupons, and inside our table we need to mention all the columns, and the first column we need is coupon ID, and to get the coupon ID we can use coupon.id. After the coupon ID we will show the name of the coupon, and after the name of the coupon we will show the discount, and after the discount we need to show the code for the coupon, and the last column we need is expiration date. And to show the expiration date I am using the date pipe to format the date in this day, month and year format. And after this we need to create the header row for this table, and in that header row we will mention all these columns. And after the header row we need to give the logic to create the rows, and to do that we can use let row, and then we need to mention our columns. Now let's save this HTML file, and let's go to the CSS file of our coupons component, and let's paste the CSS code. Again, you can pause this video and you can copy the CSS code, or you can write your own one. Let's save the file, and you can see our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser, and here we need to click on this coupons button, and you can see we are getting a table for the coupons, and inside this table we can see a coupon that we just created a few minutes ago. So we will go to the cart service implementation, and here we need to write a new method, and the return type for this method will be order DTO, and we need to name this method as apply coupon, and in the params of this method we will accept long user ID, and we will accept string code. After this we need to inject the coupon repository in the class, so we can use @autowide annotation, and here we need to write private and then coupon repository, and we can import this class. After injecting the coupon repository we need to get the current active order of the user, and for that we can copy this line from our get card by user method and we can paste it here. And after this we need to create a new object of coupon, and we need to set this value by calling the coupon repository dot find by code, and then here we need to pass the code, and then we will call or else throw method, and in this method we will throw validation exception and we will write coupon not found. Now let's import this class here, and let's import this coupon as well. After this we need to create this find by code method in our coupon repository. So let's go to the coupon repository, and here the return type of this method will be optional of coupon, and we need to write the query as find by code, and then in the params we need to pass string code. Now let's go to the cart service implementation, and here after getting the coupon code we need to write one if condition here, and in this if condition we will check if the coupon is expired, and for this we will call one method coupon is expired, and we will pass the coupon in that method, and if this is true then we will return validation exception and we will say coupon has expired. Now let's create this coupon is expired method, and the return type for this method will be a boolean, and we can name this method as coupon is expired, and in the params we will accept the coupon, and here in this method we will create a variable to store the current date, and we can initialize this variable by writing new date. Let's import this date class, and after this we need to create another variable of type date, and we can name this variable as expiration date, and we can initialize this by calling coupon dot get expiration date. And after this we will write the return statement, and we will check our expiration date is not equal to null, and after this we need to write another condition, and we need to use our current date, and here we can use our dot after method, and then we can pass our expiration date. Our coupon is expired method is completed. Now let's go here, and here we need to create a variable, and we can name this variable as discount amount, and we need to calculate this amount, and for this we can use coupon dot get discount, and then we need to divide this value by 100.0 to convert this to double, and then we need to multiply the answer of this value with active order dot get total amount, and by this we can get our discount amount. And after this we will calculate the net amount by subtracting the discount amount from total amount. So for this we can write one double, and we can name the variable as net amount, and here we can call our active order dot get total amount, and then we can use the subtract sign and we can write here discount amount. And after this we need to update our active order, and we need to set the net amount and discount amount in the order, and for this we can write active order dot set amount, and here we need to pass our net amount, and before passing this value we need to convert this amount to the long, so we can write here long. After setting the net amount we need to set the discount amount as well, so we will follow the same logic and we will call set discount, and here we will pass the discount amount, and before passing we need to convert it to long. And at the end we need to set the coupon in our active order, and for that we can call the set coupon method, and in the params we can pass the coupons. And after this we can call our order repository dot save method, and we will pass our active order, and at the end we will write the return statement, and then we will call our active order, and we will call the get DTO method to convert the entity to the DTO. Now let's go to the order entity and let's create a relationship of the coupon with the order. And to do that, we can duplicate this user relationship. And instead of user ID, we need to mention here coupon ID. And here we need to mention coupon entity. And we can name this as coupon. And after the coupon, we need to create one method here in this order entity. And this method will return order DTO, and we can name this method as get order DTO. And in this method we will convert order entity to order DTO. And for this, first of all, we need to create the object for the order DTO, and we can name this as order DTO. And after this we need to write the code to set the order ID inside the DTO, and for this we can use set ID method and we can pass ID. After the order ID we need to set the order description and the address. After the address, we need to set the tracking ID, the amount, and the date. After the order date, we need to set the order status, and for this we can call set order status method, and we can pass here order status. After the order status, we need to set the order username, and for this we can call set username, and we can get this username from user dot get name. After the username, we need to write if condition here, and we need to check if coupon is not null. Then we need to set the coupon name in the order DTO, and for that we can call set coupon name method, and here we can call our coupon dot get name method. And at the end we will write the return statement and we will write the order DTO. Now let's go to order DTO and let's create the coupon name property inside the order DTO. And for this we can write private string coupon name. Now let's go back to the card service implementation, and we need to update this get card by user ID method, and when we are creating the order DTO we need to check if the coupon is not null, then we need to set the coupon name in the order DTO. And here we need to copy this and we need to mention this in our card service. Now let's go to the card controller and let's write the endpoint to call this method. And here inside the card controller, this method will return a response entity, and we can name this method as apply coupon. And here we need to mention the path variables. The first path variable will be of type long, and we can name this as user ID. And after this we need to mention another path variable, and the type of this path variable will be string, and the name for this will be code. And inside this method we will write a try block, and in this try block we will create order DTO, and we will call our cart service dot apply coupon method, and in the params we will pass user DTO and code. And after this we will write the return statement, and we will write a response entity dot OK, and inside the body we will pass order DTO. And after this we will write the catch block, and inside this catch block we will catch the validation exception, and we will name this as EX. And inside the body of this catch block we will write a return statement, and we will return a response entity, and then we will call the status method, and in the status we will return http status dot bad request, and then we will call dot body method, and inside this we will return ex dot get message. And at the end we need to mention @get mapping annotation, and for the path we will pass coupon slash user ID slash code. Now let's run our backend application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to the Angular application and let's call this API. And inside our Angular application, we need to open this customer service, and here we need to write the method call for our API. And for this we can copy this existing get card by user ID method and we can paste it here. And we need to rename this method from get cart by user ID to applied coupon. And inside the params we need to accept one code. And for the URL we need to update it, and we need to write the coupon instead of cart. And after the user ID we need to pass another variable which is code, and we can get this from our param. Now let's save this customer service. Now let's go to our cart component, and inside our cart component we need to open the TS file. And here in this TS file, first of all we need to create a form, and we can name this form as coupon form, and we can import this. And after this, in the ng on init method we need to initialize this form, and for this we can use this dot coupon form, and we can use our form builder dot group method. And inside this group method we will mention the control as code, and for the by default value I will pass it as null, and for the validators I will pass validators dot required. And after this we need to write a method, and we can name this method as apply coupon. And inside this method we will call our API, and for this we can use this dot customer service dot apply coupon. And in the params of this method we need to pass the code which we can get from our coupon form, and we need to call get method, and then we need to mention the control name which is code, and then we need to use dot value to get the value. And after this we will subscribe our method, and we will write the arrow function. And after that we need to write the error method as well to handle the errors, and I will write another arrow function here. And if we got the success from our backend, then we will use Navbar, and we will show the message as coupon applied successfully. And at the end we will call our get cart method to refresh the page data. And in case of error we will again open the snack bar, and for the message we will pass error dot error. Now let's save this file, and let's go to the HTML file of our cart component. And here after this div we need to create another div, and we can give it a class of container. And after this we need to write one ng if condition here, and we will show this div only if order.coupon name is equals to null. And inside this div we can start writing the form tag, and for the name I passed it as coupon form, and on submit I am calling apply coupon method which we just created. And inside this form tag we need to write the code for the control, and for this we can write the mat form field. And after the mat form field we can write mat label, and we can write the code in it. And then we need to write the input tag, and for the form control name we need to pass it as code. And at the end we need to write the mat error tag to show the errors. And after this mat form field control we need to write the code for the button, and we can write here apply coupon. Let's save this file and let's run our application. And as you can see our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of apply coupon API. On the login form let's write the email for our customer user, and let's click on the login. After the login we can click on this cart button, and you can see an input here and a button to apply the coupon. Now let's write the coupon code which we created in the previous video, which is first 50, and then we can click on this apply coupon button. And as you can see we got the message coupon applied successfully, and the amount got decreased as well. Now let's go to our HTML code again, and let's show the name of the applied coupon. And to show the name of the coupon we can duplicate this existing div, and here we need to write one ng if condition, and we will show this div only if we have coupon name in the order. And for the label we can update this to coupon applied, and here we need to access the coupon name from our order. Now let's save this file, and now let's refresh our page, and upon refresh you can see the applied coupon name. So to increase the quantity of the product in the cart we will create an API, and to create this API we can write the method in the cart service implementation, and this method will be a public method and it will return order DTO, and we can name this method as increase product quantity. And in the params of this method we will accept add product cart DTO. And as you know in the add product cart DTO we have user ID and the product ID. We will get the current active order by this user ID, and we will get the product by this product ID. and then we will update the user cart. So let's go back to cart service implementation, and here in this method, first of all we need to get the active cart of the user, and for that we can copy this existing method from our apply coupon method and we can paste it here. Now we need to pass the user ID, which we can get from add product in cart DTO by using get user ID method. After getting the active cart, we need to get the product, and we can declare here one optional variable of product, and we can name this variable as optional product. And here we need to call the product repository dot find by ID method, and in the params we can pass the product ID, which we can get from our add product DTO. After getting the product, we need to get the cart item, and for that we can create another optional variable of cart items, and we can name this variable as optional cart item. And here we can call our cart repository, and we need to call the find by product ID and order ID and user ID. And here in the params, first of all we need to pass the product ID, which we can get from add product cart DTO dot get product ID. After the product ID, we need to pass the order ID, which we can get from active order dot get ID. After the order ID, we need to pass the user ID, which we can get from add product in cart DTO dot get user ID. Now after this we will write one if condition, and we will check our optional product, and we can call here is present method, and after that we need to check our optional cart item as well, so we can follow the same process. And if one of the optional product or optional cart item is not present, then we will return null, and this null will represent the bad request. Now in this if condition, we will create another variable for the cart item, and we will set the value by calling optional cart item dot get method. And after the cart item, we will create another variable for the product. Now as we have our active order and cart item, now we can update the details, and first of all we will call the active cart dot set amount method, and here we will update the amount by calling active order dot get amount, and we need to sum this amount with product dot get price. And after the amount, we need to update the total amount of the order, so we can call the set total amount method, and here we need to follow the same process. And first of all we will get the total amount from the active order, and then we will sum it with product dot get price. After updating the amount and total amount in the order, now we need to update the quantity in the cart item, so we can call our cart item dot set quantity, and here we need to call the cart item dot get quantity to get the existing quantity, and then here we need to add 1 in it. After this we need to write one if condition, and in this if condition we will check if we have coupon in the order or not, and we can do this by calling active order dot get coupon, and then we will use not equal to null. If we don't have any coupon in the order, then we can straight away save the details, and we will call the cart items repository dot save method, and we will pass the cart item. After the cart item, we need to update the order details, so we will call the order repository dot save method, and we will pass active order. And at the end we will write the return statement, and we will call active order dot get DTO method. Now let's write the body of this if condition, and in this if condition we will calculate the discount amount and the net amount after applying the coupon, and then we will update the amount in the order. So for that we already wrote the code, and we can copy these lines from our apply coupon method, and we can paste them here. And we need to update this line, and we can write here active order dot get coupon dot get discount. Our increase product quantity method is completed. Now we can copy this, and we can mention it in cart service. Now let's go to the cart controller, and let's write the endpoint for this API. And to write the endpoint, we can copy this add product to cart API, and we can paste it here. And for the URL, we can replace this cart with the word addition, and we can rename this method to increase product quantity. And in the response entity, now we will return order DTO, and instead of returning this method call, we can return response entity dot status, and in the status we will pass HTTP status and we will return created. After this we will call the body method, and in the body method we will call our cart service dot increase product quantity, and in the params we will pass the add product in the cart DTO, and our endpoint is completed as well. Now let's run the backend application. As you can see, our application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to our front-end application and let's call this API. In our Angular application and inside the customer service, we can copy this add to cart API method and we can paste it here. And we need to rename this method to increase product quantity. And for the URL, we can pass addition instead of the cart. And our increase product quantity API call is ready. Now we can save this file and let's go to the cart.component.ts, and here we need to write one method to increase the quantity, and we can name this method same as increase quantity, and in the params of this method we will accept product ID, and in this increase quantity method we will call our customer service dot increase quantity method, and in the params we will pass the product ID which we are getting from the params, and then we can call subscribe method and we can write the arrow function, and inside this method we can use the snack bar and we can show the message to the user that product quantity increased. And after this we need to update the page, so we can call the get cart method and we can update the details of the cart. Now let's save this cart.component.ts file and let's copy the name of the method and let's go to the HTML file, and here on the add circle outline icon button we need to use the click event, and we will call the same method increase quantity, and in the params we will pass the product ID which we can get from item dot product ID. Now let's save this file as well, and as you can see our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate this increase quantity functionality, and after the login we can click on this cart button and we can see our cart details here. Now let's click on this plus icon button, and as you can see we got the message product quantity increased and we can see the quantity 2 now, and you can see our total amount and amount got updated as well according to the quantity. So as you can see I am in the cart service implementation, and here we need to copy this increase product quantity method and we need to paste it here one time, and after this we need to update the name of the method to decrease product quantity, and here in this method everything will be the same, like we are getting the active cart, the product and the cart item from our repository, and after that we are checking if the product and the cart item is present, then we are calculating the amount and the total amount of the order, and then we are increasing the quantity as well, and at the end we are checking if there is any coupon, then we are calculating the amount after the discount. The only change we need to do here is to replace this plus sign with the minus sign, so we can subtract the amount of the product which user want to decrease, and we need to replace this plus sign as well with the minus one. And after this, in this set quantity method we need to decrease the quantity by 1, which we can achieve by replacing the plus sign with the minus, and our decrease product quantity function is ready. Now let's copy this and mention in the cart service, and after this let's go to our cart controller, and here we need to copy the existing addition endpoint and we can paste it here, and here we need to update the URL from addition to deduction, and then we need to update the method call to decrease product quantity, and we can copy this and we can update the method name as well. Our decrease product quantity API is ready. Now let's run our backend application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. Now let's go to the Angular application and let's call this API. In our Angular application, we need to go to the customer service, and here we can follow the same process. We need to copy this increase product quantity API and we need to paste it one time. And after this, we need to update the method name to decrease product quantity. And then we need to update the URL as well, and instead of the addition we will write deduction. Now let's save this file, and we will go to the cart.component.ts, and here we need to copy the method which is increase quantity, and then we need to update the method name to decrease quantity, and here we need to update the method call to decrease product quantity of our customer service. And after this, in the message we will update the increased with decreased. Now let's save this file, and let's go to the cart.component.html file, and here we can copy this code and we can paste it here. For the remove circle outline, and instead of increase quantity we will call decrease quantity on the click of this button. Now let's save this file and let's run our Angular application. And as you can see, our application is up on 4 to 100. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate this decrease quantity functionality. And after the login, we can click on this cart button. And here on the cart page, we need to click on this button. And as you can see, we got the message product quantity decreased. And you can see here the product quantity got updated and our amount got updated as well. Now let's go to the backend application and let's create the API for the place order. So to create the place order API, first of all, we need to create a DTO for the place order, and we can right click on this DTO package, and here we need to create a new Java class, and we can name this class as place order DTO. After creating the class, we need to annotate this with @data annotation so we can get the getters and setters. And the first property we need to mention here is private long user ID. After the user ID, we will get the address, and this will be of type string. And after the address, we will mention a property order description. Our place order DTO is ready. Now let's go to the cart service implementation, and here we need to write another method, and we need to mention the return type as order DTO, and we need to name this method as place order. And in the params of this method, we will get place order DTO. Now in this method, first of all, we need to get the active order of the user. And for that, we can copy this method from our decrease product quantity method, and we can paste it here. And here we need to update this add product in cart DTO to place order DTO. And after this, we need to get the user. So we can create one variable of type optional, and we can set this value in it by calling user repository dot find by ID. And here we need to pass the user ID, which we can get from place order DTO dot get user ID. And after this, we will write one if condition here. And in this if condition, we will check optional user dot is present. And if the user is not present, then we will return null. And if the user is present, then we will update the details in the active order. And to do that, we need to call active order dot set order description, and we can get this from our place order DTO dot get order description. And after this, we need to set the address of the user, so we can call dot set address, and we can use place order DTO dot get address. And after this, we need to set the date in the order, and for this we can call dot set date method, and here we can create new date. And after the date, we need to update the order status, and we can call set order status method. And here we need to use our order status enum, and we will choose placed status. And after the order status, we need to set the tracking ID in our order. So we can use dot set tracking ID method. And in this method, we will create new UUID by using UUID dot random UUID method. And after this, we will call order repository dot save method, and we will pass active order. And after saving the order, we need to create a new cart for the user. And for that, we can go to this auth service implementation. And here in the create user method, we already have the code to create the new cart. So we can copy this code, and we can come back to our cart service implementation, and we can paste it here. And here in the set user method, we need to pass optional user dot get. And at the end, we will write a return statement, and we will use active order dot get DTO to convert this active order to the DTO. Now we can copy this, and we can paste it here in our cart service. Now let's go to our cart controller, and let's create the endpoint. And to create the endpoint, we can copy our decrease product quantity API, and we can paste it here. And for the URL, we will update this to place order. And for the method name, we will update this to place order as well. And instead of add product in cart DTO, we will get place order DTO in the request body. And we will import this class here. And we need to update the method call to place order, and we will pass our place order DTO. Our place order API is completed. Now let's run our application again. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors.
So to create the API call, we need to go to this customer service, and here we can copy this apply coupon API, and we need to rename the method to place order. And after this, in the params, we will change the name to order DTO. And after this, we need to set the user ID in the order DTO. So we can remove this constant keyword and we can paste here order DTO dot user ID. And after this, we need to update the method from get to post. And here we need to add the URL for the endpoint, which is API/customer/place order. And after this, we can remove this code to pass the parameters, and we can mention the request body, and we can pass order DTO. Our place order API call is completed. Now let's save this file. And after this, we need to create a new component where we will create the form for the place order API. So let's right click on the components folder and open it in integrated terminal. Now let's write the command to create the new component, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and we need to name this component as place order. Our place order component is ready. Now let's go to cart.component.ts file, and here in this component we need to create a new method, and we can name this method as place order. And in the body of this method we need to open one mat dialog, and in that mat dialog we need to open our place order component. And to do that, we can use this dot dialog, and then we can call the open method, and then we can pass our component name. Now let's import this component here, and let's save this file. Now let's go to our cart.component.html, and here we need to use the click event of this place order button, and we can write here click, and we can call a method place order which we just created on the click of this button. Now let's save this file and go to the place order component, and here we need to open the ts file. And in this component, first of all, we need to create a new form, and we can name this as order form. Let's import the form group here, and after the form group we need to create the constructor for this file, and in this constructor we need to inject the form builder, mat snack bar, the customer service, router, and mat dialog. Let's import all of these, and after this we will write the ng on init method, and in this method we can mention the controls for our order form, and we can use this dot form builder dot group method. And in this order form, the first control we want to mention is the address, and for the by default value I am passing it as null, and for the validator I am passing validator dot required. And the second control which we need for this form is order description, and because this is an optional field, so we will not pass the validators dot required. Now we will write the method to call the API, and we can name this method as place order. And in this method we need to use our customer service dot place order, and in the params of this method we can pass the value of the order form, and then we need to subscribe the response, and we will write the arrow function. And here we need to write one if condition, and we will check if response dot id is not equal to null, and it means our order was created. And if the response id is equals to null, then we will write the else case, and in this else case we will use the mat snack bar, and we will show the message something went wrong. And if rest.id is not equal to null, then we will show the message of order placed successfully. And after this we will redirect our user to my orders page. We don't have this page right now, but we will create in the future. And the last method we need for this component is close form, and in this method we will close the mat dialog box by using close all method, and we need to call this method in this if condition as well. Our place order ts file is completed. Now let's save this file, and let's go to the html file. And in this html file, first of all we will write the tag for div container, and then we will add one tag for the mat card, and in this mat card we will write another tag for the mat card title, and we will show place order. And under the mat card title tag we will write mat card content, And in this mat card content, we can start our form tag. And for the name of this form, we will use order form. And in this form, we need to mention the controls for it. And the first control is address. So I am passing the address in the form control name, and we are using mat error tag to show the error. After the control of the address, we need to mention another control for the order description. And after that, we will write another div and we will give it a class of button row. And in this div, we will mention two buttons, and the first button is for place order, and we will call the place order method on the click of this button. The second button is to close the dialog box, and we are calling close form method on the click of this button. Now let's save this file and let's go to the CSS file and let's paste the code for the CSS. You can pause the video and copy the CSS code, or you can write your own code. Now let's write the command to run our application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality for our place order feature. And after the logging in, we can click on this card button, and here we can see the card details. Now let's click on this place order button, and you can see a model box with the input for the address and order description. Now let's fill the random data in these fields, and let's click on this order button. And you can see we got the message order placed successfully. And you can see we are on the same card component and we haven't got redirected to the orders component because we don't have the component right now, but we will create it in the future. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create the API to get all the orders so we can show all the orders to the admin. To create the get all orders for the admin, we can go to the services package, and in the admins package, we need to create another package, and we can name this package as admin order. Now let's right click on admin order package, and here we need to create a new Java class, and we can name this class as admin order service, and this should be an interface. Now right click again on the admin package, and this time we need to name the Java class as admin order service implementation. And we need to annotate this class with @service annotation, and we need to add annotation required args constructor. Now let's write the implements statement, and here we need to mention admin order service. Now let's create the object for our order repository here, and let's import this class. And here in this class we need to create a method which will return list of order DTOs, and we can name this method as get all placed orders. Let's import this list class here. And now let's go to our order repository, and here we need to create a method which will return list of orders, and we need to write a query as find all by status in. So this method will return all the orders for the array of order statuses, and in the params we can pass a list of order status, and we can name this as order status list. Now let's import this list class here. Now let's go back to order service implementation, and here we need to create a variable of list of orders, and we can name this as order list. And now we can call our order repository dot find all by status in, and here we can use a method list dot of to convert the elements into the list. And here we need to mention the order statuses, and the first status we want is placed, and the second status we want is shipped, and the third status we want is delivered. So by calling this method, we will get all the orders with the status of placed, shipped, or delivered. We are not getting the order which have status of pending. Now let's import this order class here. Now let's write the return statement, and here we will use our order list dot stream method to convert this order list to order DTO, and after the stream we can use map method, and in this map method we will call get order DTO, and then we will convert it to list. Now let's copy this and let's mention it in admin service. And now let's go to the controllers package, and here in the admin package we need to create another Java class, and we can name this class as admin order controller. We need to annotate this class with @rest controller annotation, and after this annotation we need to give the annotation for request mapping, and in the URL we will pass /API/admin, and after the request mapping we will give the annotation for required args constructor. Now let's create the object for the admin service and let's import it here. And here we can write the endpoint for our get all placed order, and this method will return response entity of list of order DTO, and we can name this method as get all placed orders. And here in this method we will write return statement, and we will use response entity dot OK method, and in this method we will call our admin service dot get all placed order. And at the end we need to mention at the rate get mapping annotation for this method, and for the URL we will pass place orders. That's it for this get all placed order API. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, we got one error, and it says no property status found for the type order. And to fix this error, we can go to the order repository, and here we missed a keyword of order, so we can copy it from here and we can mention it here. Now let's go to our admin order service implementation, and let's replace the method call, and let's run our application again. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. To create the API call, we can go to the admin service, and here we need to copy this get coupons API and we can paste it here. And we need to rename this method to get placed orders. And the type of the API call will be get, and we will pass the URL after that. And the URL is API/admin/ placed order instead of coupons. And that's it for our API call. Now let's save this file. And now we need to create the component. So we can right click on our components package and we can open it in integrated terminal. And here we need to give the command to create the component, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and the component name should be orders. And as you can see, our orders component is ready. Now let's go to the routing file of our admin and let's create the route for this orders component. And to do that, we can duplicate this existing line. And for the path, we need to replace it with orders. And for the component, we need to replace this with orders component. Our routing file is completed. Now let's save this file as well. And let's open our orders component. And here we need to open the TS file. Here in the orders component, first of all, we need to create a variable to hold the orders, and this can be of type any. And after that, we need to create the constructor for this file. And in this constructor, we need to inject the admin service and mat snack bar. Now let's import these. And after the constructor, we need to create a method, and we can name this method as get placed orders. And in this method we will use our admin service and we will call get all placed orders method, and then we need to subscribe this, and we can name our response as res, and then we need to write the error function, and in this function we can update our orders and we can set it equal to res. Now we need to create the ng on init method here, and in this method we can call our get all orders method. Now let's save this file and let's go to the HTML file of our orders component. And in this HTML file, we need to create a div and then a mat card. And in this mat card, we need to write another div for the mat card content. And in this mat card content, we need to write the code for the mat table. And in the data source, we need to pass the orders. And after this, we need to mention the columns of this table. And the first column we want is the tracking ID. And we can show the value by calling order.trackingID. And after the tracking ID, we can write the code for the column to show the username. And after the username, we need two columns to show the amount and the description of the order. And after the order description, we need to show the address of the order, so we can create another column. And after the address, we need to show the date and the order status. And to format the date, I am using the date pipe here, and then I am passing the format which I need. And after the status column, we need to show a button to change the status, so we can use the mat menu component, and in the options we can give it two buttons. The first one is shipped and the second one is delivered. And after this, we need to pass the header row for this table, and here we can mention all the columns. And after the header row, we need to write the code to generate the rows, and we can use the same columns for this. Now let's save this file and let's go to the CSS file and let's paste here the CSS code. You can pause the video and copy the CSS code, or you can write your own code. Now let's save this file as well and let's run our application. As you can see, our application is up without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of orders page. And here on the login page, we need to log in as admin. And after the login, we can click on this orders button. And you can see we got the order details which we placed in the previous video. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create the API to update the action of the order. And to create this API, we can go to the admin order service implementation. And here we need to create another method and it will return order DTO. And we can name this method as change order status. And here in the params, we need to mention long order ID. And after that, we need to mention string status. And inside this method, we need to create a variable of optional of order, and we can name this as optional order. And here we need to call our order repository dot find by ID method, and we can pass the order ID in the params. And after this, we need to write here one if condition. And in this if condition, we will check optional order dot is present. And if our order is present, then here we can create another variable of order, and we can set the value of this by calling optional order dot get. And after this, we need to write here one if condition. And in this if condition, we need to check our status from the params, and we can use object dot equals. And here we need to pass the status, and for the comparison, we need to compare it with shipped. And if this is true, then we need to update the order, and we will call dot set order status method. And here we need to pass order status dot shipped. And after this, we need to write another condition, so we can write else if. And in this if condition, we will use same object dot equals, and instead of shipped, we will check the status as delivered. And if this is true, then we can copy this line here and we can paste it here, and instead of shipped, we need to pass delivered. And after this, we need to write the return statement here, and we can call our order repository dot save method, and in the params we can pass the order, and then we need to call get order DTO method to convert this to order DTO. And at the end, if our order is not present, then we will write the return statement and we will return null. Now let's copy this and let's mention here in the admin order service. Now let's go to our admin order controller, and here we need to write the endpoint, and it will return a response entity, and we can name this method as change order status. And in the params, we need to mention @path variable annotation, and the first param we want is long order ID. And after this, we need to give another annotation for the path variable, and this time we will mention string status. And inside this method, we will create a variable of order DTO, and we can name this as order DTO. And here we need to call our admin order service dot change order status method, and in the params we will pass the order ID and then status. And after this, we will write here one if condition, and we will check order DTO is equals to null. And if this is true, then we will write return statement, and we will return new response entity. And in the body of this response entity, we will pass the message as something went wrong. And after that, we will return HTTP status dot bad request. And if this is not true, then we will write the return statement and we will return response entity. And here we need to call the status method. And for the status, we will return HTTP status dot OK. And then in the body, we will pass order DTO. And at the end, we need to mention the mapping annotation. And here we will use @get mapping. And for the path of this endpoint, we will pass /order. And here we need to mention the path variable, and we need to use the order ID here. And after that, we will mention the second path variable, which is status. And that's it for our endpoint. Now let's run our application again. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors.
So to create the change order status API call, we can go to our admin service, and here we can copy this get placed orders API and we can paste it here. And then we need to rename the method to change order status. And after this, we need to mention the params. And the first param we want is order ID, and the type of this order ID will be number. And after the order ID, we need to get the status which we want to update, and this status will be of type string. After this, we need to update the URL of the API, which is /API/admin and then order. And after this we need to pass the path variables. And to do that, first of all we need to replace these codes with backticks. So we can pass the variables and then we can inject our variables here. The first variable we want is the order ID, and then after slash we will pass our order status. Our change order status API call is ready. Now let's save this file and let's go to the order.component.ts. And in this file we need to create a method, and we can name this method as change order status. And in this method we need to mention the params, which are order ID of type number, and the second param we need is status of type string. Now in this method we will call our admin service dot change order status method, and in the params we will pass the order ID and the status which we are getting in the params. And then we need to subscribe and we will write the arrow function. And in this arrow function we will write one if condition, and we will check our response dot id, and if it is not equal to null then it means we got the success from our backend. And we will use mat snack bar and we will show a message that order status changed successfully. And after this we will call our get placed orders method to update the data on the page. And at the end we will write the else case as well, and in this else case we will show a message that something went wrong. Now let's save this file as well and let's go to the HTML file. In the HTML file we need to update the mat menus, and here we can write the code for the click event. And on the click of our shipped option we will call our change order status method, and we will pass the order ID which we can get by calling order.id. And after the order ID we want to pass the status, and on the click of the shipped button we will pass the status as shipped. Now we will copy this code and we will post here on the second button, and on the click of this delivered button we need to send the status as delivered. And that's it for our method call. Now we need to update this code to show the order status, and we need to call order.order status instead of status. Now let's save this file, and as you can see our application got compiled without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality to change the order status. So after the login we can click on this orders page, and here we can see the details of the order and we can see the status as well. Now let's click on this action button, and here we need to click on this first option, shipped. And as you can see after the click we got the message order status changed successfully, and we got the updated record as well which shows the status as shipped. Now let's click again on this action button, and this time we need to click on this delivered option, and you can see we got the status as delivered. Now let's go to our backend application and create an API to get the orders for the customer. Here in the backend application, to create the API we need to go to the cart service implementation, and here we need to create an other method, and it will return list of order DTO, and we can name this method as get my placed orders. And in the params we need to mention long user ID. And after this we need to go to the order repository, and here we need to create a method to get the orders by user ID and order status. And to do that we can copy this existing method and we can paste it here, and we need to update the return type of this method because this method will return list of orders. And then we need to update the query and we need to update the order status part, and instead of passing one order status we will pass the list of order status. And here in the query we need to add a keyword of in so we can search by the list, and here in the params we need to update it to the list as well. Our repository method is ready. Now let's go back to the cart service implementation, and here we need to write the return statement, and we can call our order repository dot find by user ID and order status in. And here in the params we need to pass the user ID, and then we need to pass the list of the status, so we can use list dot of, and in this list we can pass our order status, and the first status we want is order status dot placed, and then we want the orders with the status of shipped and with the order status of delivered. And at the end we can use the stream method, and then we need to use the map method to convert our entity to the DTO. And for this we can call get order DTO method in the order, and then we can collect it to the list. Now let's copy this and let's go to the cart service and mention this here. Now let's go to the customer cart controller, and here we need to create the endpoint, and this method will return a response entity of list of order DTO, and we can name this method as my placed orders. And after that we need to give the path variable annotation, and we need to mention long user ID. And in this method we need to write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot OK. And here we need to call cart service dot get my placed orders, and in the params we can pass the user ID. And after this we need to annotate this method with @get mapping, and for the path we can pass it as /my orders /user ID. And that's it for our get my placed orders endpoint. Now let's run our backend application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. So to create the API call, we need to go to the customer service, and here let's copy this place order API and let's paste it here. And after this we need to change the name from the place order to get orders by user ID, and then we need to remove the params from this method, and here we need to create a constant, and we can name this as user ID, and we will call user storage service dot get user ID to get this ID from our storage service. After that we need to update the path, which is API /customer /my orders, and we need to remove this request body from here, and after the my orders we will inject our variable for the user ID, and we will pass it here. Our API call is ready. Now let's save this file. And after this we need to open this components folder in the integrated terminal so we can create a new component, and we will give a command here which is ng g for generate c for component, and we will name this component as my orders. Our component is ready. Now let's go to the routing file of our customer module, and here we will duplicate the existing route and we will update the path to my orders, and after that we will update the component as well to my orders component. Now let's save this file as well, and let's go to the ts file of my orders component. Here in the my orders component we will create a variable with the name of my orders, and after this we will create the constructor for this file, and in this constructor we will inject our customer service and we will import this class. And after the constructor we will create a method and we will name this as get my orders, and in this method we will call our customer service dot get orders by user ID, and then we will subscribe our response and we will write the arrow function, and in this method we will update my orders is equals to res, and after this we will write the ng on init method for this file, and we will call our get my orders method from here. Our code for the ts file is completed. Now let's save this file, and we will go to the html file, and here in this html file we will write ng container, and in this ng container we will write the tag for the mat table, and for the data source I am passing our my orders variable here, and in this mat table we need to mention our data which we want to show, and first of all we will show the tracking ID of the order, and after the tracking ID we will show the amount of the order, and after the amount of the order we will show the description of the order and address for the order, and after the address we will show the date of the order, and I am using the date pipe to format the date, and after the date we will show the order status, and we will show a column for the action, and we will write code for this column in the upcoming videos, and at the end we will mention our header row and we will mention our mat row, and we will pass all the fields in this tag. Now let's save our html file as well, and let's go to our css file, and here we need to write the code for the css, and you can pause the video and you can copy the css code. Now let's save this file as well, and as you can see our application got compiled without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of my orders page. I entered the details for the customer and I will click on this login button,
And after the login, we can click on this orders page. And here on this page, as you can see, we got our orders table, but we are not getting the data. So let's go back to our Angular application and let's check where is the error. And upon checking, I realized that I made a mistake here and we need to update the method called to get instead of post. Now let's save this file, and our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to our browser. And as you can see here, we got the details of one order which we placed in the previous video. The action column is still empty because we will add the review button here when the status will get updated to the delivered. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create the entity for the FAQ. To create the FAQ entity, we can right click on our entity package, and here we need to create a new Java class and we can name this class as FAQ. After creating the class, we need to annotate this class with @entity annotation, and after this we will add another annotation of data. And the first property we want to mention for the FAQ is private long id, and for this property we will add the annotation as @id. And after this we need to give the annotation for generated value, and for the strategy we will pass generation type dot identity. After the id, the second property we need for this entity is private string question, and after this we will mention the property for the answer. And after this we need to create a relation of this FAQ with the product so we can identify the FAQs for a particular product, and for that we will write private product, and the relation type for this will be many to one, and in the fetch we will pass fetch type dot lazy, and after this we will mention the optional as false. And after this we need to give the annotation for the join column, and in the name we will pass product underscore id, and we will set nullable as false. And after this we will give the annotation for on deletion, and we will pass on deletion action dot cascade. Now let's go to the DTO package, and here we need to create another class, and we will name this class as FAQ DTO, and we will annotate this class with @data annotation. And we will go back to our FAQ entity and we will copy these three fields and we will paste them here in the FAQ DTO. And after this we need to mention another property which is private long id. Now let's go to our repositories package, and here we need to create a new Java class, and we will name this class as FAQ repository, and we will select interface, and we will give this class one annotation which is @repository. And after this we will extend this repository from JPA repository, and here we need to mention the entity which is FAQ, and after that we will mention the data type of our primary key which is long. Now let's create the service for our FAQs, and for this we will go to the services package, and inside this we will go to the admins package, and here we need to create another package and we will name this package as FAQ. And in this FAQ package we will create a new Java class and we will name this as FAQ service, and this should be an interface. And after this we will right click again on the FAQ and we will create a new Java class and we will name this class as FAQ service implementation, and we need to annotate this class with @service annotation. And after this we will give the annotation for required args constructor, and we will write the implement statement and we will mention here FAQ service. Now we will rerun our backend application, and you can see here our application is up on port 8080 without any errors, and we got one table of FAQ as well. Here in the FAQ service implementation, first of all we need to inject the FAQ repository, and then we need to inject the product repository as well. Now let's import these classes here, and after this we can start writing the method to post the FAQ, and this method will return FAQ DTO, and we can name this method as post FAQ, and in the params we will mention long product ID, and after the product ID we will mention FAQ DTO. And here in this method, first of all we will create one optional variable of product, and we can name this as optional product, and we will call our product repository dot find by id method, and in the params we will pass the product ID. And after this we will write one if condition, and we will check if optional product dot is present, then only we will create the new FAQ entity, otherwise we will write return statement and we will return null. In the block of the if condition we will create new FAQ entity and we will name it as FAQ, And after this, we can start putting the details in our FAQ entity. And first of all, we will set the question, and we will use FAQ-DTO.getQuestion method. And then we can duplicate this line, and we need to update the setter method to set answer, and we need to update the getter method to get answer. After setting the answer, we need to set the product in the FAQ, so we can use .set product method, and here we will pass optional product .get. And after this, here we will write the return statement, and we will call our FAQ repository .save method, and then we will pass the FAQ in the params. And after this, we will call a method get FAQ DTO to convert this to DTO. And that's it for the method in the service implementation. Now let's go to the FAQ entity, and here we need to create the method, and this method will return FAQ DTO, and we can name this method as get FAQ DTO. And in the body of this method, we will create a new FAQ DTO. And first of all, we need to set the FAQ ID, so we can use .set method, and we will pass the ID. After the ID of the FAQ, we will set the question, and after the question, we will set the answer, and after the answer, we will set product ID, which we can get by calling product.getID. And at the end, we will write the return statement, and we will return FAQ DTO. Now let's go back to FAQ service implementation, and you can see that error got resolved. Now let's copy this, and let's go to FAQ service, and let's paste it here. Now let's go to admin product controller, and here first of all we need to inject the FAQ service, and we need to import this class here, and then we can start writing the endpoint for the post FAQ, and this method will return a response entity of FAQ DTO, and we can name this method as FAQ DTO. And then here we will give the annotation for the path variable, and we will mention long product ID, and after the path variable we will give annotation for request body, and we will mention FAQ DTO. And here in this method we will write the return statement, and we will use response entity dot status method, and in the status we will pass http status dot created, and then we will call dot body method, and in this body method we will use our FAQ service dot post FAQ method, and in the params we will pass product ID and FAQ DTO, and at the end we will mention the post mapping annotation for this method, and for the path we will pass it as /FAQ/product ID. Our post FAQ endpoint is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080. Now let's go to our Angular application, and let's create a page to post the FAQ. And here in our Angular application, first of all we need to create the API call, and for this we can open our admin service, and we can copy this existing change order status API, and we can paste it here. And then we need to change the name to post FAQ, and in the params we will accept product ID, and after product ID we will mention FAQ DTO. After this we need to update the method call to post, and then instead of order ID we will pass the product ID, and we will remove the second path variable, and then we will mention the request body, which we can pass as FAQ DTO. At the end we need to update the URL, which is API/admin, and here we need to mention the FAQ instead of order. Our API call is completed. Now let's save this file. Now let's open our components folder, and we need to open this in integrated terminal. And here we need to give the command to create the component, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and we will name this component as post product FAQ. Our component is ready. Now let's go to admin routing file, and here we can copy our existing orders route, and for the path we need to update it to FAQ/product ID, and here product ID is a variable. And after this we need to update the component to post product FAQ component. Now let's save this routing file. Now let's go to our post FAQ component, and here we need to open the TS file, and first of all we will create the constructor for this file, and in this constructor we need to inject the form builder to build our reactive form, and then we need to inject the router to navigate the user after creation of the FAQ. After the router we need to inject the mat snack bar to show the messages, and after snack bar we need to inject our admin service, and after our admin service we need to inject our activated route to get the params value from the URL. Now let's import all of these here, and to get the product ID from the URL we will create a variable here, and we will name it as product ID, and this should be of type number. and we will use this dot activated route dot snapshot, and here we need to use dot params, and after this we will mention the variable which is product id in our case. After this, let's create a form group and let's name it as FAQ form, and let's import it here. After this, we will create the ng on init method for this file, and in this method we will mention the controls for our FAQ form, and we will use this dot form builder dot group method, and the first control which we want is the question, and for the validators I am passing it as validator dot required. After the question, we need to mention the control for the answer. Now let's import these validators here. And the last method we need for this file is post FAQ. And in this method, we will call this dot admin service dot post FAQ. And in the params, we will pass the product ID. And then we will pass our FAQ form dot value. And then we will subscribe the response and we will write the arrow function, and here in the body we will write one if condition and we will check if res.id is not equal to null. Then we will use the snack bar and we will show a message that FAQ posted successfully, and we will use our router to redirect our user to the admin dashboard. After this we will write the else block, and in this else block we will show a message that something went wrong. Now let's save this file and let's go to the HTML file. And in this HTML file, first of all, we need to write a tag for the div and we need to give it a class of container. And in this container, we will write a tag for the h2 and we will mention post FAQ in the tag. After this, we will write the tag for the form. And for the form group, I am passing FAQ form, and on ng submit, I am calling post FAQ method. In this form, first of all, we need to mention the control for our question. And for the form control name, I am passing it as question, and then I wrote the tag for the mat error. After the question, we will mention the form field for the answer, and at the end we will write a button tag and we will mention post FAQ in the button. Now let's save this file and let's go to the CSS file, and here I will paste the code for the CSS. You can pause the video and you can copy the code or you can write your own code. Now let's save this file, and as you can see our application got compiled without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality for post FAQ. After the logging in, we can click on this FAQ button of the any product and you can see the post FAQ form. Now let's write something in the question input and then write anything in the answer, and then we will click on the post FAQ button. And you can see we got the message that FAQ posted successfully. Now in the MySQL workbench, let's open the FAQ table, and you can see we got one FAQ created. Because only admin can update the product details, so we will create these APIs in the admin folder. So inside the services package, we will open admin product service implementation, and here we will add a method to get the product by the ID. And this method will return product DTO, and we need to name this method as get product by ID, and in the params we will mention long product ID. In this method we will create optional variable of product, and we can name this as optional product, and here we will call our product repository dot find by ID method, and in the params of this method we will pass product ID. After this we will add one if condition and we will check if optional product is present. Then we will write the return statement and we will call optional product dot get DTO. And as you know, we already created a method get DTO in the product to convert the product entity to the DTO. Now let's go back to admin product service implementation, and here we need to write the else block, and in this else block we will return null. We will check this response in our controller and we will return appropriate message if we got the null from this method. Now let's copy this and let's paste it here in the admin product service. Now let's go back to admin product controller, and here we need to write the endpoint for this API call, and this API will return a response entity of product DTO, and we can name the method as get product by ID. And after this we need to mention the path variable annotation and we will mention long product ID. Inside this method we will create one product DTO and we will name this as product DTO, and we will call admin product service dot get product by ID method, and in the params we will pass product ID. After this we will write if condition and we will check our product DTO is not equal to null. Then we will return response entity dot OK,
and here we will pass our product DTO. After this we will write the else block, and if our product DTO is null, then we will return response entity dot not found, and then we will call the build method. After this we will mention the annotation for get mapping, and the URL for this API will be /product/product ID. Now let's go back to our admin product service implementation, and here we need to create the method to update the product details, and this method will also return the product DTO, and we can name this method as update product, and in the params of this method we will mention long product ID and product DTO. And here in this method similarly we need to get the product by the ID, so we can copy these two lines and we can paste them here. And after the product we need to create another variable here which is category, and we can name this as optional category, and we will call category repository dot find by ID method, and in the params we will pass product DTO dot get category ID. After this we will update our if condition, and we will write another statement here which is optional category dot is present. So the both product and category should be present in our DB, and if they are not present then we will write the else case here and we will return null from this method. If the product and category is present, then we will create a product here and we will set the value in it by calling optional product dot get. Now we need to set the product name, so we can use product dot set name, and we will get this name from product DTO. After the product name we will set the product price, and we will set the product description. After the description we will set product category, and we will pass optional category dot get. After this we will write one if condition here, and we will check product DTO dot get image, and if it is not equal to null then only we will update the image of the product. And here we will call product dot set image, and we will use product DTO dot get image dot get bytes. And to use this get bytes method we need to add exception to the method signature. And at the end we will write the return statement, and we will call product repository dot save, and we will pass our product here, and then at the end we will call get DTO method to convert it to DTO. Now let's copy this and let's paste it here in the admin service, and let's go to our admin product controller, and here we need to write the endpoint, and this method will also return response entity of type product DTO, and we can name this method as update product, and here we need to mention the path variable annotation, and we will mention long product ID, and after this we need to get the product DTO with the image, and to do that we need to give @model attribute annotation so we can get the image as well. And in this method we will create the product DTO, and we will name this as updated product, and we will call our admin product service dot update product, and we will pass product ID and product DTO in the params. Now to return the response entity we can copy this code and we can paste it here, and we need to replace this product DTO with updated product, and we need to add the throws exception statement here as well. And at the end we need to annotate this method with @put mapping, and for the URL we will pass /product/product ID. And that's it for these APIs. Now let's run our application, and as you can see our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. So first of all we need to create the component to update the product, and for that we can open the admin and components folder, and we can open this components folder in the integrated terminal. Now let's write the command which is ng g for generate c for component, and we need to name this component as update product. Our update product component is ready. Now open the admin routing file, and we need to create the route for this component, and we can duplicate our existing product route, and in the path after the word product we need to pass the variable which is product ID, so we can mention it here, and then we need to update the component to update product component. Now let's save this file, and we need to open our post product component, and we need to open the HTML file, and let's copy the HTML file code and let's paste it here in the update product HTML file. After this let's open the CSS file as well, and let's copy this code into the update product. At the end we need to copy the TS code as well, so let's copy this and let's open update product.component.ts and let's paste the code here. Now we need to import all these things by clicking on this quick fix, and then we can click on add all missing imports. Now let's save all these files, and we need to update our heading to update product, and then let's update the button text as well to update product. Now let's save this file and let's run our application. As you can see, our application got compiled without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's add the details of the login, and let's click on this login button. After the logging in on the admin dashboard, we can click the update button of any product, and you can see we got redirected to the update product page. Now we need to patch the data in this form, and for this we need to call the get product by ID API. So let's go back in the VS Code and let's call this API. And to create this API, we can open our admin service, and here we can duplicate this get all products API and we can paste it here. And we need to rename this method to get product by ID, and in the params we will accept the product ID. And then let's update these codes to backticks so we can pass the product ID as the path variable. And now let's remove this s from the path, and then we will add slash and then $, and then we will pass our product ID. Our get product by ID API is ready. Now let's save this file and let's go back to update product.component.ts. And here we will create one method to call the API, and we can name this method as get product by ID. And in this method we will call admin service dot get product by ID, and in the params we will pass this dot product ID, and then we will subscribe the response and we will write the arrow function. And here after getting the response we need to patch the values in our form, and for that we can use this dot product form dot patch value method, and in the params we will pass our response. Now we need to declare this product ID variable, and for this first of all we need to inject activated route in our constructor so we can access the params from the URL. Now let's import this activated route as well, and here let's create one variable and let's name this as product ID, and we will set the value by calling activated route dot snapshot. And after the snapshot we need to mention dot params, and here we will mention the variable name which is product ID. Now let's go back to our get product by ID method and let's call this in our ng-on-init method. After patching the details in the product form, we need to show the image as well, and for that we need to create another variable and we can name this as existing image. And in our get product by ID method we need to set the image in the variable, and for this we can write this dot existing image is equals to, and here we will add the prefix and then we will use plus sign, and after this we need to call res.byte image. Now let's save this TS file and let's go to our HTML file, and here in the file upload container we need to show that existing image, and we will create another div, and we will only show this div when we have something in the existing image. And in this div we have another div and one image tag, and in the source we are binding our existing image variable. Now let's save this file and let's go to the browser. Now let's click on this update button, and you can see we are getting the image preview and we are getting the values patched in our form. Now let's create the API to update the product details. And to call the update product API, we can go to the admin service, and here we can duplicate this add product API, and we need to update the name of this method to update product, and in the params of this method we will accept the product ID as well with the product DTO. Now we need to pass this product ID in the path so we can replace these codes with the backticks, and then in the URL after the product we will mention slash product ID, and at the end we need to update the method as well from post to put. Our update product API call is ready as well. Now let's save this file and let's go to update product.ts, and here we need to create a variable to check if the user updated the image or not, and for this we can name this variable as image changed, and by default value we will set is as false. And in onFileSelected method we will update the value of this variable, and we will use this dot image changed is equals to true, and then we will set the existing image is equals to null. After this, we will update the method name from add product to update product, and we will update the method call as well in the HTML file to update the product. Now let's go back to update product TS file, and here we need to write one if condition, and in this if condition we will check if the image got changed and we have something in the selected file, then only we will set the image in the form and we can move this line in the body of the if condition. And after this we will update the API method to update product, and in the params we will pass this dot product ID and then form data, and at the end we need to update the message as well to product updated successfully. Now let's save this TS file and let's save our HTML file as well. And you can see our application got compiled without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the update product details functionality. And let's say I want to update the price of the product from $100 to $200, and after updating it I will click on this update product button. As you can see, we got the message that product updated successfully, and we can see the new price here as well. So to create the review entity, we can right click on our entities package, and here we need to create new Java class, and we can name this class as review. After this, we need to annotate this class with @entity annotation, and after entity annotation we need to add the annotation for the data, and the first property we want to mention in this review entity is ID. So we will write private long ID, and we need to annotate this property with @ID annotation, and after this we will give the annotation for generated value, and then for the strategy we will pass generation type dot identity. After the ID we want to store the rating, so we will write private long rating, and after the rating we want to store the review of the user, so we will create a property private string description, and we need to annotate this description property with @lob annotation. After the description we want to store the image as well, so we will write private byte array, and then we will name this as image, and we need to annotate this property with lob annotation as well, and after that we will give the annotation for the column, and for the column definition we will set it as long blob. After the image we want to create a relationship of this review with the user, so we will write private user, and we can name this as user. The relationship type will be many to one, and for the fetch we will set it as fetch type dot lazy, and then we will set optional is equals to false. After this we need to give the annotation for join column, and in the name we will set user underscore id, and then for the null label we will set it as false. After this we need to give the annotation for on delete, and for the action we will choose on delete action dot cascade. After this we need to create the relationship of this review with the product, so we can copy our existing user relationship, and we need to replace the user with the product, and we can name this as product. After this we need to update the name in the join column annotation, and we can set it as product underscore id. And that's it for our review entity. Now let's go to our DTO package and let's create the DTO for the ordered products response. And we will right click on our DTO package and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as ordered products response DTO. And we will annotate this class with @data annotation, and we will mention here private list of product DTO, and we can name this as product DTO list. And after this we want another property which is the amount of the order, so we will write private long order amount. Now to create the API, first of all we need to create the service, and because this API is related to the review, so we will create a new service, and we will open our customer package, and here we will create another package, and we will name this package as review. And in this package we will right click and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as review service, and this should be an interface. After this we will right click again on the review package, and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this as review service implementation, and we will annotate this class with @service annotation, and we will write implements statement, and we will mention our review service. And the last annotation we need to add is @required args constructor. Now let's inject our order repository in this class, and we need to import this as well.
And here in this class, let's start the method which will return ordered products response DTO. And we can name this method as get ordered product details by order ID. And in the params, we will mention long order ID. And here we will create one optional variable of order, and we can name this as optional order. And we will use our order repository dot find by ID method, and we will pass the order ID in the params. After this, we will write one if condition, and in this we will check optional order dot is present. And before writing the code in the if condition, let's create the object for order response, and let's name this as order product response DTO. And in the if condition, we will write ordered response DTO dot set order amount, and we will use our optional order dot get amount. After this, we need to set the product details, so we will write one for loop, and here we will loop through the cart items, and we will name it as cart items, and we will get them from our optional order dot get cart items. Because we want to create the list of order DTOs, so let's create a variable for that here. That should be a list of product DTO, and we can name this as product DTO list, and we will initialize with new array list. Now let's import our list class. Now in our for loop, let's create the object for the product DTO. And in this product DTO, first of all, we will set the ID, which we can get from cart items dot get product dot get ID. After this, we will set the name of the product. So we will call dot set name method, and we will use our cart items dot get product dot get name. After the name, we want to set the price. So we will call dot set price method, and in the cart items, we will call get price. After the price, we will call product DTO dot set quantity method, and we will use cart items dot get quantity. And we don't have the quantity in our product DTO, so let's open our product DTO, and let's mention another property which is private long, and let's name this as quantity. Now let's go back to our review service implementation, and at the end we want to set the image, so we will call product DTO dot set byte image, and we will call our cart items dot get product dot get image method. Now we will add this product DTO into our product DTO list. So we will call product DTO list dot add method, and we will pass product DTO. And after the for loop, we will use ordered product response DTO dot set product DTO list, and we will pass here product DTO list. And at the end, we will write the return statement, and we will return our ordered product response DTO. Our method to get the ordered products is completed. Now let's copy this, and let's mention here in the review service. Now let's go to our controllers package, and here in the customers controller, we need to create another controller, and for this we can right click on it, and we will choose new Java class, and we will name this class as review controller. We will annotate this controller with @rest controller annotation, and after this we will add the annotation for required args constructor, and then we will add the annotation for request mapping, and for the path we will pass it as /API/customer. And after this we will inject our review service, and we will import this, and now we can start writing the endpoint, and this will return a response entity of ordered products response DTO. Let's import this class, and we can name this method as get ordered products details by order, and then we need to mention @path variable annotation, and we will write long order ID, and here we will write the return statement, and we will return a response entity dot OK, and here we will call our review service dot get ordered products detail by order ID, and in the params we will pass the order ID, and at the end we will add the annotation for get mapping, and for the URL we will pass it as ordered products/order ID. Our API is completed. Now let's run our application, and as you can see, our application is up on port 8080, and we have the logs for the table creation of review. In our Angular application, we need to create a new component, and we can open our customer modules, and we can open this components folder in the new integrated terminal. And here we will give the command to create the component, which is ng g for generate c for component, and we can name this component as view ordered products. And as you can see, our component is ready. Now let's go to the routing file of our customer module, and here we will create the route for the new component, and we can duplicate our my orders route,
And for the path, we need to update it ordered underscore products. And then we need to get a variable which is order ID. And for that, we need to mention here order ID. And then for the component, we will update it to view ordered products component. Now let's save this routing file and let's go to my orders component, and here we will open the HTML file, and in the action column we need to show a button to navigate the user to view ordered products. So for that we can write a span tag, and for this span tag we need to add one ng if condition, and we will write if my order dot status is equals to delivered, then only we will show this button. And after this we will add a button tag, and for the text we will set it as review, and for the router we will set customer slash ordered products, and then we will pass the ID of the order. Now let's save this file and let's open our services folder, and in our customer service we need to create the API call, and we can duplicate our existing get orders by user ID API, and we need to update the method name to get ordered products, and in the params we will mention order ID of type number, and we can remove this user ID. And for the path we will update it and we will replace the my orders to ordered products, and then instead of user ID we will pass the order ID from the params. Our get ordered products API call is completed. Now let's save this file. Now let's go to our newly created view ordered products component, and here we need to create the constructor. And in the constructor, first of all we need to inject the activated route so we can get the order ID from the URL, and after this we will inject our customer service, and let's import all of these here. And then we need to get the order ID from the URL, and for that we will create a variable and we will call our activated route dot snapshot, and then we will access the params and we will mention order ID in it. And after this we need to create a variable to store the response from the API, and we can name this variable as ordered product details list, and we can initialize it with an empty array, and then we need to create another variable for the total amount. Now let's create a method here, and in this method we will call our API, and we will use this dot customer service dot get ordered products, and in the params we will pass the order ID, and then we will subscribe the response and we will write the arrow function. And in the body of this method we need to access the response, and from the response we need to access the product DTO list, and then we need to apply the for each loop on this list, and we can remove this array keyword. And in the body of this for each loop we will set the processed image in the element, and then we will concatenate the string which is used to preview the image, and then we will concatenate with element dot byte image. After this we will push our element to the variable which is ordered products details list, and we will use dot push method, and here we will pass the element, and at the end we need to set the value in our total amount variable, and we can write here res dot order amount. Our method is completed. Now let's write the ng on init method, and in this method we will call our get ordered products details by order ID. Now let's save this file and let's go to the HTML file, and in this HTML file we will write a div tag and we will give it a class of ordered product container, and in this div tag we will create another tag and we will write the for loop, and we will use our ordered products details list in this for loop. In this div let's create another tag and let's give it a class of product info, and in the product info first of all we need to show the image of the product, so we can write an image tag, and in the source I am binding product dot processed image. After this we will create another div and we will give it a class of product details, and in the product details we will write the divs and we will show the product name, product price and product quantity. And after the product details we will add a button for the review, so user can click on this button to review the each product, and in the router link we will pass customer slash review, and then we will pass the product ID. We don't have this component right now, but we will create later in this video. And at the end we need to create another div and we will show the total amount of the order. Now let's save our HTML file and let's go to the CSS file, and here I will paste the code for the CSS. You can pause the video and copy the code, or you can give your own styling to the page. Now let's save this file and let's run our application. And as you can see our application is up without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of our ordered products page. After adding the login details we can click on this login button, and here we need to click on this orders button, And you can see we can't see the button to the review. So let's go back to our Angular application. And to fix this, we need to update the status to order status. And let's save our file. And let's go to the browser. And you can see now we have the button for the review. Now let's click on this button. And you can see here we are getting the products, and we can see the total as well, and we can see a button to review the product. Now let's go back to our VS Code, and here we need to open our components folder in the integrated terminal. And here we will give the command to create the review ordered product component, where we will get the review of the product from the user. And to do that, we will give the command which is ng g for generate c for component, and we will name this component as review ordered product. And you can see our component is ready. Now let's open our customer routing, and here we will duplicate our existing ordered products route. And for the path, we need to update it to review, and in the path variable we will get the product ID, and for the component we will update it to review ordered product component. Now let's save this, and let's go back to our browser, and let's click on this give review button, and you can see we got redirected to our review ordered products page. In our Spring Boot application, to create the post review API, first of all we need to create the review DTO, and to do that we can right click on our DTO package, and we can create a new Java class, and we can name this class as review DTO. After this we need to give the annotation of @data to this class, and then let's go to our review entity, and here we will copy all the properties and we will paste them in the review DTO. After this we need to remove all the annotations, and after this we need to mention a property of type multipart, and we can name this as image to get the image from our Angular application. After this we need to rename this one to returned image, and then instead of the whole user we will mention the user ID of type long. After this we need to replace this product with the product ID, and at the end we will mention another property which is user name. Our review DTO is completed. Now let's go back to review service implementation. And in this class we will write a method, and this method will return review DTO, and we can name this method as give review. And in the params of this method we will mention the review DTO. In the body of this method, first of all we need to get the product and user. So let's create one optional variable of product, and we can name this as optional product, and we will call our product repository dot find by id method, and we will pass review DTO dot get product ID. After this let's create one optional variable of user, and we can name this as optional user, and we will use user repository dot find by id method, and in the param we will pass review DTO dot get user ID. Now let's inject our user and product repository here, and let's import the classes. After this we need to check if our optional product and optional user is present, then only we will create the review. And to do that we can write here one if condition, and we will check optional product dot is present, and then we will check our optional user as well. In the else case we will write the return statement, and we will return null, and in the body of our if condition we will create a new review, and we can name this as review. Now we need to set the data in this entity, so we can start by setting the rating, which we can get from review DTO dot get rating. After the rating we will set the description. After the description we will set the user, and after the user we will set the product. After this we need to set the image, so we will call review dot set image, and we will get it from review DTO dot get image dot get bytes. Now to use this get bytes method we need to add exception to the method signature. At the end we will write the return statement, and we will call our review repository dot save method, and we will pass our review. And then to convert this entity to DTO we will call get DTO method. Now let's create the object of our review repository as well. Now we need to create this review repository, and for that we will open our repository package, and we will right click on this package, and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this as review repository, and this should be an interface. After creating this interface we need to annotate this with @repository annotation, and we need to extend this from JPA repository. And here we need to mention the entity which is review, and after the entity we need to mention the data type of our primary key which is long. Now let's go back to our review service implementation, and let's import this class.
And now we need to create this getDTO method inside our review entity. So let's open the review entity, and here we will create a method which will return review DTO, and we can name this as getDTO. And in the body we will create the object of the review DTO. And first of all we need to set the ID. After the ID we will set the rating. After the rating we will set the description, and after the description we will set the returned image. After the image we need to set the product ID, which we can get from product.getID. After the product ID we will set the user ID, and at the end we will set the user name. Now we will write the return statement, and we will return our review DTO. Now let's go back to our review service implementation, and here we need to copy this and we will mention it in the review service. Now we need to create the endpoint, so we will open our review controller inside the customer package, and here we will write a new method which will return a response entity, and we can name this method as give review. And then we need to mention the annotation which is model attribute, and we can mention here review DTO. We are giving the model attribute annotation instead of request body because we want to get the multipart file which is image. In this method we will create a new review DTO, and we can call our review service dot give review method, and in the params we will pass review DTO. And after this we will write here one if condition, and we will check if review DTO1 is equals to null. Then we will write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot status, and for the status we will pass HTTP status, and we will return bad request, and then we will call dot body method, and in the body we will return something went wrong. In the else case we will write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot status, and we will return HTTP status dot created, and then we will call body method, and we will return our review DTO. And at the end we will mention at the rate post mapping for our method, and for the path we will set it as /review. Now we need to add the exception to this method as well, so we can click here to add the exception, and our give review API is completed. Now let's run our backend application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. So in our Angular application, we already created the review ordered product component in our previous application. So we will open the TS file, and here let's create the constructor for this class. And in this constructor, first of all, we need to inject the form builder to build the reactive form. And then we need to inject the mat snack bar to show the messages. And after this we will inject our customer service to call the APIs, and then we need to inject the router to navigate the user, and at the end we need to inject activated route to get the param value from the URL. Now let's import all these by clicking on this quick fix and then add all missing imports. And after this we need to create a variable to store the param value from the URL, and we will name this variable as product ID, and the type of this variable will be number, and we will use our activated route dot snapshot dot params, and then we need to mention the param name which is product ID. After this we need to create the review form, and then we need two more variables to store the selected image and image preview. Now let's import this form group, and after this we will write the ng on init, and in this method we will mention the controls for our review form, and we will use our form group dot group method, and the first control we want is the rating, and for by default value I will set it as null, and then we need to mention the validators, and I will mention validator dot required. After this we need to mention the control for the description, so let's duplicate this, and we just need to update the name to description. After this we need to create a method which we will call whenever user will select a new image, and we can name this method as on file selected, and in the params we will mention event of type any, and in this method we will update our selected file variable, and we will set the selected image. And to do that we will use this dot selected file is equals to, and we need to use the event from the param dot target dot files, and we need to get the file which is on 0 index. And after this we need to show the preview of this image, so we will call another method which is preview image. Now let's create this preview image method, and in this method we will create a constant variable of reader, and we will use new file reader. And after this we will use this reader, and we will call onload method, and then we will write arrow function, And here we need to update our image preview variable, and we will set reader.result in it. And at the end of this method, we will call reader.read as data URL method, and we will pass our selected file. The last method we need for this file is submit form method, and in this method we will create the request body and we will call our review API. And before writing the implementation for this method, let's open our customer service. And here we need to create the API call, so we can copy our existing get ordered products method and we can paste it here. And we need to rename the method to give review, and in the params we will mention review DTO of type any. And the type of the API call is the post, and the URL of this API is api/customer/review. And then we will remove this path variable from here, and we will pass the request body as review DTO. Our give review API is ready. Now let's save this file and let's go back to our component. And here we can call our API, but before that we will create a form data. And in this form data we need to append all the review information. So we will use form data.append method. And first of all we will set the image, and we will pass here this dot selected file. And after this we need to set the product ID which we are getting from the URL. After the product ID we will set the user ID, and we can call user storage dot get user ID method. Now let's import this. After the user ID we need to set the rating which we can get from our review form dot get method, and here we will mention the control name which is rating. And the last field we want to set is the description, and we will get it from the review form. And after this we will call our customer service dot give review method, and in the param we will pass form data, and then we will subscribe the response. And after getting the response we need to write one if condition, and in this if condition we will check res.id is not equal to null, and if this is true then we will show a message to the user review posted successfully. And after this we will redirect the user to my orders page, and then we will write the else case, and in this case we will show a message that something went wrong. Our TS file code is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file. And here we will write the form tag, and for the form group we will pass our review form. And after this we will write a div tag, and we will give it a class of file upload container. And in this container we will write the input code, and on the change event we are calling our own file selected method. And after this we will write a div, and in this div we will write an image tag, and we will show our image preview. And we will only show this div if we have something in the selected file. Our file upload container is completed. Now we will write the tag for the mat form field, and we are using mat select to show the options of the rating. And then we have mat error tag to show the errors for validations. After this we will write the tag for the mat form field of description, and in the form control name we will pass the description. And at the end we will write a button tag, and on the click of this button we are calling submit form method. Our HTML file is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our CSS file. And I will paste the CSS code here. You can pause the video and you can copy the CSS code, or you can write your own code. Now let's save this file and let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. But before going to the project and validating the review order page, let's go to our backend application. And in our backend application, we need to fix a bug. And in our give review API, for the response, we need to return review DTO 1 instead of review DTO. Now let's rerun our backend application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. Now let's go to the browser. After adding the login details, we can click on this login button. And then we need to click on this orders button. And now we will click on this review button, and we need to give review for this product. So we will click on this give review button. And on this page, we can see our give review form. Now let's click on this select a file button, and we will select any random image from here. And you can see the preview of the image. Now let's select the rating, and let's write the description as product was not good. And after this, let's click on this submit button. And you can see we got the message that review posted successfully. And in MySQL workbench, now let's open our review table. And you can see we got the one record with the same description that we added. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create the wishlist entity. And to create the wishlist entity, we can right click on our entity package, and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this as wishlist. And after this, we need to annotate this class with @data annotation, and then we will give the annotation of entity. And after this, we will mention the ID property for this class, and the type of this will be long. And then on this, we will give the annotation of @ID, and then we will give the annotation for generated value. And for the strategy, we will pass generation type dot identity. And after this, we need to create the relation of our wishlist entity with the product. So we will write here private product, and we will name this as product. And then we need to give the relationship annotation that should be many to one. And for the fetch, we will set it as fetch type dot lazy. And then for the optional, we will set it as false. And after this, we need to give annotation for the join column. And for the name, we will set it as product underscore ID. And for nullable, we will set it as false. And then we need to give annotation for on delete. And for the action, we will set it as on deletion action dot cascade. And after the product, we need to create the relation with the user. So we will copy this and we will paste it here. And instead of the product, we will mention user, and we will name this as user. And in the join column for the name, we will set it as user underscore ID. Our wishlist entity is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. And we got the log for the table creation of wishlist. So to create the API, first of all, we need to create the DTO. And for that, we can right click on our DTO package, and we will create a new Java class. And we need to name this class as product detail DTO. And we will annotate this class with @data annotation from Lombok, so we can get the getters and setters. And in this class, first of all, we need to get the product details. And to do that, we will mention a property of product DTO, and we will name this as product DTO. After the product DTO, we need to send the reviews. So we will write another property, and this property will be a type of list of review DTO. And we will name this as review DTO list. Now let's import this list class. And after the reviews, we need to mention the property for the FAQ. So we will write private list of FAQ DTO, and we will name this as FAQ DTO list. Our DTO is completed. And to create the API method, we need to open our services package. And in the services, we will open our customer. And inside the customer package, we need to open the customer product service implementation. And in this class, we can write our method. And this method will return product detail DTO. And we can name this as get product detail by ID. And in the param, we need to get the product ID. So we will mention long product ID. And in the body of this method, first of all, we need to get the product. So we will create a variable, and this variable will be an optional one of type product. And we can name this as optional product. And we will call our product repository dot find by ID method. And in the params, we will pass product ID. After this, we need to write one if condition. And here we will check the availability of our product. And to do that, we can call optional product dot is present method. And if the product is not present in our DB, then we will write return statement, and we will return null. Now in this if condition, we need to get the FAQs and reviews of the product. And to do that, first of all, we need to inject FAQ repository. And to do that, we can write private final FAQ repository, and then we will name this as FAQ repository. After this, we need to inject the review repository as well. So we'll do that. And now let's import these classes. Now let's go back to our method. And in this method, we will create a variable of list of FAQ, and we can name this as FAQ list. And we will call our FAQ repository dot find all by product ID. And in the params, we will pass product ID. Now let's import this FAQ class. And after this, we will declare another variable of list of reviews, and we will name this as a review list. And we will use our review repository dot find all by product ID, and we will pass the product ID in the params. Now let's import this review class. And now we need to create these methods inside the FAQ repository and review repository. So let's open the FAQ repository. And the return type of this method will be list of FAQ. And the query should be find all by product ID. And in the params, we will mention long product ID. Now let's import this list class here, and let's copy this method, and let's open our review repository. and here we can paste the same method, and instead of the list of FAQ, the return type of this method will be list of review. Now let's go back to our customer product service implementation. And after getting the FAQs and reviews, we need to create a product detail DTO, and we can name this as product detail DTO. And now we need to set the details in it. So we will call product detail DTO dot set product. And here we will use our optional product dot get, and then we will call get DTO method. And as you know, in this get DTO method, we are converting our product entity into the product DTO. Now let's go back to the class. And after setting the product details, we will call again product detail DTO dot set FAQ DTO list. And here we will use our FAQ list and we will apply the stream on it. And then we will call the map method. And inside this map method, we will call get FAQ DTO method. And then we will use dot collect method to collect this to list. And as you know, in the get FAQ DTO, we are converting the entity into the FAQ DTO. Now let's duplicate this FAQ line, and this time we need to set the review DTO list, and we will remove this FAQ list and we will write review list here. And let's remove the FAQ from the map, and here we will call get DTO method of the review entity. Now at the end we will write the return statement, and we will return our product detail DTO. Our get product detail by ID method is completed. Now let's copy this and let's mention it in customer product service. Now we need to write the endpoint for this method, and to do that we can open our customer package, and inside the customer package we will open customer product controller, and here we can start writing our method, and this method will return a response entity of product detail DTO, and we can name this method as get product detail by ID, and in the params we will mention @path variable annotation, and this will be of type long, and we can name this as product ID. And in this method we will create a product detail DTO, and we will call our customer product service dot get product detail by ID, and in the params we will pass product ID, and after this we will write one if condition, and we will check if our product detail DTO is equals to null. Then we will write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot not found, and then we will call the build method. If our product detail DTO is not null, then we will write the return statement, and we will return response entity dot OK, and inside this we will pass our product detail DTO. After this we need to give annotation for this method, and we will use @get mapping annotation, and for the path we will pass it as /product/product ID. Our API call is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up on port 8080 without any errors. Now let's go to our Postman and let's test this API. As you can see, I am in my Postman, and in the authorization, I already gave our token. And for the path, after the API/customer, we need to pass the product. And after the product, we need to give the ID of the product. And let's say I want to get the details of the product with the ID 6. So after mentioning it, I will click on this send button, and you can see we got the response where we can see the product details first, and after the product details we are getting a list of reviews, and after the reviews we are getting the FAQs of the product. In our Angular application, we need to create a component first. So we will open our customer module, and we will open this components folder in the integrated terminal. And here we will give the command to create the component, which is g for generate, c for component, and we need to name this component as view product detail. Our component is ready. Now let's open customer's routing file, and here we need to create the route for the new page, and to do that we can duplicate this existing review route, and in the path we need to replace the review with the product, and then we will mention the product ID as variable, and for the component we will update it to view product detail component. Now let's save this file. Now after this, let's open our services package, and we will open our customer service, and here we need to create the API call, and we will write a new method, and we will name this method as get product detail by ID, and in the param we will mention product ID, of type number, and then this method will return observable of type any. Now let's copy this code to call the API and let's paste it here. And for the URL, we need to replace ordered product with the product. And after this, we will pass this product ID here as the path variable. Our get product detail by ID API call is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our components folder. And here we will open the TS file of view product detail component. In this component, first of all, we will create the constructor. And in the constructor, first of all, we need to inject the mat snack bar to show the messages. And after this, we will inject the customer service to make API calls. And then we need to inject the activated route to get the product ID from the URL. Now let's click on quick fix and add all missing imports. Now we need to get the product ID from the URL, and for that we will create a variable product ID of type number, and we will use our activated route dot snapshot, and after this we will use dot params, and here we need to mention the variable which is product ID. And after this, we need to store the product details after getting the response from the API. So we will create a variable and we will name this as product. And after this, we will create a variable for the FAQs and we will initialize it with an empty array. And after this, we will create another variable to store the reviews. Now we need to write a method to call the API, and we will name this method as get product details by ID. And in this method, we will use our customer service and we will call get product details by ID method. And in the params, we will send this dot product ID, and then we will subscribe the response and we will write an arrow function. And after getting the response, we need to set the values in our variables. So we will call this dot product is equals to res dot product DTO. And after this, to show the product image to the user, we need to add a string in it. So we will use this dot product dot processed image is equals to, and we will paste our string which we want to attach. And after this, we will get the image from the response. So we can write res dot product DTO dot returned image. After the image, let's set the FAQs, and we will call res dot FAQ DTO list. Now we need to set the reviews, and to do that, we will call res dot review DTO list to access the reviews, and then we will apply for each loop on it. And let's remove this array. And like the image of the product, we need to process the image of the review as well. So we will write element dot processed image is equals to, and let's copy the same code from here and paste it here. And after this, we will call element dot returned image. And at the end, we will call our reviews dot push method, and we will pass the element. Our get product details by ID method is completed. Now let's write the ng on init method for this component. And in this method, we will call this get product details by ID method. Our TS code is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file. In this HTML file, we will write a div tag and we will give it a class of center container. And we will write ng if, and we will check if we have product, then only we will show this div. In this div, let's write another div and give it a class of product card. And in this div tag, first of all, we need to show the product image. So we will write another div. And in the image tag for the source, we will bind it with the product.processed image. Now for the other details of the product, let's write another div tag and give it a class of product details. And here we will show the name of the product, and we will write an h2 tag and we will access product.name. After the name, we will show the product description, and after the product description, we will show the price, and after the price, we will show the category. Our product details section is completed. Now let's write one h1 tag, and in the text we will write customer reviews, and we will show only if we have at least one review in the response. And after this, let's write a div tag and let's give it a class of review list. And in this div tag, we will write another div and we will give it a class of center container. And inside this center container, let's write another div and let's use ng for loop. And inside ng for loop, we will write let review of reviews. And in this div, first of all, we need to show the image. So we will use image tag, and in the source, we will bind review.processed image. After this div, let's write another div tag and give it a class of review details. And in this div, first of all, we will show the description of the review, and then we will show the rating and the username. Our review section is completed as well. Now on the bottom, let's write one h1 tag, and for the text, we will write frequently asked question, and we will only show this h1 tag if we have at least one FAQ in the response. After this, let's write two div tags. and then we will write another div tag, and we will write ng for loop in it, and we will iterate through our FAQs. And in this div we will write the p tags to show the question and then the answer. Our HTML file is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our CSS file, and I will paste the styling code. You can pause the video and copy the CSS code, or you can write your own code. Now let's save this file and let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. But before going to the browser, let's open our dashboard component. And here we need to add the router link so we can redirect the user to our product detail page. And to do that, we need to add a router link for this h2 tag and the product name. And for the path, we will pass it as /customer/product, and then we will pass the product ID. Now let's save this file and let's go to the browser. After adding the login details, let's click on the login button. And now let's click on the name of this product, and you can see we got redirected to the product details page where we can see the product details, then reviews, and then frequently asked questions. Now let's fix this image bug, and to fix the image bug, let's open the TS file of our product detail component, and here instead of the returned image we need to access the byte image. Now let's save this file, and you can see here now it is working fine. And as you know, we already created this wishlist entity in our previous videos. And in this wishlist entity, we have an ID and product and user relationship. Now we need to create the repository. So let's right click on the repository package and we will create a new Java class, and we need to name this class as wishlist repository. And this should be an interface. Now we need to annotate this class with @repository annotation. And then we need to extend this from JPA repository, and here we need to mention the entity, which is wishlist, and after the entity we need to mention the type of the primary key, which is long in our case. Now after the wishlist repository we need to create the wishlist DTO, so we can right click on our DTOs package and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as wishlist DTO. And after creating the class we need to annotate with @data annotation. And in this wishlist DTO, the first property we want is the user ID, and the second property is the product ID. We will use these two properties in the add product in the wishlist DTO API call. And after that, we need to add more properties. So we can use this wishlist DTO when we will create the get all wishlist product by the user. And for that, we need an ID of the wishlist. And after this we need a property to show the product name, so this should be a string, and then we will name this as product name. And after the product name we need to mention the product description, and after product description we will mention returned image, and the data type will be byte array. And the last property we want is the long price. Our wishlist DTO is completed, and now we need to create the service for our wishlist. So here in the customer package we will right click and we will create a new package, and we will name this package as Wishlist. And then let's right click on this package and let's create a new Java class, and we need to name this class as Wishlist service, and this should be an interface. And after this we need to create the implementation, so we will right click again on the Wishlist package and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as Wishlist service implementation. And here we need to give two annotations. The first one is @service, and the second one is required args constructor. And first of all, we need to create the objects for the required repositories, and the first one is the user repository. And after the user repository we need product repository, and the last one we need is the wishlist repository. Now let's import these here, and after this we can start writing our method, and this method will return wishlist DTO, and we can name this method as add product to wishlist. And in the params we will mention wishlist DTO. And in the body of this method, first of all we will create an optional variable of product, and we can name this as optional product, and we will call our product repository dot find by ID method, and in the params we will pass wishlist DTO dot get product ID. Now after the product ID we need to get the user, so we will create another optional variable of user, and we will name this as optional user, and we will call our user repository dot find by ID method, and in the params we will pass wishlist DTO dot get user ID. Now we need to check the availability of the product and the user, so we will write one if condition and we will check optional product is present, and we need to check our optional user as well, so we will call same is present method. And if it is wrong, then we will write the return statement and we will return null. And if our product and user is present, then we can create our wishlist entity and we will name this as wishlist. And now we need to add the details in this wishlist. And first of all, we will call wishlist.setProduct method and we will pass our optional product.get. And after this, we need to set the user. So we will call wishlist.setUser method and we will pass our optional user.get. And at the end, we will write a return statement and we will call our wishlist repository.save method and we will pass our wishlist in the params. And then we will call get wishlist DTO method of our wishlist entity, which will convert it to the DTO. And our add product to wishlist method is completed. Now let's go to our wishlist entity and let's create this get wishlist DTO method. And here in this wishlist entity, we will start writing the method and this method will return wishlist DTO and we can name this as get wishlist DTO. And in the body, first of all, we will create a new wishlist DTO and we will name this as wishlist DTO. And after this, we can start putting the details in the wishlist DTO. So we will call wishlist DTO.setID method and we will pass our ID. And after the ID, we need to set the product ID. So we will call wishlist DTO.setProductID method and we will pass product.getID. And after the product ID, we need to set the image. So we will call wishlist DTO.setReturnedImage and we will pass product.getImage. And after the image, we will set the name of the product. So we will call wishlist DTO.setProductName method and we will pass product.getName. And after the name, we will set the description. So we will call wishlist DTO.setProductDescription and we will pass our product.getDescription. And then we need to set the price. So we will call wishlist DTO.setPrice method and we will pass our product.getPrice. And at the end, we will set the user ID. So we will call wishlist DTO.setUserID method and we will pass our user.getID. And at the end, we will return our wishlist DTO. Our get wishlist DTO method is completed. Now let's go back to the wishlist service implementation. And here we need to copy this and we will mention it in the wishlist service. And now we need to create the endpoint so we can open our controllers package. And inside the customer package, we will create a new Java class and we will name this as wishlist controller. And we need to annotate this class with @REST controller annotation. And then we will give the annotation for required orgs constructor. And the last annotation we need is the request mapping. And for the path, we will pass it as API/customer. And after this, we need to inject our wishlist service. And let's import this class. And here we can start writing our method, which will return response entity. And we can name this method as add product to wishlist. And then we will mention @request body annotation. And we will mention our wishlist DTO. And in the body of this method, we will create a wishlist DTO and we will name this as posted wishlist DTO. And we will call our wishlist service dot add product to wishlist and we will pass our wishlist DTO in the params. And after this, we will write one if condition and we will check our posted wishlist DTO if it is equal to null. And if it is true, then we will write a return statement and we will return a response entity dot status and we will return HTTP status dot bad request and then we will call dot body method and in the body we will pass something went wrong. Now if our wishlist DTO is not null, then we will write a return statement and we will return response entity dot status and for the status we will return it as HTTP status dot created and then we will call the body method and in the body we will pass our posted wishlist DTO. And at the end, we need to annotate this method with the post mapping and for the path, we will pass it as /wishlist. Our API is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, we got an error. Consider defining a bean for our wishlist service. And to fix this error, let's open our wishlist service implementation. And here we need to write the implement statement and we will mention our wishlist service. Now let's run our application again. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. So to create the API call, we need to open the customer service. And here, let's copy this give review method and let's paste it here. And then we need to update the name of this method to add product to wishlist. And after this, we need to remove this review DTO and we need to give wishlist DTO. And we will pass the same as the request body. And after this, we need to update the path and that should be API/customer/wishlist. Our API call is ready. Now let's save this file and let's go to view product detail component and we need to open the TS file.
And in this file, we need to write a method to call that API, and we can name this method as add to wishlist. And here we need to build our request body, and for that we can create a constant variable, and we can name this as wishlist DTO. And in this wishlist DTO, first of all, we need to set the product ID. And for the value, we can use our product ID variable of our component, which we are getting from the route. So here we will mention this dot product ID. And after the product ID, we need to give the user ID. And this user ID we can get from user storage service, and we can call get user ID method. And our wishlist DTO is ready. Now we will use our customer service, and we will call add product to wishlist method. And in the params of this method, we will pass wishlist DTO, and then we will subscribe the response, and we will write an arrow function. And in this method, we will write one if condition, and we will check if a response dot id is not equal to null. And if it is true, then we will use our snack bar, and we will show a message product added to wishlist successfully. And after this, we will write else case, and in the else case, we will use snack bar, and we will show a message that already in wishlist. And after this, let's remove this semicolon. And with this, our API call method is completed. Now let's save this file, and let's open our HTML file. And in our HTML file, after the category, we will show a button, and we will use mat icon button. And for the icon, we will pass favorite underscore border. And on the click of this button, we will call the method add to wishlist. Now let's save this HTML file as well, and let's run our application. And to run our application, we can write a command which is npm start. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. Now let's go to the browser, and let's validate the functionality for add product in the wishlist. And on the login page, after adding the email and password, let's click on this login button. And you can see we got redirected to our dashboard. Now let's click on the name of any product. Now let's scroll down, and you can see a heart icon button. Now let's click on this button, and you can see we got the message that product added to wishlist successfully. Now let's go to our backend application, and let's create an API to get all products of the user's wishlist. And we will create a new page here, and on the click of this button, we will show that page, and we will show all the products of the user's wishlist. So in our Spring Boot application, to create the API, first of all, we need to create the JPA query. And for that, we can open our wishlist repository. And here we will write the query. And a return type of this method will be list of wishlist. And the query will be find all by user ID. And in the params of this method, we will mention long user ID. Now let's import this list class here. And after this, we need to open our wishlist service implementation to write the method. And here we can start writing our method, and this method will return list of wishlist DTO. And we can name this method as get wishlist by user ID. And in the params, we will mention long user ID. Now let's import the list class here as well. And here in this method, we will write a return statement, and we will call wishlist repository dot find all by user ID method. And in the params, we will pass user ID. And after this, we will use stream method to loop through the wishlist, and then we will call the map method. And in this, we will call get wishlist DTO. And if we open this get wishlist DTO method, you can see here in this method, we are converting our wishlist entity to the wishlist DTO. Now let's go back to our wishlist service implementation, and at the end we will call collect method, and our method is completed. Now let's copy this, and let's mention in the wishlist service. And now we need to write the endpoint for this method call. So let's open our wishlist controller, and here we can start writing our method, and the return type of this method will be response entity of list of wishlist DTO. And we can name this endpoint as get wishlist by user ID. And here we need to mention @path variable annotation, and the type of this will be long, and we can name this as user ID. Now let's import this list class here. And in this method, we will write a return statement, and we will return response entity dot OK. And here we will call our wishlist service dot get wishlist by user ID, and in the params, we will pass the user ID. And at the end, we need to annotate this method, and we will use get mapping annotation. And for the path, we will pass /wishlist/user ID. And with this, our API call is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. So in our Angular application, first of all, we need to create a new component. So in the customer module, we will right click on the component folder and we will open it in integrated terminal. And here we need to give the command, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and we will name this component as view wish list. And as you can see, our component is ready. Now let's open the customer routing file and we need to create a new route. And to do that, we can duplicate our product route. And in the path, we need to replace it with wishlist. And for the component, we need to replace it with view wishlist component. Now let's save our routing file. And now we need to create the API call. So we will open our service folder and we will open our customer service. And here let's duplicate this add product to wishlist API. And after this, we need to update the name and we will write get wishlist by user. And then we need to remove this DTO from the params and from the request body. And after this, we need to get the user ID. So we will create a constant variable here and we will name this as user ID. And here we will call our user storage service dot get user ID method. And after this, we need to update the method of our call from post to get. And then we need to pass this user ID in the path. So after the wishlist, we will put a slash and here we can pass our user ID. Our get wishlist by user API call is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our wishlist component. And first of all, we will open the TS file. And here we need to create a variable to store the products and we will name this variable as products. And the type of this will be any array and we can initialize it with an empty array. And after this, we need to create the constructor for this component. And here we need to inject our customer service so we can call the APIs and we need to import this here as well. And after this, we will write a method and we will name this method as get wishlist by user ID. And here we will use our customer service and we will call get wishlist by user ID method. And then we will subscribe the response. And after getting the response, we need to update the image of the product so we can show it to user. So we will apply a for each loop on our res and then let's remove this array from here. And in the body of this for each loop, we will call element dot and we will name the updated image as processed image. And here we need to paste the string which we want to attach. And then we need to call element dot returned image, which we are getting from our backend application. And at the end, we need to push this element in the products array. So we will use dot push method and we will pass element. And after this, we will create the ng on init method. And in this ng on init method, we will call our get wishlist by user ID method. And with this, our TS file is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file. And here we need to write a div and we will give it a class of center container. And after this, we will write another div and we will give it a class of product cart. And after this, we will apply ng for loop and we will use let keyword and we will name single product as product. And after of keyword, we will mention products, which is the variable in our TS file. And after the for loop, first of all, we need to show the image of the product. So we will use the image tag and in the source, we will bind product.processed image. After the image of the product, we need to show the other details and we will create a div and we will give it a class of product details. And in this product details, first of all, we will show the name which we can access by product.product name and we will use h2 tag. And after the name, we will show the description and the price of the image. So we will use p tags to show them. And with this, our HTML file is completed. Now let's save this file and let's open our CSS file. I will paste the CSS code here and you can pause the video and you can copy the CSS code or you can write your own code. And after this, let's save our CSS file and let's write the command to run our application, which is npm start. And as you can see, our application is up without any error. Now let's go to the browser and let's view the wishlist page. And on the login page, I added the email and password of the customer. Now let's click on this login button. And after this, we will click on this wishlist button. And as you can see here, we are getting one product which we added in the previous video. Now let's go to our backend application and let's create the API to track the order.
And to create the tracking API, we need to create a method in our cart service implementation. So let's open this. And at the end of this class, we will start writing our method, and this method will return order DTO. And we can name this method as search order by tracking ID. And then in the params, we need to mention UUID, and we can name this as tracking ID. And in the body of this method, we will create an optional variable, and this should be of type order, and we can name this as optional order. And we will call our order repository dot find by tracking ID method, and in the params we will pass tracking ID. After getting the optional order, we will write one if condition, and we will check our optional order by calling isPresent method. And if it is true, then we will write the return statement, and we will use our optional order, and we will call get method. And after the get, we need to convert it to DTO, so we will call get order DTO method. And if our order is not present, then we will write return statement, and we will return null from here. And after this, we need to create this method in the order repository. So let's open our order repository, and the return type of this method will be optional of order. And here we need to write the JPA query, which is find by tracking ID. And in the params of this method, we will mention UUID, and we will name this as tracking ID. And now let's import this UUID here. And now let's go back to our cart service implementation. And here we need to copy this, and we will mention in the cart service. And after this, we need to write the endpoint for this API. So we will right click on our controller package, and we will create a new Java class, and we will name this class as tracking controller. And after this, we need to give the annotation of REST controller, and we will give the annotation for required augs constructor. And after this, we need to inject our cart service. So we will write private final, and here we will mention our cart service, and we will name this as cart service. After creating the object of the cart service, here we can start writing our method, and this method will return a response entity. And here we need to mention our order DTO, and we can name this method as search order by tracking ID. And after this, we need to give @path variable annotation, and we will mention UUID, and we will name this as tracking ID. And in the body of this method, we will create a new order DTO, and we will call our cart service dot search order by tracking ID method, and in the params we will pass tracking ID. And after this, let's remove these brackets from here, and we will write one if condition, and we will check our order DTO, and if it is equal to null, we will write return statement, and we will return response entity, and we will call not found method, and then we will build it. And if our order DTO is not null, then we will return response entity dot OK, and in the body we will pass our order DTO. And at the end, we need to give get mapping annotation, and for the path we will set it as /order/tracking ID. And our order tracking API is completed. Now let's run our application again. And as you can see here, our application is up without any errors. So first of all, we need to create the API call, and to do that, we will open our auth service, and we will write the API call for the tracking here in the auth service. And we will create a method, and we will name this method as get order by tracking ID. And in the params of this method, we will accept tracking ID, and the type of this should be number. And this method will return observable of type any. And in the body of this method, we will write return statement, and we will use our HTTP client, and we will use get method because the API is get API. And here we need to pass the URL, and we can get our URL from basic URL variable. And after that, we need to add API URL, and for that we will add backticks, and the API URL is order/tracking ID. And to insert the tracking ID, we will use dollar bracket, and then we will pass our tracking ID variable in the URL. And with this, our API call method is completed. Now let's save this file. And after this, we need to create a new component, and we will place this component in the app component. So we will right click on the app folder, and we will open it in new integrated terminal. And here we need to give a command to create the component, which is ng g for generate c for component, and we will name this component as track order.
And as you can see, our track order component is ready. Now we need to mention the route for this component. So we will open app routing file. And here in this file, we can duplicate our sign up route. And for the path, we need to set it as order. And for the component, we need to set it as track order component. Now let's save this routing file. And now let's open our track order component and we will open the TS file. And in this component, first of all, we need to create a form and we will name this as search order form. And the type of this should be form group. Now let's import this form group from angular/forms. And after this, we need to create the constructor for this component. And in this constructor, we need to inject the form builder to build the reactive form. And after the form builder, we need to inject our auth service to call the APIs. Now let's import both of these by clicking on this quick fix and then add all missing imports. And after this, we will create the ng-on-init method for this component. And in this method, we need to mention the controls for our search order form. And we can do this by using our form builder and we will call group method. And in this group, we can mention our controls and the control we want is the tracking ID. And for by default value, I will set it as null. And then for the validators, I will set validators.required. Our ng-on-init method is completed. Now we will create another method and we will name this as submit form. And in this method, we will call our API and we will use our auth service and we will call get order by tracking ID method. And in the params, we need to pass our tracking ID, which we can get from our search order form. And we will call get method. And in this get method, we need to pass the form control name, which is tracking ID in our case. And then we need to get the value. And after this, we will subscribe the response and we will name the response as res. And for now, let's use our console.log method to log the response in the console. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file. And in this HTML file, first of all, we will create the form and we need to write the form tag. And for the form group, we will bind search order form. And on the submit, we are calling submit form method. And after this, we need to mention the form field. And for that, we will use mat form field tag. And then we will use mat label. And in the mat label, I mentioned enter tracking ID to search. And after the label, we will give an input tag. And in the form control name, we will bind tracking ID. And after the input tag, we will add a button tag. And we will disable this button if our search order form is invalid. And then we will use mat icon tag and we will use search icon. Now let's save this HTML file and let's go to our CSS file. And I am pasting the code for the CSS. You can pause the video and you can copy the CSS code or you can write your own code. Now let's save this file and let's run our application. And to run the application, we will write the command npm start. And as you can see, we got one error in the HTML file. So let's open our track order HTML file. And here we need to remove this extra form closing tag. And now let's save this file again. And you can see our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of our track order API call. And on the login page, I will log in as admin. And after logging in, I will click on this orders button and I will copy one tracking ID from here. And after logging out, we need to click this track order button. And you can see we got one search input. Now let's right click and let's open our console. And in the search box, let's type the tracking ID and let's click on this search button. And you can see in the console, we got the details of the order. Now let's go back to our Angular application and let's write the code to show this information here. So to show the information in the track order TS, we will create a variable and we will name this as order. And after the API call, we will use this order variable and we will set the value of res in it. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file. And in our HTML file, after the form tag, we will write a div and we will give it a class of order details container. And we will write ng if condition and we will check if we have something in order, then only we will show this div. And in this order details div, we will start the tag for the mat card and mat card header. And for the mat card title, we will show order details. And now we need to show the details of the order. And first of all, we will show the tracking ID, which we can get by calling order.tracking ID. And after the tracking ID, we will show the username. And after the username, we will show the address. And after the address, we will show the amount. And after the amount, we will show the order status. And then at the end, we will show the date of the order and we will format the date with the date pipe and we will format the amount with the currency pipe. Now let's save this file and let's go back to the browser. And here I will add the tracking ID again and I will click on this search button and you can see we got the details of the order. Before creating the API, we need to create the response DTO. So we can right click on our DTO package and we will create a new Java class and we will name this class as analytics response. And after this, we will give @data annotation and we will give all args constructor annotation from Lombok. And after this, in this analytics response, we need to get placed orders. So we will create a field of type long and we will name it as placed. And after the placed orders, we need to return the shipped. So we will create another field and we will name this as shipped. And after this, we need another field of type long and we will name this as delivered. And after this, we need to return the orders in the current month and we will create a field of type long and we will name this as current month orders. And after this, we will create another field for previous month orders. And after this, we need to return the earnings of the current month. So we will create another field and we will name this as current month earnings. And the last field we want is previous month earnings. Our analytics response DTO is completed. Now let's open our admin order service implementation. And here we can start writing our method and this method will return analytics response and we can name this method as calculate analytics. And in the body of this method, first of all, we need to get the current date. So we will create a variable of type local date and we will name this as current date and we will initialize it by calling local date dot now method. And to get the orders of the previous month, we need to get the previous month as well. So we will create another variable of type local date and we will name this as previous month date and we will initialize it by calling current date and then we will call minus months method and we will pass 1. And after this, we will create a variable of type long and we will name this as current month orders and we will call a method get total orders for the month. And in the params of this method, we need to pass the month and year, which we can get from our current date dot get month value. And after this, we need to send the current year, which we can get by calling current date dot get year method. And after this, let's create this get total orders for month. And this method will return a long and we can name this as get total orders for month. And in the params, we will accept int month and then int year. And after this, in this method, we need to create the start date of the month and the end date of the month with the time. And to do that, we will use calendar. And in this calendar, first of all, we will set the year, which we can get from our param. And after the year, we will set the month and we will use our month from the param and then we will minus 1 from it because the month of the calendar starts from 0. And after this, we will set the day in this calendar and we will set 1 because we want the start of the month. And after this, we will set hour of the day, minute and second to the 0. And after this, we will create a variable start of month of type date and we will call calendar dot get time. So we can build the date. And after this, we need to build end of the month and we will use same calendar and we will set day of the month to the maximum day of the month. And after this, we need to set hour of the day and we will set it to 23 because in one day we have 24 hours. And after this, we will set the minute and second to 59. And then we will create a variable end of month and we will call calendar dot get time to build this date. And after this, we will create a variable of list of orders and we can name this as orders and we will call our order repository dot and we will call a method get by date between and status. So we can get the orders by the date and the status. And for the date, we will pass our start of month and end of month. And for the order status, we will pass order status dot delivered. And at the end of this method, we will write a return statement and we will call orders dot size method to get the total number of orders. And before returning it, we need to convert them to long. And our get total orders for month is completed. Now let's go to order repository and let's create this method in the order repository. And at the end of this class, we will write this method and this method will return list of orders. And we can write the JPA query as find by date between and then we will write and keyword and we will mention order status. And in the params, we need to mention date and we will name this as start of month
and then we will mention date and end of month, and the last param will be order status, and we can name this as status. And our repository method is ready. Now let's go back to our order service implementation. And here we missed the order, so let's mention the order here. And after the orders of the current month, we need to get the number of orders for the previous month. So we will create another variable of type long, and we will name this as previous month orders, and we will call same get total orders for month method. And for the month, we will pass it as previous month dot get month value. And for the year, we will pass previous month date dot get year. And after the orders of current month and previous month, we need to get the earnings of current month and previous month. And to do that, we will create a variable, and we will name this as current month earnings. And here we will call another method get total earnings for the month. And in the params of this method, we need to pass the month and year, and we can copy these params from here and we can mention them here. And after this, let's write the method, and we can copy our existing orders method and we can paste it here. And after this, we need to update the name of it to get total earnings for the month, and everything will be the same. Like we need to calculate the start of the month, and then we will calculate end of the month. And at the end of this method, we will get the orders by date and order status. And after this, we need to remove this return statement. And here we will create a variable, and we will name this as sum, and we will initialize it by 0 long. And then we need to write a for loop, and in this for loop we will mention the single order, and we will name this as order, and we will loop through our orders from the repository. And in this for loop we need to get the amount of the order, and we need to sum it in this sum variable. And to do that, we can call our order.getAmount method. And at the end, we will write return statement, and we will return our sum. And with this, our get total earnings for the month method is completed. Now let's go back and let's create another long variable, and we will name this as previous month earnings, and we will call same get total earnings method. And for the params, we can copy this and we can paste it here. And after this, we need to calculate total placed, shipped, and delivered orders. And to do that, we will create a variable long, and we will name this as placed, and we will call our order repository dot count by order status method. And in the params of this method, we will pass order status dot placed. And after this, let's go to our order repository and let's create this count by order status method. And here in the order repository, this method will return long, and the JPA query is count by order status, and in the params of this method we need to mention order status, and we can name this as status. Now let's go back to our admin service implementation, and let's duplicate this line here, and we need to update the name to shipped, and for the order status we will send it as shipped. And after this, we will duplicate this line one last time, and we will name this variable as delivered, and we will send the delivered order status. And after this, we will write a return statement, and we will create new analytics response. And here we will pass placed orders, and then shipped orders, and then delivered orders. And after this, we need to return the orders of the current month, and then orders of the previous month, and then we need to pass the earnings of the current month, and at the end we need to pass previous month earnings. And with this, our calculate analytics method is completed. Now we will copy this and we will paste it here in the order service. And after this, we need to write endpoint to call this method. So we will open our admin order controller, and here we will copy this get all placed orders endpoint, and we will paste it here. And we need to update the method name to get analytics. And after this, we need to update the URL, and this should be /order/analytics. And after this, we need to update the return type, and this will be analytics response. And let's import this class here. And at the end, we need to update the method call to calculate analytics. And with this, our get analytics API is completed. Now let's run our application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. In our Angular application, first of all, we need to create the API call. And to do that, we need to open our admin service. And here we can copy our get placed orders API call, and we can paste it here. And then we need to update the name of the method to get analytics. And after this, we need to update the URL, which should be /admin/order /analytics. And that's it for our service method. Now let's save this file. And after this, we need to create the analytics component. And to do that, we will right click on our components folder and we will open it in integrated terminal. And here we will give the command, which is ng g for generate, c for component, and we can name this component as analytics. And you can see our analytics component is ready. Now let's open our admin routing file. And here we need to create the route for this component, and we can duplicate this FAQ route. And for the path, we need to set it as analytics, and then we need to update the component as well. And we will mention analytics component. Now let's save this routing file and let's open our analytics component, and we will open the TS file. And in this TS file, first of all, we need to create the constructor for this component. And then we need to inject our admin service so we can call the API. Now let's click on quick fix and let's add the import. And after this, we will write ng on init method. And in this ng on init method, we will use our admin service and we will call get analytics method. And then we will subscribe the response and we will name it as res. And after this, let's use console.log to log our response. Now let's save this file and let's run our Angular application. And as you can see, our application is up without any errors. Now let's go to the browser and let's validate the functionality of our analytics API call. And on our login page, I will add the login details of the admin and then I will click on this login button. And after logging in, let's click on this analytics button. And you can see we got redirected to the analytics page. Now let's right click here and let's click on inspect. And then we need to click on this console tab. And after this, we need to open this object. And as you can see, we are getting the data from our backend application where we have two placed orders. Now let's go back to our Angular application and let's write the HTML to show this data. And here in our analytics.component.ts, we will create a variable and we will name this as data. And after the API call, we will call this data and we will set the value of res in it. Now let's save this file. And after this, we need to show the orders by the status, like number of placed orders, number of delivered orders. And to do that, we will create a new component. So we will right click on our analytics folder and we will open it in new integrated terminal. And here we will write the command ng g for generate, c for component, and we will name this component as order by status. And as you can see, our order by status component is ready. Now let's open this order by status folder and let's open the TS file. And in this file, we need to get the data from our analytics component. So we will use @input. And then we need to name this as data and the type of this will be any. Now let's import this input and we will click on quick fix and then update imports from Angular core. Now let's save this file and let's open our HTML file of order status component. And here in this HTML file, we will create a div and we will give it a class of order status container. And in this div, we will write a mat card tag and mat card header tag. And for the mat card, we will give it a class of order status card. And in this mat card header, we need to show the avatar of letter P. So we will write a div tag and we will write P in it. And after this, we will write a tag of mat card title and we will show placed in it. And after the mat card header, we will write the tag for mat card content and we will access data.placed to show the number of placed orders. And after this, we will copy the same mat card. And for the avatar, we will update it to S. And for the title, we will update it to shipped. And for the mat card content, we will access number of shipped orders. And after this, we will copy this card one last time and we will show number of delivered orders. Now let's save this file and let's open our CSS file. And I will paste the CSS code here. And you can pause the video and you can copy the CSS code. Now let's save this file as well and let's open our analytics.html file. And in this HTML file, we will write a div. And in this div, we will write the tag for our app order by status component and we will pass our data. And after this, in this analytics component, we need to write the code to show orders and earnings of current month and previous month. And to do that, we will write a div tag and we will give it a class of analytics container. And after this, we will write a tag for the mat card. And in this mat card, we will show the header and we will show orders in the mat card title. And after the mat card header, we will write a tag for mat card content and we will show current month orders. And after this, we will write another tag of mat card content and we will show previous month orders. And after this, we will copy the same analytics card and we will show the earnings of the current month and the previous month. Now let's save this file and let's open our CSS file. and I will paste the code for the CSS, and you can pause the video and copy the CSS code. Now let's save this file. And you can see we got one error related to the property data in our order by status component. So let's open the TS file, and here we need to update the spellings, and we will mention data instead of date. Now let's save this file, and you can see our application got compiled successfully. Now let's go to the browser, and you can see the view of our analytics where we are showing the placed orders, shipped orders, and delivered orders. And after this, we are showing the number of orders for the current month and previous month, and we are doing the same for the earnings. Now let's go to our orders page, and here I will click on this action button, and I will update the status of this order to shipped. And now let's go back to our analytics page, and you can see we got one in the shipped. Now let's go back to the orders page, and let's update the status to delivered. And now let's go back to our analytics page, and you can see our earnings and orders got updated as well. And that's it for this video.